to us about the settlement of Jews in Spain. And this is, by the way, a 2nd century marker. That means the 100s.
That's not really
Right, very good. There definitely was at least one Jew there named Solomon who had a young daughter who unfortunately died very young, and he buried her. What does it say about the status of Judaism? What does it say about their community? What does it say about, I don't know, anything? Maybe Solomon's the only guy there? Yeah, they probably hired a professional, but he probably paid what should be there.
The daughter of.
Most likely there's something of a community, right? He probably has a wife, right? Hard to imagine he's totally out there on their own. In 2nd century, not possible that. What about the fact that he decided to write the word Judea? Do you go to gravestones here and see where it says Jewish? There'll be a Magen David, there'll be a menorah, maybe hands up like this, right? But to say it in English, Jewish or Jew, Jewess, that'd be kind of weird, right? You only say that if they're mainly non-Jews, and you want to let them know that this is a special person. This is Jewish, meaning you want to sing to other Jews who might see this. Mr. Rubin?
Before the beginning of John chapter, I would just give all the suggestions. Maybe it was Solomon who died, and the letter before was the referencing Jerusalem, the area of Catherine.
That's interesting, like the 4th year, but it's in the genitive, meaning it is of Solomon. So that you can't, it would be Solomon Nudos. Solomon Nudos. If it was in the nominative, it's in the genitive, meaning of Solomon. So Solomon's Judea. Good call, good call. Okay, so that's the Jewess of Adra. That's our earliest, pretty reasonable archaeological evidence of Jews existing there. Now, let's try to understand. We know a lot more about them, but in a weird way, it's actually so from the 4th century. So we've got to understand the reason why we know so much more about the Jews from the 4th century until really the 8th century is because the church is writing about them. We have lots and lots of church records telling us about Jews. Unfortunately, as we shall see, we don't know what Jews wrote about themselves. There's no Shilohs and Chuvas that come from Spain over these centuries. All we have to go on is what the church had to say about us. And to a certain degree later with the Visigoths, what the state had to say about us. We don't get a voice. We don't have any records about how we reacted to these policies and so on. So let us understand those policies. Let us understand that Christianity just takes off in the first 2-3 centuries after the founder of the religion died. And it's largely as a result of this man, Saul of Tarsus, who's also known as St. Paul. St. Paul is an interesting guy. He refers to himself as a rabbinic Jew from Tarshish, which would have been in Asia Minor. And he even says at one point, and his writings, by the way, constitute most of the Christian Bible. There are letters of Paul and describing things that he did and places that he traveled and things like that. He was like a major promoter of Christianity, way more than the founder of Christianity. If it was only up to the founder, it probably would not have gone very far. But Paul was like, he was the Nathan of Gaza to Shabbatite speak. He was like the #1 publicist. He famously was on his way to persecute Christians. He has like a conversion moment that's beautifully represented here in Zuccari's Conversione di San Paolo, where he's walking on the, by the way, he never met the founder of Christianity, never. He had a vision of him on the road to Damascus, where he's like a soldier and he's going out there to persecute some Jews or something like that, and he's struck blind after he has this vision. That's what's depicted here. I think this is supposed to be some divine figure, lots of little angels around, things like that. And here is Paul down at the bottom, struck blind. He's blind for a few days. But my favorite part is the horse that's right in the center of the picture, and the whole frame is really all around the expression of this one particular horse who's upset that his rider has been knocked off. So Paul has this like dramatic moment where he suddenly realizes he has to become a Christian, and although he's never met, except for this vision, he's never met the founder, he spends the rest of his life selling Christianity to the masses. In terms of Spain, he mentions in one of his letters that whenever he's on the way to Spain, he will one day be able to speak to you. And therefore, when I have performed this and have sealed it to them with fruit, I shall go by way of you to Spain. So we have his own testimony that at least he has intentions to go to Spain. We definitely know that he was all over the Eastern Mediterranean and well up into the Italian peninsula. You can see he's got 4 separate journeys that are recorded in the New Testament. And why do we care about this? Why is it important that we're looking at Paul's journey? Excellent insight, Mr. Lipschitz. It's not just Mr. Lipschitz. It's not only is he going to convert Jews, but wherever Jews are, there's a lot of other likely candidates for conversion. Jews themselves are sometimes hard to convert. Wherever Jews go in the Roman world, they have a lot of, well, they're not Christians at the time, they're pagans, right? But they're like, let's see, did I put in the screen here? Yes, there are like Gentiles who are like just regular pagans, and then they have God-believers is how they're referred to. These are people who are like intrigued by Judaism. We would call them maybe Noahites today. They're like, really, it's Judaism, it's so cool. First of all, they have this great idea, life after death. Wow, like Roman life after death is like Hades, right? It's really dark and miserable and nasty. And they have this idea of like one invisible God that actually listens to you, that you can actually talk to, like the whole concept of prayer, as opposed to like offering sacrifices to kind of appease the gods. There's not a whole pantheon of multiple gods running around fighting with each other. This idea of an all-knowing, omniscient, omnipotent, ubiquitous God. It's like a whole different ideology than anything the Romans were selling. And so wherever the Jews were, there were always like surrounding populations who were interested in Judaism. What kept them from becoming Jews outright? Sorry, Mr. Rubin?
They were persecuted now, but all more.
Well, especially after the wars, yes, but before the wars, before the Great Revolt of 66, they're not especially persecuted. In fact, they have special status in the Roman Empire. Judaism was a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion. It was a recognized religion. Romans were actually, up until the revolt, they're actually pretty generous with Judaism. They didn't understand it as a religion, but they said, fine, you do you. And they even gave Jews exemptions from all kinds of public requirements. Like, it was considered perfectly normal for all Roman citizens and Roman subjects, including slaves, to like offer annual sacrifices to the emperor, to bow down before idols as a show of, kind of like respect, because the emperor was sort of like a divine figure. It would be a lot like if you imagine going to a ball game and not standing for the national anthem. Right? That would be really offensive. Can you imagine? I refuse to stand for the national anthem. I mean, of course, we did have that, right, with the football player. Yeah, right. So that was a lot of Americans were very upset about that, right? As chutzpah, we all have. I mean, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm saying he did it specifically because he wanted to send a message. But the idea is the Jews, because the Romans said, fine, you guys have this crazy shtick. We don't quite get it. I mean, it's a visible God, fine. You guys go ahead, you do you. We are going to exempt you from all these requirements, which was actually pretty lenient for them. So Judaism was not actually persecuted at the time. This was actually a pretty good period for Jews. So Paul is traveling all around the ancient world, trying to reach out. That's what I forgot to mention. Jews were actually actively proselytizing. We had a ban on proselytizing that meaning actively trying to convert people to become Jewish. We just gave that up during the period of Yochanan Hyrcanus, which is about 150 years before the period we're talking about. We still had a really, massively effective Kiruv movement that was more like if you want to join us, fine, here you go. the main barriers, that's why I got to this, Mr. Rubin, I got off on a tangent. I asked the question, what were the main barriers? Why did people just become Jewish? If it's such a cool ideology, so competitive, why don't they become Jewish? Yeah, mitzvahs. Anything in particular kind of difficult? Circumcision. Wow, that's a big one, right? What else? Shabbos, right? Although Shabbos was like Mechaya. One of the problems that we'll see over and over again is that when Jews had slaves, of course, there's a period where slavery was common. Slaves have to rest on Shabbos too. You can't make them work on Shabbos, right? So if you're a slave and you get like maybe one day off a season, and you say, I don't want to be a slave to this Christian or this pagan guy. I want to be a slave to these Jews because one day in 7, I can totally chill. And also the rabbinic rules about what slaves get and so on. So the ownership of slaves is going to be a perennial irritant for the church. They don't want Jews to control Christian slaves in particular, as we shall see. But, it was a thing that a lot of slaves wanted. And they would prefer to be on the Jewish letters. Yes, Mr. Ram.
What mitzvahs were these Jews keeping at the time? Obviously, it's was not like how it is now. So like they would do Shabbos, like what else would they keep?
Well, Jewish history is always filled with a spectrum, where you will have Jews who are, totally wearing black hats and gartels and shaitos, and that you'll always have that segment on one end of the spectrum, and you'll always have Jews on the other end who are like more lackadaisical about things. The basic set are the same set we have today. So I wouldn't say there's anything intrinsically different. There might be a difference in how many Jews were less observant back then than there are today. I would argue that we probably have a far greater proportion of Jews who are non-observant. But basically the same set of mitzvahs as we have today. Okay, so here we go. So Paul is traveling all around there, and he's trying to sell to Jews with very, very minimal success, but he's especially selling to these God-fearers. And he goes to Jewish communities because God-fearers are attracted to them, and they are sort of like primed for Christianity. Because when a guy like Paul comes and says, hey, we can give you all the upsides of Judaism. You like that personal deity idea? Excellent, we can do that for you. You like life after death? No problem, we have that down. We have everything, and you know what? If you join our faith, you don't have to worry about circumcision. You can still eat your pork chops. Everything is pretty easy. All you have to do is accept that this is your personal savior. And so it's actually a much lower threshold to entry. And so he ends up making a tremendous success in terms of selling this new faith. However, he has to explain the difference of Christianity and Judaism. And this is one of the things that really comes down to Paul and will be developed over the centuries. And I'm going to give you a couple of medieval examples of this, because if you were like a God-fearer, and you're hanging out with Jews, maybe you're going to synagogue, as we shall see that's happening a lot. There's all these pagans going to synagogues, staying for Kiddush, enjoying things, and saying, wow, I really like Judaism. I just wish they didn't have that circumcision bit. I just wish they didn't have the no pork bit. And then along comes Paul and says, hey, you don't have to do with them, to do with us. And the first thing that they ask is, how Judaism is an ancient religion. Antiquity was very much respected. How old are you guys? What, 40 years? Seriously? It's like a cult, right? It's like, you guys worship asteroids or something. He said, no, it's the real deal. What you have to understand, he would say, is that God used to love the Jews. They were the chosen people. And then he changed his mind. And now the Christians are the chosen people. We have taken over the Jewish title in that regard. This is especially important because once they get down to codifying the Bible, they're going to use like 4/5 of it is maybe 5/6 of it is the Tanakh, and they're just going to add an appendix to it, which they call the New Testament. So it's all based on Judaism. So you have all this stuff where Tanakh says, "Ani bechori atem," you guys are, Am Segula, all these psukim that they have to deal with. How do you explain it? So this is an example that dates from the 12th century. It's a classic Gothic sculpture, and there are literally hundreds and hundreds of examples of this. It was a type of monumental architecture that was used to teach illiterate peasants about this basic relationship of Judaism and Christianity, because it would become a theological irritant that would last forever. Christianity would always have to deal with this question. And it portrayed typically two women. Always on the left-hand side, you have a woman representing ecclesia, or the church. And as you can see, she's got an upright staff, which indicates, temporal power. She's got a crown, that's her authority. Her bodice is done up properly. She's holding a chalice here, which has some theological implications. And she's sort of looking daggers over at this woman who represents the synagogue, or the Jews. And unlike the ecclesia, she has lost her crown. Her staff is broken, meaning she has no more authority, no more power. Here she's holding the Shnei, right? And they're held in an inefficient way. They're slipping from her hands. Her bodice is not done up, and she is literally in a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from her arms. This, by the way, was from Notre Dame that burned down a while ago, but it was up for 800 years. Really big deal. And of course, she is blindfolded, meaning the blindfold. Right, and what does that mean for Judaism? Right, it's just not, it can't see the truth of Christianity. And so this message is essentially what Paul developed and was selling to people, saying Judaism, that's old-fashioned, that's old technology. We have new technology, it's way better. The Jews, they have this problem, they just can't keep up with the times. They're obstinate, they're obdurate. We'll see these arguments developing over the next few centuries. I'll show you a couple more examples just to illustrate. We could spend the entire the entire course looking at varieties of ecclesia and synagogue. It is such a popular representation of this because the message had to be taught over and over again. Here is another one. I like this. I forgot where this is from offhand, but then you see the usual things with the ecclesia, the staff, the chalice, the crown. What I like about this version of synagogue, you can see the Ten Commandments here, and you can see the broken staff. She's also like falling away from the rock. What about this thing around her eyes here, hiding her eyes?
Similar to the blindfold.
Exactly. What's it covered by? A snake, right? A serpent is covering her eyes, right? So in Christian mythology, derived from Genesis, the snake is Satan, right? Satan. And so the reason why the Jews are not paying attention to Christianity is because Satan is fooling them, right? Satan is blinding their eyes. That's the idea. Mr. Good.
So these statues based on verses in the New Testament, I mean, there's a reason why they chose to destroy all of them with holding on to the close and looking down. This is just, once they did it one way, it was easy to figure it out, copy it.
Right. It became a trope. Right. Exactly. And you'll see over and over again, they are definitely borrowing the concepts from many passages in the New Testament. But sometimes those concepts, those mashalim that are there, are much more like kind of, they're less powerful. The metaphor of the olive tree. The tree is rotten, you cut it down, but you plant a new shoot on it, and that new branch grows up. That's like the old Judaism. The tree is dead, but if you plant the Christians onto it, then it'll grow. So it's hard to kind of portray that in art. But I'm going to show you one more that's really just to show you how it gets weirder and weirder. When we study, if you guys take the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz with me next semester, we'll go into this a lot more because it's really big in Ashkenazi art. This is a church, stained glass window from Verben, Germany, 14th century. And here you can see on the right, left, it's always on the right of the cross here, this one. There is, the staff, the chalice. She's riding a tetramorph, a four-headed sort of animal, which is reminiscent of Yechezkel. And a hand descends from heaven and crowns her. So that's a pretty strong statement of divine authorization, right? Divine support. The synagogue, on the other hand, is riding a mule, a sterile animal. She is holding onto a ram's head, which is reminiscent of the Akedah, but also in Christian thought it represents carnality, meaning their attachment to sacrifices, korbanos. when Christians are more, spiritual, they don't deal with those kind of things. Broken staff, crown off her head. But check this out, blindfold. A sword descends from heaven and pierces the top of her skull. And so it's a really strong statement in a German church saying that this is how God feels about the church, this is how God feels about the Jews. And you can see crowns falling off. The sword is even bloody, which is so gross. Can you imagine seeing this in church? She's holding a ram's horn.
I'm saying like the white flag thing.
That's her staff, It's like here, you see it's got a banner. It's a symbol of authority.
It's a white, it's a symbol of authority.
Maybe, I don't know. Not sure. These things are analyzed over and over again. There's so much to say about them. Mr. Arush.
Is there a reason why it's only women that they depict on each side?
Yeah, it's like for a lot of Western art, it becomes a motif, right? So it's repeated over and over again. Women represent ideas, concepts, abstract, as opposed to men who are like individual actors. So they frequently represent, like the virtues as women, female characters, and so on. Also, the grammatical form of the words ecclesia and synagoga are found. Okay, so this is how the church is feeling about the Jews, right? This is what's going on at the time theologically. By the way, we do have a counteraction to this. You guys done this every day, right? The Birkat Haminim, which is discussed in the Gemara, Brachos, where the Chachamim, following Shmuel HaKatan, said we need a bracha. It's really a klala. We need a statement so that we can be sure that any Jews, this is now not in Spain, of course, this is principally in Judea, around the time of the Korban Bias Sheni, that we need a clear litmus test to make sure that Jews aren't wavering. Because within a few decades of the death of the founder of the religion, there were a lot of Jews who were, joining on with this growing movement. And so the Chacham said, we're going to add this bracha, which is a pretty extreme measure. We're going to add this bracha to the Shemona Esrei. And when Jews are called to daven from the Amud, and they have to do Chazaras Hashatz, and they have to pronounce this out loud, then we will know if they are holding true to traditional Judaism or if they are with this new Christian movement. And so a person who refused to read this particular bracha would be evicted from shul. It's believed that John, author of the Gospel of John, was possibly one of these Jews who was evicted because he refused to read this bracha. And there's a tremendous amount of nastiness in that Gospel in particular. Okay, that's just a side point. Any questions about what's going on here? Mr. Gross, you look a little troubled? I don't know. Okay, this is very troubling stuff. Now, all of this is like sort of, theological discussions, but it becomes real in terms of policy because in the early 300s, the Roman Empire goes Christian. This religion that was originally not like Judaism or Religio Lakita, that was actually persecuted because it didn't fit the parameters of what were permitted faiths at the time. It grew and grew and grew. It got so many more adherents, including the mother of the emperor himself. And ultimately, the emperor, Constantine, says, okay, that's it. We're going to make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire. And that represents a big turning point for the Jewish population, because now it's not like, the Romans who were pagans were actually fairly tolerant of diversity of religious opinion, because that's somehow the nature of paganism. You have your God, I have my God. It doesn't bother me. Maybe when I come to your house, I'll worship your God for a while with you. It's like, you can be tolerant because there's no exclusivity to my God and no other God. But Christianity becomes an exclusivist faith, and they have this ongoing nagging theological problem called Judaism. How do we keep defining ourselves against the mother religion that we have emerged from? We have to always prove that we are, legitimate. Maybe we'll explore some of that. And so a lot of the religious antipathy is slowly translated into public policy that discriminates against the Jews. This is a period of time when, you begin to see the Jews in Judea in particular deciding we had better do things like, for example, fix the calendar. So we have the establishment of the astronomical calendar of Earl II that we use today, because we can't rely on being able to sight the moon in precarious circumstances like under the New Christian Empire. The Talmud Yerushalmi is codified at this time because they're beginning to feel that the walls are closing in on Judaism, and we have to get this down and organized. All kinds of interesting things are developing as a result of Constantine's conversion of the state to Christianity. It's about 325. Okay, so that's, now we got lots more to say though. Any other questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Rothschild.
Let me say before that after the Roman periods, then Christianity took over. What was their struggle? I didn't understand that part. They had to enforce the fact that they were the replacement.
So think about it like this, and this is like a core theological problem for Christianity up until this present day. I mentioned something to you, and nobody reacted, but when I said that God used to love the Jewish people, and then he changed his mind. Does that statement bother you, Mr. Lipschitz? Yeah, exactly. I mean, how do you imagine? I mean, can you imagine a parent saying, "Oh, I love you so much." "Oh no, I don't love you anymore." Right? That's even for a human parent. That's jarring.
Yeah, we're used to hearing that all the time. So it's surprising.
Yeah. So if you're a Christian and you want to believe that you are God's chosen, but the Bible that you're reading over and over again says the Jews are the chosen people, then you have to have this whole theology of well, yeah, that's true for back then, but now it's different. And then you have to ascribe to God that God has somehow made a mistake choosing the Jewish people. It's very challenging, Mr. Lipschitz.
Crossroads sentences, that those are part of the Old Testament still in the version?
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
still have the verses of Paul says, Paul Tigger.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Hundreds. They have the same text. Where they change things? Well, not really. They have the same manuscripts we do. The only changes they would make, they invented the numbering system. Again, kind of a handy thing, sort of like putting your finger down, right? They numbered the chapters and the verses. That was a cool thing. But no, they have our text.
So they kept all this
Yeah, but they're not reading it the same way. Like they're all of it is kind of like suspended. Right? This is also part of Paul's teachings. Like, oh, don't worry about that keeping kosher stuff. It's true, we're keeping it in the book for historical value, but you don't have to pay attention to it. They did, absolutely. It's still there. Same book. Mr. Rose.
2 points. Number one, I think to add to the theological problem, if God was able to choose some people and reject them, who's to say he wouldn't do that the second time?
Good question. Yeah.
That many God fears that ask them all the time. Maybe have some reassurance.
Excellent point.
Same question.
Also, to the point, it's just not the same God we're talking about. If we're really talking about an omniscient, ubiquitous, eternal God, the idea that he could transfer his allegiance like that just does not make sense.
Another question I was going to ask is about what does this do? The idea of convergence of church and state hadn't been present before at all.
Well, again, I am unaware of any, other than in Israel, I'm unaware of, and maybe there was kind of interesting experiment in Egypt under Akhenaten, but it's a limited experiment, and it was really the worship of a single pagan god, the sun. The Babylonians also worshiped the moon for a bit too, but it's definitely the first time, other than in the land of Israel, that a state worships the God of Israel. That the state worships the God that we understand as a God as opposed to an idol. So it's a big deal, huge deal.
Previously, the concept maybe of churches didn't exist, but never existed as monotheism.
Correct. Again, when we say monotheism, we're understanding the Jewish conception of a single God, as opposed to the Egyptians who said the sun is the supreme power. and the others are not powers, and that was only for a brief period of time. So it's hard to call that monotheism. But yeah, good argument, Mr. Aloysius.
After understood at the end of that, the Christians so started putting that into law to discriminate against Jews in order to prove that they were the dominant ones. Is that
Yes, you're going to see that in the next 20 minutes and next Thursday as well. Let's look at some examples, okay? First, I'm going to just do a little bit more of the theory, and then we're going to look at the laws to see how the laws are an expression of this theological concept. Let me just give you one more metaphor, too, which might help you with the irritant that Judaism presents for Christianity theologically. Let's say, for example, you have a family that has always made cholent the same way, right? They have a particular cholent recipe, and it's really good. It's delicious, lip smacking. And one day, the youngest daughter of the family goes off to college, and she goes to the Hillel house there, and she has a different cholent. And for Thanksgiving, she comes home and says, "Oh, Ma, you won't believe this cholent recipe that I tasted. They put peanut butter in it, and it is gewaldig." So they say, "Okay, let's try it." So she makes the cholent with peanut butter that Shabbos. And after Shabbos, the daughter asks the mother, "Okay, Ma, what did you think?" And Ma says, "Well, it was nice, but I like our old cholent better." And the daughter's really upset because she's quite invested in this particular new cholent. And she says, "What are you talking about? My cholent is so much better. It's like got this unusual flavor and the odor and the texture is so beautiful." And the mother says, "All those things are nice, but it's not better than the old cholent." And the daughter gets really angry about it and says, "You know what? You don't know anything. We're going to Bobby. Let's go see what Bobby thinks." So they bring the new cholent to Bobby, and they say, "Bobby, please tell us, what do you think?" And Bobby says, "Okay, very nice, but it's no question, our old cholent is definitely better. We're not switching to the peanut butter cholent." And they're frustrated. She's so frustrated. So they say, "We're going to the altar, Bobby." They go to the old folks' home, and they prop her up in the bed, and they give her the new cholent. She says, "No, it's not anything like the cholent we made in our family for generations." So the daughter gets so angry that not only is she, with her right hand, so to speak, elevating her peanut butter cholent, she has to start downgrading the old cholent. She has to say, "You know what? I never wanted to tell you this, but your cholent used to give me too much gas. Made me really gassy. And you know what? The second day, I could not bear to eat the leftovers of your cholent. It was disgusting, And it used to stick to the pan so much. It was so hard to wash out." And she was saying all these bad things about the old cholent. It's not enough to say the good things about the new cholent. She has to say the bad things about the old cholent. And so this metaphor is like the Christian, as it were, is like the daughter, right, who's selling the new peanut butter cholent. And she won't be satisfied that her peanut butter cholent is better until someone from her maternal line will confirm it. Until the mother or the altar bug will say, "Yes, it is better." Until then, she always has this nagging feeling that my cholent is not as good as the old cholent. And furthermore, she will raise her own cholent. She raises Christianity with her right hand, but with her left hand, she pushes down Judaism. This is what a very heroic theologian named Rosemary Radford, she wrote a book called Faith and Fratricide that basically got her kicked out of the church. And then she said that that's basically what Christianity is doing. On the one hand, we're elevating Christianity, but at the same time, the left hand is pushing down Judaism. She wrote this in 1974. So that's the kind of situation we're in, where Christianity is always obsessed with what do the Jews think, because they are the bearers of the true cholent recipe. And as long as they don't agree with the new recipe, people are always going to be worried, maybe we don't have the right recipe. Maybe it's not quite as good. Let's see how that plays out theologically. First of all, the kind of arguments that are going on now, these are the period of what they call the church fathers. These are like, for the next 200 odd years, these are early church thinkers who develop church dogma that will have a huge impact on the Jews. One of them is this guy here, Justin, the philosopher, also known as Justin Martyr, because he was killed by the Romans. I have to write this book. So the title of it is The True Portraits and the Lives of These Greek, Latin, and Pagan People. And I wonder, how do you know how this is a true portrait of Justin Martyr? Please. This is published like in 1700 or something? No, 1584. So how do you know this? They say that people are going to guess. So Justin Martyr, he wrote a book called Dialogue with Trifo, that for a long time people thought maybe it was Rabbi Tarfon. But the years don't work out. It can't be Rabbi Tarfon. In which he basically lays out all these arguments about why my children is better than your children. He says your children are like, your Judaism is very carnal. Like you're always thinking about, oh, the milk spoon is in the meat pot, and I'm going to go to hell for that. And like you're focused on all these human details that are physical, and nothing about the ethereal values of spirituality. That's why you guys are so bad. Christians are the true Israel. Like you guys have lost it. This is the Pauline doctrine that we referred to earlier. And the reason you guys don't realize it and join us is because you are obdurate. That you are stiff-necked, right? You are refusing to accept what's obvious, like the blindfold on the eyes of ecclesia, of synagogue, excuse me. Here's another one who's extremely influential, especially in the Eastern world. His name is Saint Jean Chrysostom, which means, ironically, golden mouth. If you heard him speak today, I think you would call him potty mouth, because he was like such a nasty, nasty orator, and he just lambasted the Jews whenever he had the opportunity. And he's very much of the period that we're talking about now in the later church fathers. And he coined a genre that would later become very, very dominant in the literature about Jews in the church called Adversus Judaeos. I'm going to try translating the Latin here. Adversus Judaeos, against the Jews. Right? It's like a whole genre. It's like when you go to the bookstore, you've got horror, fiction, non-fiction against the Jews. Right? There's a whole select, and there's like lots and lots of these church fathers who are doing these. And it's really interesting to read Chrysostom's sermons because the thing that bothered him so much, by the way, he's active in the area of Antioch, which would be in Asia Minor today in Turkey. He's really angry that Christians and pagans are going to synagogue. So what are you doing? Why are people going to shul? Why are Christians going to shul? It's the year 350 or so. Why are they going to shul?
They're still Jewish.
I'm sorry?
They're still Jewish.
Well, imagine that you're a Turkish pagan, and you said, "Hooray! I'm now a Christian. I love Christianity. I think it's great." What do I do?
There are no churches up there?
Yeah, so they had churches, few and far between, but they didn't have developed rituals. They didn't have ceremonies. They didn't have a calendar. They're following the Jewish calendar at this time. It was only the year 325 when they finally said, okay, we are now going to separate Easter from Passover. You guys can no longer, and by the way, Shabbos was the worst because Shabbos is such a big deal for Jews, right? It's like the anchor to the week, and it's fun, it's enjoyable. So everyone else wants to enjoy it. And the Christians are saying, you got to stop going to the synagogues. It's true they have a really nice kiddush with airing and everything, but you got to stop doing that. And they literally moved their Sabbath to Sunday in order to try and make more of a distinction. This is largely the work of St. John Chrysostom himself. He's upset that Christians are going to shul on Saturdays and they're working on Sundays. They're giving each other gifts on Purim, that's upsetting them. They're eating matzah on Pesach. Who said you're supposed to eat matzah on Pesach? But they're saying, but the Last Supper, that was a Pesach Seder, right? Aren't we supposed to do the same? No, you guys stay away from the Manischewitz. Feasting and fasting with Jews. Even helping out Jews as a Shabbos goy, he was so frustrated with that. And he hated that they would pray, but they're saying it's the same God, isn't it? Did you say that you guys it's the same God? What's the problem? And of course, they changed the holiday Passover Easter to make sure that they were disconnected. So the Easter holiday is always calculated according to the Gregorian calendar as opposed to the solar lunar calendar that the Jews use. So these are the kinds of public policy things that once the state became Christian, all of these ideas were then expressed. Now, this is the most important one. I'm glad we have 20 minutes left to talk about this guy. This church father As church fathers go, he is definitely my favorite, and we owe a debt of gratitude to his theology. It's not that he was, a great lover of Jews, but he articulated a theological position that allowed Jews to live. I'm going to say that again because it's really important. This guy, St. Augustine of Hippo, which is in North Africa, he articulated a Christian theological position that allowed Jews to live. Because you remember, think about this for a second, you're a church father, and it's so irritating that Jews are still around. I mean, why don't they just go away? Why don't they just let Christianity move on? As long as they're still having their shuls and they're popular and our people are going to their synagogues, things like that, and we always have these nagging doubts, maybe their cholent is actually better. Wouldn't it be better if they just, God forbid, were all killed or died or faded away, right? That's a natural sort of intellectual response that we will see happening over and over again in Spain. Mr. Rothschild.
Just like John was saying.
John Chrysostom, yeah.
Yeah, what if you respond to the Christian saying that it's the same God and all this?
If you look at his sermons, you'll see he just pours invective on people for this, saying that you guys are like dogs hurrying to eat the vomit of others, licking up their vomit. It's so disgusting what those Jews do, and you want to eat it up. So he's a really nasty, foul-mouthed guy. That's why the name Chrysostom is so ironic. Okay, so what exactly did Augustine say, and why is it important? This Augustinian doctrine is huge and very significant. So the first thing that he argued is that, and he was a much more calm kind of thinker than a lot of the other guys. He says, first of all, I agree with you that the Jews have missed out on Christianity, but the fact is, God did communicate with them. God did give them the Ten Commandments and the Torah, and we have to respect that they're trying to do what they think God wants them to do. So we should let them. I mean, we don't agree with it. It's not necessary for the rest of us, but if they want to do it, it should not be a problem. Also, he said, we have to recognize the historical and theological debt that Christianity has to Judaism. He referred to Judaism as the desk of Christianity, meaning Christianity as a book could only be written on a desk that was Judaism. It doesn't make sense, unless you have Judaism as its foundation. So he said some sort of really positive things about Judaism as a whole. And the most important thing he said is something called the doctrine of witness. This is the takeaway message for today's class. The doctrine of witness was basically going back to the Cholent argument, saying that, look, we believe that the founder is going to come back and he will institute a new messianic era. But how are we going to know that he's the guy? How are we going to know that he really is come back and not like some imposter? The only way we'll know is if the Jews recognize him. The only way we can confirm it is if the Bobby were to say, oh, this peanut butter cholent is taka better. As long as we have one of the Jews saying that this guy is the returned Messiah, then we can know it. That's the word witness in the sense of both seeing and in the sense of testimony, like swearing that this is in fact the case. So think about what this means. It means that Jews must be kept alive. If all the Jews were dead, God forbid, we would have no witnesses. It wouldn't work. So he said, we have to let the Jews live. He wrote famously, slay them not, which is a pasuk from Tehillim, that we should not kill them all. No killing all the Jews. And Augustine's doctrine became canon law. It doesn't mean that it wasn't ignored from time to time, but it was basically the backbone of state support and legality for Jewish existence. Now, there is a double-edged sword to this, though. It's very important to understand that while it sounds really good, yes, Augustine says we have to be kept alive in order that we can become witnesses, he also believed, and this is like the nastier part, that we were cursed because we rejected the founder of Christianity. And therefore, the only way this really worked is if we were kept in a subordinate state. Meaning, don't kill them, but don't let them succeed in life either. So let's say, for example, you're like an impoverished peasant walking around in dirty bare feet and eating, hard rye bread for your meals every day, and then you see this beautiful, carriage pull up, and the Jews get out, and they're like wearing furs and diamonds and gold, and they're eating delicacies and stuff like that. What are you going to think about Judaism versus Christianity? You're going to say, wow, those guys are cursed and I'm blessed. It doesn't feel like that. It feels like the other way around. And so Augustine said we should impose restrictions on them so that they should always be felt as second class, and that Christians should see them as lower class. Don't kill them, but don't let them be first class either. And this is basically what's translated into church policy and ultimately state policy for the entire medieval period. That's why we have the ghettos instituted, that's why we had the badges instituted, that's why the restrictions on employment, there's restrictions on education. It's because of Augustinian doctrine that on the one hand is very good, keeping us alive, but on the other hand, very repressive. Mr. Gross.
This is actually influenced by the Bible.
Yes, definitely.
And secondly, was he saying essentially that they need some kind of restoration, they need something from out that connection from the Jews that Christianity is invalid because of them saying the best condition, they need to say that it needs a connection back to the
It's the foundation of it, yeah. Everybody involved in the New Testament is pretty much Jewish, and they're speaking a Jewish language about Jewish things and so on. You can't understand it without the Jewish context.
The other philosophers were interested in state it, they didn't want to commit it.
No, they
So they still understood this problem of, well, New Testament comes from the Old Testament.
Yeah.
We're still branched up from Judaism. So certainly, I'm sure whether they want to admit it or not, they knew this was a problem.
Yes, they certainly were cognizant of the problem. Very few of them had any comprehensive solutions. Augustine actually laid out a doctrine that made sense, that they could live with, that the church could say, okay, we'll accept it. We'll not kill all the Jews, God forbid, but they have to stay in their place. So it's really important. Yes, Mr. Catholic. Meaning the desk in the sense of the foundation. That Christianity is like a book written on top of a desk. You have to have the desk. You can't try to write a book on a parchment holding it in your hands. It's impossible. Mr. Rothschild.
I was saying Augustine's motivation for making this. Why does he have to be stay alive or not?
Well, he cares because he's a believing Christian. He wants
He
to.
actually believes all this, so this was just what he came up with for political reasons.
No, I don't. I think he's Mustama. He's genuine. He's a believing Christian. His autobiography, Confessions, is a masterwork of spirituality in which he becomes the Havdil of Sal Shuba. He describes his process. He's genuinely religious. I mean, what does religion mean? It's different things to different people, especially different faiths. But these actually pretty cool. I like Augustine. As church fathers go, he's my favorite. Yes,
What was the word church father? What exactly do they didn't get out like centralized, they have centralized authority, it was maybe like a king.
they didn't have centralized authority. The term is used to describe about 20-odd thinkers whose ideas have survived antiquity. And they are frequently quoted as, early church, let's say he was a philosopher, it's not quite precise, but early church theologians who were very influential. And it basically runs up from the 1st century to about the 4th century. That's the era that they call these people church fathers.
His official position was,
He happened to be a bishop. Not all of them had a
there
bishop.
was a race.
Yeah, they had a church hierarchy and so on, definitely. But the level of authority was, limited. He already was in a period where the church had state authority, but he's living in North Africa, which was kind of like Guinness from where the main church activity was happening in Byzantium Constantinople. but still hugely influential. Okay, shall we move on? Got 10 minutes? Okay. Objections? No. Yes, Dr. Agent, please go on. It's so fascinating. Okay, so now let's get specifically to Spain. We're talking about the period of the Visigoths. I don't know why I found this map on the internet. I don't know what this arrow is meaning to say, but I liked it because it kind of shows you where the remnants of the Roman Empire was as the Visigoths took over, especially in the 5th century. That's the period we're talking about right now. Now, there are 3 periods of religious orientation of the Visigoths. First, you have they're originally Catholic, right? Because there's only one church at the time, and we have a little bit of evidence from that I'll share with you right now. That's the period of the Synod of Elvira, which is a town in Spain. Then we have the Arian period with the I, and this is a slightly different version of Christianity that was rendered heretical by Constantine. And then they convert to Catholicism in the year 589, which is really crucial. First one, they're still basically Catholic. The church is not very well organized, but they are organized enough to have meetings and to say some things. And of course, once the church gets together and has a synod, which is like a big meeting, they have a lot of things to say about truth. So we have a synod that takes place in the city of Elvira. You can see a little bit of a medieval gate from that town. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't know a lot about the Jews living at this time. We don't have any sense of how big their population is. We don't have any writings. We don't know anything. They put entirely imaginary in the minds of the Christians. But I'll let you look at the sources. You tell me if you think they are. So the Synod of Elvira posted about 65 decisions about how Christians are supposed to behave here in Spain. And now let's look at 3 of them here. Here's one. This is Canon 16, which is like Law 16. And it says, heretics shall not be joined in marriage with Catholic girls unless they accept the Catholic faith. So no intermarriage between pagans and Catholics. Catholic girls may not marry Jews or heretics because they cannot find a unity when the faithful and the unfaithful are joined. Parents who allow this to happen shall not commune for 5 years. So let's break this down for a few minutes. This is the first period? This is, the very first period. The year of the Synod is probably 305, although there's some argument just a little bit later, but let's say 305. Okay, so let's analyze this for a second. Mr. Rubin, what do you think of the first sentence here? Heretics shall not be joined in marriage with Catholic girls unless they accept the Catholic faith. What is happening in Spain in 305?
Well, for one thing, the heretics from the Christian faith if they accept it.
Right, exactly. But who's getting married to whom? Why do they have to make this law? What would you think? They're joined, right? You have intermarriage between Catholics and pagans, because Catholics are not necessarily up on this idea. We mean I can't marry Juan. I love Juan. He's so nice. Oh, okay, he worships, rocks, but I love Juan. The priest says, no, you may not marry Juan because you're a good Catholic girl. Catholic girls may not marry Jews or heretics. But wait a minute, you just told me they can't marry heretics. So what are Jews? What's going on with them there? Why does the canon have to say that? Exactly. And don't forget, Augustine's not like the internet that puts out an email and everyone knows. Yeah, he's after it anyways. But you might have the Hava Mina. Oh, Esta Bella. You might have the Hava Mina. You're not going to marry Juan, but you will marry Shlomo because he worships one God. I said, I'm going to marry Shlomo. No, we're counting Jews like heretics there. And what about this last part here, or second last part? Because they cannot find unity when the faithful and the unfaithful are joined. Yeah, I think I would agree with it. But why do they have to say it? All right, because people would want to say, well, why not? I love Shlomo. He's great. And he worships the same God as you. Isn't that right, Andre? And he'll say, no, that's not the case. And so we have to say it. And the last part here, just technically, what does this mean? Parents who allow this to happen shall not commune for 5 years. What do you mean by commune? Get the wafer, exactly. Very, very important part of Catholic doctrine, which will be very connected to the blood libel that Mr. Gross asked about earlier, that you have to go through this ritual called communion that involves eating a wafer and drinking a little bit of wine. And it's huge in Catholicism. And if you allow your child to do this, you're out for 5 years, penalty, no communion. Okay, serious. Let's look at this next one here. If any cleric or lay person eats with Jews, he or she shall be kept from communion as a way of correction. What do you think about this? Why do we pass laws? Sorry, Mr. Rubin? Right. But why would we show what's important? Okay, we want to show what's important and also
establish what you want everything to be like. You make a law and it starts following it, that's what's going to happen.
Exactly. You're setting up a situation where though someone is like the pure philosopher thinking in advance. This is what my society to be. I will create laws. It's very American, like the Constitution. I want the laws to follow this in the future. But most of the laws that we actually have in the books are reactive in nature. What does that mean? Yeah, we have. Right, exactly. Like, for example, we're going to have a slew of laws about AI soon. We're going to have a slew of laws. It's already overdue for those scooters, those electric scooters, which are dangerous, right? But no one, the society has to create a reality that the legal system has to catch up to. If it's not illegal, it's ipso facto okay, until the state says, wait a second, we're having too many complaints about people riding these things irresponsibly. We're going to make rules. You have to wear a helmet. You have to drive in the street, whatever it is. So what does this mean about a cleric or a layperson eating with Jews? It means that everybody's eating with Jews, meaning that not only lay people who are not officially religious leaders, but even a cleric, even priests, are eating with Jews. And we got to put a stop to this. So to illustrate this, I'll show you one last one here, and then we better wrap it up. This is my favorite. Landlords are not to allow Jews to bless the crops. You can't let those Jews, you can't invite, Yaakov to come over and put a bracha on your crops. That's not okay. Now, they're not making that up. The feeling is it must have been happening. The church authorities must have said, this is so bad that you think the Jews are going to give you a bracha so your crops will grow? No, you can't rely on the Jews for these things. It undermines all our faith, and you got to do this. This make our blessing. And look at this. This is so defensive. Such an action will make our blessing invalid and meaningless. You don't like our bracha? You have to go get the Jew to do it? Come on. And you do this, you're going to be expelled completely from the church. A really shrill kind of punishment. You invite a Jew to give a bracha on your crops, that's it, you're out. No more communion forever. So what kind of sense do you get of the nature of Jews living in Visigothic Spain at this point? Yeah, and also they seem to be fairly well integrated with society, so much so that clerics are eating with them, so much so that peasants are asking to bless their crops, that there's a certain amount of intermarriage happening, which we may not be happy about, but there it is. So now the problem is, and I'm going to include this because we're out of time, we don't hear from the Jews, right? We're only hearing from the church here. We don't have any perspective from what the Jews think about what's happening. It could be just a fever dream of the church that they're very worried about these things, paranoid. We simply don't know. But as historians, you guys can work with these documents and think about it. Okay, let's wrap it up. Don't forget the AI assignment, and I'll see you guys on Thursday.
I think we're actually live this time. I'm Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com, and welcome to another live video here on YouTube, and we'll see if we get this working.
Hey, Rabbi.
Be coming through
Do you remember?
clearly. All right, making sure we're okay.
Do you remember?
So I'll give people
when
a
you
moment
knew how
to
to speak
come in. We
English?
should be live and working right now.
And do you remember when you wanted to learn more about your people and their history? Do you remember when everybody was like, "Hey, Rabbi, you want to watch these history lectures?" And you're like, And then they were like,
Hello,
"Oh,
fellow
but
students
did
of
you want to
Georgia
learn
State.
how to speak
Allow
English?"
me
And
to
you're
say
like,
thank
"Huh?"
you to all of you
And
for
they're like,
bringing
"Yeah.
us to this
Here's how to
remarkable
speak
moment,
English." And I was like, "What?
reaching
No, dog, with the lecture."
100,000 subscribers.
English.
This is a
Fuck you,
tremendous
dog.
honor for me personally. Thank you so much. But really, it is a testament to your support.
No, but seriously, do you want to learn how to speak English? Mm-mm. I mean, that's cool, but no, I'm good. Really? I can speak English better than that motherfucker. Really? For sure, dog. For sure. Why? Because I'm sick and I'm just amazing. What more do you want? What more do you want? Dog, how about the Duro? Is that in India or some shit? I think it is. No, it's fucking China. Portugal.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes about the Douro River in Jewish history. The Douro is one of the most gorgeous rivers I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely fantastic. It travels between Spain and Portugal, and I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get there again this year as the pandemic, thank God, subsides in many parts of the world. Portugal is doing really well right now, and the vaccinations are proceeding apace. So I'm really hopeful that, thank God, we'll get back to the touring schedule with Kosher River Cruises. So let's talk just for a few minutes about the Douro River and specifically its connection with Jewish history. So first of all, let's have a look at the geography. Here's a beautiful shot of the Douro. You can see the deep valley that the river creates, and it goes through these amazing meandering paths through mountains. But it's not always
Discord
like that.
isn't working.
Some beautiful terraced farmland and agriculture. It's actually very famous for its wine region. And of course, the name port, like the drink port, comes from Oporto, which is at the very end of the Douro River. But here's where it is located in the Iberian Peninsula. You can see it travels from north-central Spain out to the Atlantic Ocean through Portugal. We're going to focus on the part of the Douro that is in Portugal, primarily because that's the most navigable by smaller riverboats, as we'll be taking on Kosher River Cruises. And most of it is filled with these gorgeous kind of like terraced landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side, and there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic and really fantastic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, Oporto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime economy of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period, and Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigation in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating, the scientific basis for the star charts and all kinds of fascinating things like that. They're especially active in Lisbon, which is a little south of the Douro River. Now, Jews basically did very well in Portugal. There was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very hard, not surprisingly, perhaps because it is a maritime nation. But even with the tensions that tended to subside towards the end of that period, there's still a strong sense in Iberian Jewish culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. And in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than the ancestor of Don Isaac Abravanel fled to Portugal, where he found some refuge. And there's a long connection there with, obviously, the neighbors in the peninsula to the east. After the Spanish Inquisition, the Douro River in particular is flooded with Jewish migrants who were struggling to get out of Spain. And with the expulsion in 1492, it was one of the most popular land routes for Jews to follow. They would end up finding very brief respite in Portugal, however, because of the massive forced conversion of 1497, and then just a few decades later, followed by the incredibly difficult Portuguese Inquisition. This effectively ended the Jewish presence as Jews per se in Portugal. But these Jews who are now called New Christians, because they were forcibly converted to Christianity, suddenly had newfound freedoms as a result of their liberation from Jewish disabilities. And although many of them struggled to hold on to their Jewish identity, they were actually able to travel throughout the Mediterranean basin, up into the North Atlantic, to England, to Amsterdam in particular, and to begin to make their presence felt on a much larger scale. Of course, there were Portuguese Jews at this point, or crypto-Jews, who fled to the New World, where they established communities in Brazil in particular, of Portuguese holding, and ultimately made their way up to New Amsterdam, which was, of course, Manhattan. The Douro River and its environs was, as we mentioned, a major conduit for Jewish migration. It also ended up harboring a lot of crypto-Jewish communities, Portuguese Jews who decided to stay in Portugal and maintain a Christian exterior while still practicing Jewish habits secretly on their own. And so you have these amazing communities which have like these possibilities of mezuzah scars in the doorways. Like this is my colleague from Kosher Rublo Cruises, David Krause, pointing out a possible mezuzah scar. You have the remarkable community of Belmonte, which was only discovered in the 20th century as a crypto-Jewish town. Here, by the way, is a picture of their magnificent reconstructed ark and their mikveh there, which is significantly more modern than the medieval mikveh discovered at Coimbra, also to the south, a really important university town that's educated a lot of these crypto Jews. This is the town square, which looks very cheerful now, but it was actually the site of public burnings of Jews in the Portuguese Inquisition. I hear some of the students from Coimbra, they still dress in the long Harry Potter type robes and things like that, which is really fascinating. You know, it's such a gorgeous river and an amazing trip. The boat is so fantastic. I hope that many of you can join me on this because we have such an amazing time. It's Jewish optimized, right? We even have 3 minyanim a day in the lounge area of the boat. And, you know, it's just fantastic to enjoy this return to Portugal for Jews, you know, 500 years later after the Inquisition. Absolutely fantastic. Anyways, I hope you'll be able to join me. Check out the website and have an excellent day.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
One of the most fascinating figures to emerge from medieval Portugal is undoubtedly Don Isaac Abravanel. Fascinating individual, sometimes known as the Abarbanel because his name actually admits of several different transliterations from the Hebrew, and he himself actually used different versions in his own lifetime. He was a very important Portuguese thinker and diplomat and politician and financier who reached tremendous heights in the late 15th century in Portugal, and then amazingly continued his career already when he was quite elderly in terms of his literary output, in terms of what he did in terms of biblical commentary and thought. Fascinating individual. Let's take a few minutes to look at his remarkable life. So we should bear in mind that the overall context of the Abarbanel's life is inextricably linked with the history of the Reconquista. This refers to the several centuries when Christian forces began to reconquer the peninsula from the north moving down to the south, hence the term Reconquista, right, the reconquest of the area. And slowly, over the course of several hundred years, the entire peninsula was Christianized. both in terms of removing its Muslim inhabitants and, as we shall see, also its Jewish inhabitants. In the late 14th century, there was a surge of forced or coerced baptisms of Jews associated with, among other things, some pogroms in 1391. And in the larger time period, Don Isaac Abravanel's family fled from Spain into Portugal. His grandfather was caught up in a lot of the tumultuous events of the 1380s and 1390s, and he made his home in Portugal. There, the grandfather of our protagonist was very much involved in building his career as a courtier, meaning serving the Portuguese royalty, and especially in the area of finance. By the time Don Isaac was born in 1437, he was already very well established, and Don Isaac was given a very expansive education, not only in Hebrew subjects, but also in Latin and Greek. He spoke several languages of the peninsula and so on. And he was trained or groomed really to serve the great houses of Portugal, primarily in the area of finance. He was especially close with the House of Braganza. In the 1480s, however, there was a major upheaval in the ruling classes in Portugal, and Don Isaac suddenly found himself on the wrong side of the ruling powers. And he was forced to flee across the border, in fact, right by the Douro River, well, God willing, we will be touring, and leave his family behind as he sought safety within Spain. This was a very tricky venture because Don Isaac was, of course, a descendant of someone who had fled Spain as a result of the forced baptisms of the 1380s and especially 1391. And it was actually tricky for him to be actually in Spanish territory. However, he laid low and he kind of lived under the radar, managed eventually to bring his family over, although the bulk of his wealth was abandoned in Portugal. And it actually was especially interesting because it was at this time that he actually composed some of his most fascinating works. He wrote in the space of about a year and a half some 300,000 words, which is the equivalent of, let's say about 5 or 6 novels of commentary, writing particularly on Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And the works he wrote there are especially fascinating, together with his later commentary on Kings, because he could write with a first-person account of what it's like to actually be in a royal court and deal with the many financial and the political and the diplomatic challenges that faced him. Among the challenges that he encountered, for example, while he was in Portugal, was the wide-scale kidnapping of Jews and selling them into slavery. And he was very active on behalf of the Jewish community, hunting down the slavers and redeeming Jews from captivity. But to return to where he ended up, just on the Spanish side of the Portuguese border by the Douro River, after he remained low for a little while, he eventually reached out to the Spanish crown, and he regained his authority under the Spanish crown once again as a prominent courtier and as a financier. Over the course of his lifetime, Don Isaac Abarbanel actually served 6 different kings, and he had moved, as we saw, from his Portuguese exile to actually the heights of authority under Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, serving as the number 2 person in charge of the entire economic infrastructure of Spain. He's second only to Abraham Senior, who was the first tax collector of the entire peninsula, and it was in this capacity that he served Spain well. It was, however, to be short-lived, because Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand had already instituted the Inquisition as of 1878, and they toyed with the idea of expelling all the Jews of the peninsula, and that is in fact what happened. You see this remarkable painting made in 1889 by Emilio Sala that depicts that key moment when you have Don Isaac, who is shown in the red robes with his back to us, who is speaking before the king and queen as the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada gesticulates wildly, demanding that the Jews be expelled so that the entire peninsula could be Judenrein. And although the king and queen implored Abarbanel to stay because they really valued his financial acumen, he ultimately decided he would certainly leave with his co-religionists, and this was the Great Expulsion of 1492, which of course sent Jews all around the Mediterranean basin into Europe, of course overland into Portugal and into France, and many of them ended up in the Americas, particularly in the Portuguese holdings, but that's another story for beyond this point. And once again, Abarbanel is sent into exile. This time he ended up in Italy, where he was quite active, continuing his commentaries on the rest of the Bible, on the Haggadah, on Pirkei Avot, developing some fascinating messianic theories. He really believed that the arrival of the Messiah was around the corner, that would in fact the Messianic age would begin in 1503. Unfortunately, he was sadly mistaken. And he ended up actually, through a course of wandering, at the end of his life, he found himself in Venice, where a twist of fate would bring him once again to the attention of kings, and he became involved in the possibility of engaging in negotiations with Portugal that had originally caused his first exile. It turns out that the negotiations did not proceed apace, but nevertheless, you see that even at the end of his lifetime, he was an incredibly influential advisor to kings. But what he's remembered for most dramatically in terms of Jewish history is his remarkable body of commentary on virtually the entire Torah and the prophets in particular, and a fascinating series of writings on many other elements of Jewish literature, such as the Haggadah, Pirkei Avot, and his messianic writings. Fascinating individual, tremendous contribution. I hope you found this useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Hi, I'm good. How are you, Mishra? Perfect, thank you. Please. By all means, you may proceed however you wish.
Let's continue our discussion of the Jews of Portugal with a look at the remarkable Amatus Lusitanus, who was a very important doctor of the 16th century with roots in Portugal. He made a dramatic mark not only on medical science, but also on medical ethics. So his years are 1511 to 1568. He was born in Castelo Branco, which is just south of the Douro River, where we'll be, God willing, cruising in just a few months. His parents were conversos, and the situation of the Jews in Portugal at this time was rather complex, because if you'll recall, there was a massive exodus of Jews from neighboring Spain in 1492 with the expulsion of the Jews from that part of the peninsula. Many of them made their way over the border along the Douro River and elsewhere into Portugal. In many ways, it was a really horrible situation in Portugal at the end of the 15th century. Children were separated from their parents and shipped off to a remote island off the coast of West Africa. And after tremendous privations and difficulties, the massive number of Jews who remained in Portugal were forcibly converted to Catholicism. But there was kind of like a sort of wink-wink attitude where there was a general agreement that the Inquisition, which had wreaked such havoc in Spain, would not be imported to Portugal, at least not right away. And in fact, that was true for the first couple of decades of the 16th century in Portugal. So Amatus Lusitanus's parents were among this population. He was born in 1511, just less than 2 decades after forcible conversion of 1497, and his parents christened him João Rodrigues. In Latin, his name was Ioannos Rodericus, and in fact, he published his very first book under that title. But in reality, because of that sort of period of leniency, even though they were outwardly Christians and were baptized, they made no secret to their son of his Jewish identity. His parents taught him Hebrew and many Jewish rituals. He went on to study in Spain at the University of Salamanca, which I had the privilege of visiting with Kosher Riverboat Cruises a little while ago, and I had an amazing time visiting the campus there. You can see some of the gorgeous sandstone facades. In fact, on this one, which has so many fascinating carved reliefs, there's an interesting kind of student lore that if you can find the frog that sits on top of the skull of one of the gargoyles that is high up on the facade, then you can actually, you'll do much better in your final exams. I was thinking we should probably install something like that at Touro College, but we're not at that yet. There were actually several famous professors who were active in Salamanca at the time, people of Jewish background who were now conversos. You can see that Hebrew was a valued part of the curriculum there. Here's a look at one of the classrooms where you can see the professor would actually stand on the lectern up there. I definitely got to get one of those at my college. And here are the student benches, which I think are designed to keep them as alert as possible during the lecture. At any rate, he graduated in 1530 from the University of Salamanca with a degree in botany that would serve him very well in some of his early research. But the situation in Portugal was deteriorating rapidly. The Inquisition was formally established in 1536, and they had the first public burning of conversos in 1540. So our hero, Amatus Lusitanus, made his way to Antwerp in 1533, and this was a period of long wandering. It was at this time that he adopted a Latin name, which is rather remarkable given his history. Amatus means loved or beloved, and it is probably a translation of his original family name, which might have been Chaviv, the Hebrew word meaning beloved, and Lusitanus means Portugal. So even though he had to endure a long exile that would last right up to the end of his life, he nevertheless proclaimed himself a loyal son of Portugal with his very name, Amatus Lusitanus. He ended up in Ferrara, where he became a professor at the university there, and he worked quite significantly in a lot of anatomical studies. These were published in a series of books called Centuriae, from the word 100, because each of them described 100 cases of people that he had treated with very detailed medical information. And they're really quite fascinating for their time in the 16th century. They describe, besides the medical information, they describe a lot of social history and the conditions of people in general in the regions that he treated. He made some major breakthroughs. For example, he discovered the process by which veins are able to direct the flow of blood in one direction. This was actually wrongly attributed to other scientists, but in fact it was Amatus Lusitanus who discovered them. The King of Poland, Sigismund III, invited him to serve as a royal physician. He declined that offer, but he did agree with the request of Pope Julius III, who asked him to come and cure his ill sister. Later, he ended up becoming a permanent physician to several monasteries and treated Pope Julius III several times. In 1549, however, he was involved in a very nasty controversy in which he described in one of his earlier publications some mistakes in the work of a colleague, Pietro Andrea Gregorio Mattioli, whose years are 1501 to 1577, and Mattiolus did not take the criticism well. He lashed out at Amatus brutally and hurled some vulgar and insulting invective at him in print, and he especially pointed to Amatus's Jewish background. Again, recall, he's actually officially a Christian because his parents were forcibly converted, and he therefore has the right to study medicine and to practice and so on, but he never made any secret of his Jewish background at this point. When a new pope was installed shortly thereafter, Pope Paul IV in 1555, there was an upswing of very strong anti-Semitic and especially inquisitorial activity in Italy. There was a huge controversy in Ancona where several Jews were attacked by the Inquisition, in fact, burned to death. And in this context, Amatus's own home was ransacked, and many of his precious books and unique manuscripts were stolen. He ended up escaping to Pesaro, later to Ragusa and Salonika. And in 1558, he formally abandoned Christianity and he practiced Judaism till the end of his life. He unfortunately died of a plague. This is an interesting image of Lusitanus. It's kind of an interesting title page that has, among other things, an image of the Tetragrammaton at the top with sort of like a Latin invocation of God as a protector of science. And on the right and left sides, you see these medallions that show various figures who are like especially strong in their contribution to sciences, like Galen and others. And on the bottom left, you see three figures. The figure on the extreme right is Amatus. The figure on the left is Mattiolus. And as you can see, the caption underneath says "Dissentimus," means we heartily disagree. Besides his amazing and important contributions to medicine, he also made a signal contribution to the development of medical ethics. He wrote a physician's oath, which was really quite exceptional for its time, in that he specifically indicated that it was inappropriate for physicians to make any distinction with regards to the religious origin of their patients. He argued that physicians should treat people regardless of their faith or creed. His approach to non-sectarian medical ethics was not only unusually modern, it was also especially poignant given the fact that the Inquisition had declared him their enemy because of his open adoption of Judaism towards the end of his life. There's some fascinating research published by Isilda Rodriguez and Carlos Fiolhais at the University of Coimbra, where a lot of the publications of Amatos are held. And you can see here the inquisitorial censor has gone through much of his medical research and has redacted significant portions that especially deal with things like sexuality or any kind of more modern, straightforward approach to the medical profession. Inquisition also took issue with his medical oath. As you can see, even that was also heavily censored. The life of Amatos gives us such a beautiful insight into the struggles of Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century, but also the tremendous resilience of spirit that many of them demonstrated, contributing to world culture and science, even while many of the forces of the globe were arrayed against them. I hope you will be able to join us as we cruise the Douro River a little later this fall with, God willing, an improvement in the conditions of the coronavirus globally. I hope you all remain well and healthy, and thank you very much for listening.
Most times undeservedly, but that time truly was unprecedented. We're talking about a time prior to social media.
One of the most fascinating aspects of Portuguese Jewish history is the story of the Jews of Belmonte, which is absolutely fascinating. And really, it's especially interesting because it is a continuous history that is still developing, and it's quite exciting. A lot of the Jewish history that we have today is centered in really important cities like Lisbon, and especially the beautiful Porto. But Belmonte has a very special story that we really got to look at. So here's a map show you roughly where Belmonte is. It's a small village, just a little bit south of Douro River, not too far from the University at Coimbra. And here's a beautiful picture, by the way, from last time I was there. You can see that it's very rustic, and you've got the mountains fading away into the distance, lots of cobblestone streets, really a fascinating kind of hilltop village. But the story that connects to the Jews is absolutely fascinating because, you see, what happened is, after the forced conversion of Jews in 1497, that effectively ended the presence of practicing Jews in Portugal, there were a number of Jews who went underground. As we've discussed in previous videos, these crypto-Jews, also known as New Christians, that's what they were called by the Christian community, or the conversos, were also known as Marranos. The term Marranos has fallen into disfavor because it is a derogatory term, means swine, and obviously was connected with the idea that these new Christians who were forcibly converted and their descendants were somehow still returning to Judaism. In reality, we see that in certain communities, like in Belmonte, that is precisely what was happening. One of the more preferred terms today is B'nai Anusim, or simply Anusim, which means the children of those who were forced, or simply the forced, because they were forced to accept Christianity at the end of the 15th century, although they obviously rejected it. At any rate, what happened in Belmonte was that there were Jews there who simply went underground. To the outside world, they portrayed themselves as Christians, which is essentially the crypto-Jewish story, but they maintained their continuity for 5 centuries. Now, they have some lingering issues that are associated with that, such as, for example, some genetic ailments because of consistent inmarriage. And in terms of traditional Judaism, we have to understand that they've been separated from the larger population of Jews for half a millennium, so quite a bit of their Jewish observance has kind of been shaped by that. Some holidays actually got a lot more attention, like, for example, the Fast of Esther, which is kind of a minor fast in the rest of the Jewish world. For crypto Jews is especially important because Esther herself, in the book of Esther, is described as perhaps the first crypto Jew because she had to present herself as a non-Jew in order to survive personally, and later she revealed herself and, of course, saved the Jewish people as a whole. At any rate, so they have an attenuated type of Judaism in many ways because of this 500-year separation from the Jewish world. But in the 20th century, they have engaged much more deeply, and of course, they have some fascinating things. First of all, let's talk about the story of their discovery, which is just amazing as well. A man named Samuel Schwartz, who was a Jew from Eastern Europe, who was an engineer working in the region, and he, spoke multiple languages, was an autodidact, very interested in history and things like that. And it happened that in 1917, he was working in the region in some mines, and he was doing various things, and someone said to him, "Whatever you do, don't do business with Baltazar Pereira de Sousa." Why? Because they said he's actually a Jew. So anyway, Schwartz thought, why would you think there's a Jew here in the middle of rural Portugal? But he decided to check it out a little bit, and turns out he uncovered this crypto-Jewish community. They were quite suspicious of him at first. I bet they said to him, "Funny, you don't look Jewish." But at any rate, when he insisted on speaking with them more about this, and then he started reciting for them certain things like the Shema Yisrael prayer, they actually believed him. And they said, "Okay, I guess we can open up. This is, after all, the beginning of the 20th century, and the Inquisition, although it lasted for 400 years, is officially over at this point." So they gradually opened up to Schwartz, and he discovered this existence of a phenomenal crypto-Jewish community still active in Portugal. He wrote up his findings in several publications, which attracted worldwide attention. A lot of historians and scholars descended on the community to try to understand them better, and it's absolutely fascinating. Here's a look at the community again today. Here's the beautiful synagogue that was built there for the crypto Jews of Belmonte, and here's the interior with the ark. It's absolutely gorgeous, really powerful statement. You can imagine praying in this beautiful space after being hidden for 500 years. Here's the mikveh, very beautiful. And they have an excellent museum there, which unfortunately doesn't have a lot of stuff online. We really got to see more of this because it is gorgeous. They have all kinds of interesting artifacts related to the crypto-Jewish practice, like this interesting funnel-like device, which was apparently designed to allow women to light candles on Friday nights and to hide the glow from neighbors who might be looking in the windows. And women were especially prominent in preserving the traditions under these really horrific conditions. We see this not only from Esther mentioned earlier, but really in the crypto-Jewish communities throughout Latin America and the Iberian Peninsula. I can't wait to get back to Belmonte this October, God willing, when the COVID restrictions subside and we'll be able to travel again. I'm looking forward to seeing it and spending a lot more time in that amazing museum. Thank you very much for watching.
77% of the mainland U.S. is abnormally dry, and nearly half is officially in a drought. Minneapolis has less than an inch. It usually gets nearly 5 inches by this point in the season.
ABC's Rhiannon Ally says Austin, Texas usually sees nearly 6 inches, but it's received less than 1/10 of an inch so far.
So, welcome everybody to yet another of our KRC lectures. I'm very happy that I can introduce my dear colleagues, especially the main star of today, Dr. Henry Abramson, the Dean of Touro College, our scholar in residence, and David Lawrence, who is the director of Ocean River Cruises, and my name is David Kraus, and I'm the European director. And again, I'm very happy that we are meeting here on this lovely, for you morning, for me, since I'm in Prague, it's late afternoon. And the talk of today is going to be the Jews of Portugal. The Sephardic diaspora and the heritage is undoubtedly one of the most fascinating, the most complex highly original and unparalleled phenomena of the Jewish world. And not only, as I mentioned, it is a diaspora within a diaspora, if you will, but also it entails a complex phenomenon out of cultural, ethnic, religious, and even linguistic and dietary heritage, which some of these things will touch today. The history of the Jewish community in Portugal specifically plays an indispensable part of the Sephardic heritage. And perhaps without us even realizing it on a day-to-day basis, some aspects of it influence us even today as Jews. And speaking of today, of course, there is history, but there is also a bustling and ever-growing Jewish community in Portugal of today, including one of the most, specific, within a specific segment of the Jewish people, one of the most unique Jewish communities that could be found anywhere in the world, which is the Jewish community of Belmonte, which probably are the last Marranos, the secret Jews in the world. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Abramson, who is going to talk about some of these aspects, and especially some of the phenomena that are related to the actual cruising route of our Be'ezrat Hashem soon to happen cruise on the Douro River.
Great. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate the introduction. And I have to say, I am so thrilled to be speaking with you about this upcoming trip. My wife and I were very excited to travel to Douro with Kosher River Cruises with David Lawrence and David Krause a couple of years ago, and it's such a fascinating place to visit. And especially after being cooped up so long with COVID-19 situation going on, we're really excited to get back to more of the life as we knew it beforehand. And let's hope that, God willing, all of the news about the pandemic continues to go in a positive direction so that we'll be able to safely make this cruise. The plan for today is I'm going to make a presentation of probably about 20 minutes or so. That's going to be an overview of the history of the Jews of Portugal, just to give you some kind of historical context for the places that we will, God willing, be visiting in just a few months. And then David Lawrence is going to speak a little bit about, what are the arrangements for the cruise, and maybe give us some more sense of what's going on in Portugal, what's going on with the preparations. And Malcolm is heavily involved in creating those delicacies for us. And then after that, David Krause will take over and will manage questions to either myself or to either of the Davids. Because this is a webinar, you can communicate with us and with each other through the chat function, and we encourage you to put your questions in the chat. David Krause will be managing those questions after we are done. Okay, so let me take about 20 minutes or so to give you a very quick overview of the history of Portugal. I'll just share my screen here. I don't think that worked. Let me try again. Sharing the screen. Yes, and hit share. Does that look right? David, do you see my screen with the boats of Portugal and things like that?
I do, Henry. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is actually... Excellent. This is a photograph that I actually took on the trip when I was with my wife and Kosher River Cruise a while ago. This is the opening of the Douro River. Just behind my shoulder would be the Atlantic Ocean, and here we're looking inland from the city of Porto, also pronounced Porto, but you'll see it either written with the letter O at the beginning or just the word Porto. It's a very important Jewish city. So let's have a look at the overall geography. Here's Portugal, of course, is on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. There you can see that beautiful view of the Douro River in Porto as well, with that gorgeous bridge from the 1920s spanning it. And Jews have a long history there. If we zoom in a little bit, we can see that this map indicates all of the places where Jews lived before the 15th century. Quite a number of very significant locations that we'll be talking about, God willing, on the cruise. But just to point out a few in particular, Lisbon is, of course, the capital of Portugal and has a very strong Jewish history. We will also hopefully be visiting Coimbra. We were able to visit the last time. That's actually a very important university town in Portugal. They have one of the oldest schools in Europe there and has a strong Jewish history. There is Belmonte that David Krauss referred to. I'll show you a picture of it a little later. That is one of the most unusual places because an actual community of crypto Jews, also called Moranos, although they prefer not to use that term, managed to hide out for 500 years. And they were so used to hiding that when they were discovered in the 20th century, they actually thought they were the last Jews left in the world, which is kind of amazing. But here is Porto, right at the mouth of the Douro River. Douro River basically takes the top fifth of Portugal, and it flows from the west to from the east to the west into the Atlantic Ocean, and we'll be following it upriver, and then we're going to get on a bus, God willing, and head into Spain to go to Salamanca, also very, very important city in Jewish history, and then we'll take the boat back again. It's also a fascinating river on a geographic level because it has the world's highest lock, which is quite an experience. It's especially nice when we plan to do it in the daytime. These locks are these mechanical devices that essentially allow river boats to negotiate the differing levels of the river so that you don't hit any rapids and things like that. And it's basically a water elevator, and you get into the lock and the water will raise the boat up something like 200 feet in the air, which is really quite impressive. But that's more for the trip. Let's go straight to the history of the Jews in Portugal so we can understand a little bit about what happened to them. We have early evidence of the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula in general, not specific to any particular location in Portugal, but it tends to be second-hand evidence. Like, for example, in the 4th century, there's a church council in a place called Elvira, which lists all kinds of prohibited activities for Christians and Jews, including, the church prohibits Christians from taking meals with Jews and with fraternizing with Jews, and some really interesting things like forbidding Christians from asking rabbis to bless their crops and things like that. And that's one of those things where you get the sense that if the state is really intent on banning something, chances are it's happening anyway. So that's an interesting kind of thing to imagine that Portuguese and Spanish peasants would have been going to the rabbis and saying, listen, can you please give a bracha for our field because we really depend on your spiritual and supernatural intervention. But we don't have too much internal evidence of what's going on in the Jewish community until quite a bit later, in Portugal specifically. More in southern Spain and places like Granada and places like Al-Andalus, you see a lot more of what's going on. But in Portugal, we first begin to see something significant about the Jews in the 12th century, when the very first king of Portugal appoints a Jewish treasurer named Yahya ibn Yaish. And this is actually something that happens throughout Europe very commonly. Jews are, I don't know why, associated with facility with finance, and so they're often appointed to these kind of high economic posts. The king, by the way, faced quite a bit of opposition over that decision, but nevertheless he insisted on it, and in fact prospered as a result. Later, King Afonso III formally recognized the Jewish community. Again, more strong evidence.
Welcome.
We don't have internal evidence from what they did in Portugal that's very detailed, but we know that the king formally recognized 7 distinct communities with their Jewish populations, and once again issued royal protection for those communities in exchange for their services, of course, and in particular in the era of tax farming and financial activities. We'll have a lot more to say about the economy when we're actually on the tour, and we'll talk about what Jews did at that time for the economy, but for the most part, they were well received by the royals. And over the next few hundred years, Portuguese Jewry actually developed a reputation for being a community that lived in significant affluence and with the protection of the crown, so much so that when there was anti-Jewish discrimination in Spain, particularly in 1391, when a wave of pogroms, hard to describe in any other way, spread across northern Spain, a lot of Spanish Jews fled to Portugal, including Shmuel Abarbanel, the father of Don Isaac Abarbanel, also pronounced probably more correctly Abravanel. And he was actually, it's shocking to hear this, but he was actually forcibly converted to Christianity, as many other Jews were in 1391, and he fled to Portugal to be able to resume his Jewish identity. So Don Isaac's own grandfather was actually technically a Christian and would have been recognized by a Christian by the Spanish church and by extension also the Roman Catholic Church. But during this time, like from the 13th century to the 15th century, there were just a couple of punctuated moments of taxation and some unfortunate uprisings of violence, particularly in Lisbon. But the general picture is that Jews were increasing in affluence and in authority in Portugal, and it was considered kind of a safe haven in many ways for Jews in Europe. The end of that period, the 15th century, is kind of like the swan song of that period of great affinity between especially the Portuguese royalty and the Jewish community. Afonso V, I don't think they were terribly original in choosing names for kings. There's another name, João, which is one of my favorite names actually. João is spelled Jaoa with an accent over, I think, the O. And I'm never sure if I pronounced that correctly, but I always think of it must be that when he was born, everybody said, oh, wow, it's a boy. Sorry, I'm laughing, and I can't hear if any of you are laughing, but I'm enjoying it. So, at any rate, the King Afonso V actually faced much more stiff popular resentment of the Jews. There was a lot more violence against Jews. Again, sporadic and localized, but sometimes quite intense. Lisbon stands out in special contrast to many of the other sites of Jewish population. But Afonso V continues to protect the Jews, and it retains that idea of being a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law, that Jews are allowed to prosper. Now, a lot of that was a picture, by the way, of Afonso V. I'm sorry I didn't show you that earlier. A lot of this changes with the Inquisition. And in order to understand the Inquisition, which comes to Portugal in the early 16th century, we have to go back and understand a little bit about what happened in neighboring Spain, highly influential related culture and politically and geographically dominating the peninsula. Spain and the Iberian Peninsula in general, we should recall, is very unusual in Jewish history because Jews throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin in general always lived in a binary culture. There was always Jews as a tiny minority within a very large majority culture. For the most part, that was Jews living within Catholic Europe or Jews living within Muslim North Africa and the Middle East. And very rarely you have a much more diverse culture as you have in the Iberian Peninsula because of the influence of Islam. Islam conquers the peninsula from the Visigothic kings who converted to Catholicism in the 6th century. The Muslims conquered in the 8th century, and they institute a period which is known to many as La Convivencia, the period of great coexistence, which is somewhat exaggerated, but for the most part it's true, that Jews, Muslims, and Christians actually lived in a fairly healthy triangular culture that allowed Jews to flourish, not only economically, as we shall see they did through much of the period, but primarily culturally. And they were able to experiment with new forms of poetic expression and musical expression. And, this is a period where you have great feats of Jewish culture, like Ibn Gabiro and Yehuda Halevi and many other figures who have gone on to tremendous prominence. You have in Spain this remarkable phenomenon where you have a Jewish general of a Muslim army who also writes a commentary on Talmud that's studied to this day. I'm talking about Shmuel Hanagid, or Samuel ibn Nagarela, who was a remarkable Jewish poet of Granada during this period of La Convivencia, the coexistence. It has a couple of definitely hiccups, like for example, when the Almohads invade from North Africa, they push great figures like Maimonides, who was still a young boy at the time, out of Spain, forcing them to flee across North Africa and eventually settle in Cairo, or just outside Cairo in Fustat. But they're all products of this unusual period of coexistence that lasts for about 200 years. It sinks into decline as the Catholic rulers begin to push their political and military might to the south, eventually driving out the Muslims in 1482. And the relationship that these Christian kings have with Jews is heavily complicated by these pogroms that occurred at the end of the 14th century. I mentioned them a few moments ago. These pogroms had an especially marked phenomenon of forced baptisms, where Jews were, they had holy water sprinkled upon them, and certain phrases were recited, and they were pronounced Christian. And this represented a very stark shift in the demographics of Christian Europe, because although these Jews were baptized against their will, they were, according to Catholic theology, nevertheless considered Christians. The church was at great pains to say it is forbidden to engage in forced baptism, but once a Jew has been baptized, even against his will, as we see some very tragic examples throughout the centuries, such as Edgardo Mortara, who was literally kidnapped by the Vatican police in 1858, the Jews were nevertheless essentially given Christian identities and Christian driver's licenses. And all of the discriminatory measures that had held them in check economically and culturally and socially, those disappeared. And so you had these Jews who still consider themselves Jewish, still consider themselves part of the community, still observe the commandments and so on, but nevertheless were free to enter universities, to pursue professions they had never pursued before, including rising high up in the church, ironically. And they were also a powerful economic force because they were literate and they were numerate and they were urbanized. And all of a sudden you had this huge population of Christians who regarded themselves as Jews, who had phenomenal privileges and in many ways advantages over their competition. And so there's a tremendous amount of resentment that built up against this, both from a religious perspective, because they were not really following Christianity, they were really following Jewish laws, and also from an economic perspective. In fact, one of the big debates among historians is which of these two issues were primary. Not for us right now, but we can see that both of them are clearly very important. And so what happened was that the church in Spain embarked on the notorious Inquisition. which was not directed at Jews per se, or even Muslims per se, who had remained Jewish and were not forcibly baptized. It was directed at those erstwhile Jews who were now technically Christians, who refused to give up their Jewish practices and beliefs. And it created this horrific Soviet-like purge mentality in society, where people would betray their neighbors to the church, indicating that they were actually secretly Jewish, practicing Jews, and the suspected Judaizers would be arrested, would be tortured, would often have forced confessions derived from them, where they would name a whole bunch of other people that, under duress of torture, they gave all their friends' names and relatives' names and so on. And the purge just expanded wider and wider in Spanish society until it got way out of control. The ritual humiliations that were imposed on people suspected of Judaizing, including, as you see in this famous portrait of a Inquisition trial by Francisco Goya, they were forced to wear these humiliating tunics called San Benitos, these long conical caps, which were meant to be humiliating and were the predecessors of the witch's cap and even the dunce cap. Some of you may remember those. It was a little bit before my time, but my father told me he often had to wear a dunce cap in school. And they were subject to a whole variety of penalties, including confiscation of property, part of which would go to the church and part of which would go to the people who betrayed them, which of course not only acted as an incentive to betray people, but also as an incentive to betray people falsely. And then, of course, the notorious and awful auto da fe, the burning at the stake for those Judaizers who chose not to repent or to recant their views. Technically speaking, the church did not burn Jews at the stake. They released them to the secular authorities. The term used in the transcripts is they were relaxed to the secular authorities, who then maintain these massive pageants where people would come from miles around to view the scheduled burning of Jews at the stake. This occurred first in Spain, not in Portugal. But what ended up happening when you get to the end of the 15th century is that the chief inquisitor, shown here in black and wildly gesticulating before the king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, the inquisitors said, after this went on for quite a while, and it just got worse and worse and worse, with more and more people accused, including prominent churchmen and people with means from all kinds of backgrounds. The inquisitor said that, the reason why it's not working is because the crypto Jews, or the forcibly converts, the term in Hebrew is the preferred term, anusim, which means those who are forced to adopt a Christian identity. The term marano was actually a derogatory term. It means swine, that was hurled at the so-called conversos or crypto Jews. So Torquemada in the black said to the king and queen, the reason it's not working is because they have lots of contact with their old communities. The crypto Jews, continue to send their children to Jewish schools. They continue to go to Jewish classes. They continue to buy kosher meat. They continue to marry either regular Jews or marry amongst themselves. And so the only way to really fix this and to make, to borrow a Nazi term, Spain Judenrein, free of Jews, is if we expel all of the non-baptized Jews of Spain. In this famous portrait, you have the great scholar Don Isaac Abarbanel, who was also a very important person. He was the second highest minister in the financial apparatus of Spain. Like as in Portugal, the finance minister himself was a man named Rabbi Abraham Senor, who was also Jewish. And Abarbanel courageously attacks Torquemada's policy, as is shown in this portrait here, and demands that Ferdinand and Isabella refuse his request to have the Jews expelled. He is unfortunately unsuccessful, and although Ferdinand and Isabella offer to allow him to stay if only he would convert, like his boss, Abraham Senior, who chose to adopt Christianity. He was an older man in his 80s, and he simply could not bear the idea of being kicked out of Spain and losing all his wealth and so on. But Abarbanel chose to get on the boats with so many other Jews, and estimated somewhere between 150 and 300,000 Jews, and flee the Iberian Peninsula. And that marks the formal end of the Jewish presence per se in Spain until 500 years later, when they were finally formally welcomed back. Now, this is not to say that Jewish life ended in Spain. There are still the crypto-Jews, especially crypto-Jewish communities, as we shall see, particularly in Portugal, but formally this is when it ended in 1492. The Spanish diaspora is horrific. As you can see here, that Jews spread out all over the Mediterranean basin, particularly seeking refuge in Italy, where there were many places that opened their ports to Jews. Also going to Muslim countries, Istanbul in particular was a popular destination, and more liberal places like Amsterdam, which, unlike today, is a very liberal place with all kinds of flexible laws. I'm trying to be joking about this, but it's hard to tell if you're laughing because I can't hear you laugh. And some of them, of course, made their way to the New World. You can see on the left of this map, it says a las Americas, right? So the first Jews, even in New York, for example, they didn't come directly from Portugal, but these were Jews who were forcibly converted, who made their way to Brazil, particularly an island called Recife, and then briefly it came under Dutch control, so they revealed that they were in fact Jewish. This is 100 years later. And then the Portuguese conquered it again. So they said, oh, now we're in trouble because the Inquisition is back. They made their way in 1654 up to America, to New York City, where they presented themselves as immigrants. So this is essentially the Spanish expulsion, but as this map indicates, of course, the easiest place to go, the shortest route overland that does not involve even the mountain crossing that you would have to the north to France, was, of course, to go to Portugal. And so you have a massive influx of Jews at the Portuguese border. There's a little bit of a crisis at the time, but Portugal does not turn away from its traditional position as being a protector of Jews, and so many Jews actually make their way into Portugal. Spanish and Portuguese Jews are often referred to in the same sentence because many of the Portuguese Jews that we're speaking about are actually of Spanish origin who fled to Portugal in 1492. However, what happens there is equally disastrous in many ways. Although they are granted a brief respite upon the payment of fairly heavy entry fees, immigration fees, the King Manuel I, who embarks on a diplomatic policy of uniting Portugal and Spain, and in fact marries the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella in an attempt to unite the entire peninsula, is forced to agree, not entirely against his will, that in order to marry the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, he has to make Portugal free of Jews, just as Spain is now free of Jews. Unlike Spain, Manuel does not want to give up the tremendous financial know-how and technical ability that Jews have in Portugal, and so rather than expelling them, he seeks increasingly coercive measures to try to get them to convert to Christianity, to Catholicism, including, among other really disastrous and horrific plans, he separates children from their parents and ships nearly 1,000 of them the children alone off to an island that they were colonizing off the coast of West Africa, Sao Tome, where, according to eyewitness reports, many of the children were literally devoured by the giant lizards that apparently inhabit this island. It's very difficult to actually document that adequately, but we know that hundreds, more than 1,000 Jewish children were sent off and were never seen again to Sao Tome. Finally, in an act of desperation in 1497, he gathers all the Portuguese Jews within his kingdom and forcibly restrains them in a particular location near Lisbon. And it's actually all the ones that were in the area of Lisbon, but the policy applied throughout, and starves them for about 3 days and then forcibly just converts them. And they are now, against their will, just as we saw in 1391, Portuguese Catholics. And there was kind of like a concession where he says to them that for the next 10 years, we're going to turn a blind eye to whatever you do on your own. But within a few decades, the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, and it is in many ways even far harsher than we saw in Spain. The Portuguese diaspora is distraught, and many of them express themselves in remarkable works, such as this fantastic book that I'm looking forward to talking about with you. Maybe we'll assign some of it as required reading before the trip. Usque's Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a unique work in Portuguese. It is actually one of the very first works of Portuguese literature in general that describes in poetic dialogue the long history of what Jews have gone through, with an extremely detailed treatment of the Portuguese Inquisition in particular. So Portugal, by the time you get to the middle of the 16th century, is equally bad to what's going on in Spain in the Inquisition. You have 40,000 Jews accused of Judaizing by the Inquisition in Portugal. About 30,000 of them are formally sentenced. 750 autos da fe, these public burnings, are held not only in Portugal, but in Portuguese holdings in the New World, and about 1,200 Jews are burned to death. The remainder are burned in effigy, which was a popular thing to do. Jews' property could actually be seized after death in order to feed the hunger associated with the Inquisition, and so burning in effigy was a popular option. And the last auto da fe, the last public burning, was not that long ago. It's after the foundation of America as a country, the United States of America, after the founding of France as a modern state. It was in 1791. And it was only in the 19th century that the Inquisition was formally ended. So just think about the long history of persecution, which is not only in Portugal, it extends to all Portuguese territories and actually to all Catholic territories in varying levels. We're going to have to speak about that on the trip as well. Now, when we come to the modern era, we begin to see Jewish resettlement beginning around the year 1800. In some places, it's always been there, as David mentioned earlier. The village of Belmonte in the north central part of Portugal is fascinating. This is a view, a photograph that we took when we were last there. You had Jews who were continuing to exist as crypto Jews right up until the 20th century. They were discovered in 1917 by a Polish engineer who was working on a mining project nearby. And someone warned him not to do business with so-and-so from Belmonte because, he's actually a Jew. And this guy, Simon Schwartz from Poland, said, what, a Jew in Portugal? Seriously? And he went to Belmonte, and, there's lots of jokes you can say at this point. They said to him, funny, you don't look Jewish. But they didn't believe him. They didn't believe that he, the Polish Jew, was Jewish until, they started exchanging a little bit of Jewish geography. And he said the Shema prayer for them. He said, oh my gosh, you really are Jewish. And that's how the Portuguese Jewish community was was really restarted in Belmonte. When we go there, you'll see some amazing remnants of Jewish community there. Like this is a photograph from the remarkable village of Ubidos, which is, it really feels like a 15th century medieval place with narrow streets and these very quaint kind of street vendors. And here's David Krause. He's especially good at identifying these architectural remnants of the Jewish community, like this so-called mezuzah scar that shows where and mezuzah might have been embedded in the original, what's the word for the stucco work of this pillar and so on. Fascinating things to see, really. We also see in Lisbon, this is actually, it was unearthed in a renovation of a home for senior citizens, and behind the drywall, they found actually an Aron Kodesh, a holy ark that used to contain the Torah scrolls that were hidden behind some kind of partition so that Jews could continue to pray through the 16th century in this particular location. And it was later uncovered. And of course, it's not easy to get to, but last year we were able to get into this particular place, which still functions as a senior citizens home, but has this remarkable remnant of the life of crypto Jews in Portugal. In the 20th century, Arturo Barros Bastos, shown here, came out as a Jew, and there's a lot of interesting parallels, I think, with that phrase coming out, and had himself circumcised and marked the beginning of the resurgence of the Jewish community, particularly in Porto, where ultimately, a couple decades later, they built the famous Kaduri synagogue here, the Makor Chaim, the source of life, which is a remarkable building. We had the opportunity to visit it last time. I'm looking forward to seeing it again, God willing. Around the, it's very common in synagogues to list Hebrew verses on the walls. So, you read inspirational things like, know before whom you stand, and things like that. But when you look at the verses that surround the walls of this particular synagogue, there's so many of them that echo the unique experience of the homecoming of these Portuguese Jews. It's one of the most fascinating Jewish communities in the world, in my humble opinion. I'm looking forward to, God willing, exploring this with you in just a few months. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm going to turn it over now to David Krause and especially David Lawrence, who will speak to you a little bit more about the technicalities of the trip, and then I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow, Henry, thank you. Thank you so much. This was, as always, full of information and fun facts, and it makes me want to go to the cruise even more. It's such a the way you present things is so unique, and I have to say we are so lucky to have you on board, both virtually and literally speaking. Thank you. So probably before we dip into the questions, I would hand it over to my dear colleague David Lawrence, who has some more information for us on the logistical level.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Henry. As always, Henry adds, he's an integral part of the team, and adds something just truly unique. Even when we're walking with our guides, and Henry runs up, grabs the mic for an interesting story, really makes it something special that we're able to do on these tours. Why I like Portugal and the Douro cruise, obviously I like them all, but Portugal is one of my favorites just because I like those off the beaten path types of trips that you basically can't do on your own. What makes this so unique is we have our floating hotel coming back for meals, of course, with Chef Malcolm and his crew. And seeing places you really can't see on your own, meeting the Jewish communities in places like Belmonte and Porto, the connections that we've made over the years. David Krause alone, before we started our first tour, I think our first Douro tour was in 2018. made those connections, spent a year just touring the Douro Valley and everything around from Lisbon to Porto, making those connections. And we have those special connections with all the individuals in all of these communities. Always learning, always finding new interesting places every time we go there. So we are truly excited to start cruising again, as I'm sure we're all excited to get out and to start. I just wanted to go over some of the, why this is, like I told you, so unique. The research we've done, the training of the guides, David, constantly in communication with our guides who are with us during the tour and on the boat, giving their unique part of Portugal, both the secular side. And one of our guides even, came to us and said, now I understand why my grandmother lights candles on Friday. She didn't understand it, but she just said that that's what her mom did, so that's what she does. So all these people figuring out that they're actually have Jewish history and heritage within their own families. And these are things that we bring out with not just our guests, but our guides. A big question that everybody has, of course, is with COVID and with the protocols that are in place in Portugal, because tourism is such an important part of their economy. Incredibly strict protocols are in place, especially with the government. The government works with the cruise company. It's pretty incredible. They actually have a container, which it's a UV container, which all the luggage goes in and out before it gets onto the boat for decontamination. Their protocols are extremely strict. If you look on our website, under our health and safety, under facts, you'll see the protocols that are always up to date, always changing. Of course, we will only cruise if we feel safe, and it is safe. Cruising has started last June 15th were the first cruises that began on the Douro with all the cruise companies that are there, and there's probably about 7 or 8 ships that are going right now, and Baruch Hashem, everything is going according to plan. All the protocols are in place. What's unique about, I think, compared to a large cruise ship is that with riverboating, we are always in a kind of our own bubble, which is really nice. So everyone feels safe and secure. Everyone on the ship, obviously, our protocol is, and so is the cruise companies, that everyone has to be vaccinated. That will still be the case when we travel. As of now, PCR tests are needed 72 hours prior to cruising. That's as of now. If that changes, we'll let everybody know. A big question about protocols is coming back to the United States, because you again have to have a PCR test. So the cruise line has a program on board where they'll be able to test people 72 hours before travel returning back home. So that also exists. So we have everything kind of in place. But again, you can call us and we can go over all those protocols that you see. Right now, over the last year and a half, we have over 150 registered participants for 100 spaces. We've contacted pretty much everybody. Not everyone can make a decision now. Of course, when everyone feels comfortable, they can do it. We have about 80 confirmed. Next week, we will be contacting everybody in the order in which they registered to confirm their cabin space, and then they can, if they haven't originally registered with deposit, they will then have a new link to go register for the cabin of their choice based on what is available. So super excited to go. I mean, we're in this business because we get to travel, so we're jonesing to get out and to really, start. Next year is exciting as well. We have our Vietnam cruise is scheduled for January. That is yet to be confirmed, as we're waiting for the Vietnamese government to open their borders. But our Seine River cruise in France, which is our tribute to Jewish heroism, World War I, World War II. In July is guaranteed departure, and then our northern Italy, which is Venice in northern Italy, on the beautiful La Venezia. It's a brand new ship. We're super excited for that. That's next October, and then the following year. But everything's on our website. You can see that. And again, if you have any questions, please contact us. I'm going to send it back to David. Also, Malcolm says hello to all our past guests. He unfortunately can't be here. He's just here to look pretty anyway. And again, Henry, thank you so much. Just a little bit more of what to expect when we're on tour. And again, an integral part of, I'd like to say that the Kosher River Cruise team is now complete with Henry, who will pretty much be on every cruise. So we're super excited. Back to you, David.
Thanks, David. Valuable information for sure. Really makes me all this this experience today. I'm really thrilled, even more so, to be finally in no time on the boat with you, all you guys, and experience everything again, especially based on what you said. We were all locked up for more than a year now, and this is going to be great. One of these things that I have observed in those many years that we are running these cruises is one of the nicest things about it is that day one, not everybody knows everybody, and it's kind of like ice breaking and everything. And as you settle in and you're in your cabin and you get to know the boat a bit, and you start enjoying the program and the company of the fellow cruisers. You're gradually creating a floating kehillah community. And this is, for me especially, this personally, this is one of the nicest things. I'm so much looking forward to be again part of this floating kehillah. So we have a few questions here. Yes, do crew members have to be vaccinated? Is one of the first questions. I think that's a question for you, David.
Yes, all crew members will be vaccinated. Everyone on the ship will be vaccinated. The tour guides will be vaccinated. The bus drivers will be vaccinated. And again, traveling in our own bubble, which is kind of nice. And since this, like I said, I think this is the perfect way to start with Portugal. You're not crossing any borders, except going into Spain for the day, into Salamanca. We're taking buses, but again, we're staying. The ship is always staying in Portugal, so all those protocols are kept in place. And since this is off the beaten path, we're really staying out of city centers. The only city center we're going to will be Porto, but Porto is kind of that small city where we're not really interacting with many crowds anyway. But yes, everybody on the ship will be vaccinated.
And also, I shall add, Porto is like on a hill, so there's always fresh air there, and it's close to the ocean. There's a second question. By Morris. So we will know next week about whether we are going.
No problem, guys. I mean, we're gonna don't worry about it. I know everyone's trying to make decisions on what they want to do. So take your time. We kind of threw it at everybody about 2 weeks ago that it is on, and everyone's trying to feel if they feel comfortable going and if they have the time. I'm sure there's a ton of simchot going on because everybody can finally get together. So everyone's waiting to see who's having a baby, who's getting married, So there's still space. Don't feel pressure that you have to make a decision right now. It's just those people can now confirm their cabins at this time. But like I said, of the people who have registered, about of the 104 spaces we have, I would say about close to 80 have confirmed. So that gives people time to make those final decisions.
Thank you, David. And here is another, this is not a question, but Leslie has raised her hand, so I don't know how to do this.
No, you just got to ask questions, so don't worry about the hand raising. If you can, and if you have something later on, you can easily email us too, if you have any questions.
Right.
Great. So I think that's it, right, David? I think that's everybody's
so.
questions.
Yeah, I don't think there are any more questions at this point. Do you guys from the audience, ladies and gentlemen? Do you have any more questions regarding?
And you can save them for the boat too, because we'll be doing this every afternoon as well. So a lot
Every
more
morning,
information. Yeah, and what's so unique about riverboat cruising is that we're around each other all the time. So whether you're having dinner with Dr. Abramson or just having some free time walking around, everyone gets to know each other, everyone gets to ask questions. So it's really an in-depth experience. I'm sure what I can tell you right now is probably about 70% of the individuals who are coming as of this time are return cruisers. So probably many of you all know each other.
Great.
So I'm going to leave it with you, Henry, your last words, and we'll go from there.
Well, all I can say is that this is like, both Davids and I are saying all these superlatives, and I want to tell you all that are on this call that it's really true. We have so much fun. We enjoy this. This is, I feel I'm so fortunate to be able to be on these cruises, and everything David Krause says about the floating kahila, it's the shul at first. When we start the minyan, people are really careful, but everyone's talking during davening by the time we're done. So it's like everyone relaxes. And we made a lot of good friendships, my wife and I, over the course of these tours, and it is a wonderful experience on every level. On a physical level, the gastronomic expertise of Malcolm is unparalleled. On a spiritual level, connecting with you feel Jewish history so much more powerfully when you're actually standing in the street where Jews walked for thousands of years. It's an amazing experience, and on just a communal level, it feels great to connect with each other as explorers of this long Jewish history. And there are really some wonderful people that go on these cruises. I think that, I don't know if David actually does this on purpose, but everybody has to file I am vaccinated against being a mean person type of thing, right? Just like they file the COVID-19 vaccination forms. Okay, that was a stupid joke, but at any rate,
our code of conduct. Everybody loves it. It's our favorite. Just everyone knows who's been on our boats that it's just laid back, relaxed, and I think that's the whole point. Is you feel like a vacation. Leave your suits at home. You don't need them. And it's just a way to get to know each other, relax, and especially over this last year and a half, I think we can all use it.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that's it. I'm done. Thank you all very much for attending.
Thank you, everybody, so much. This was such a wonderful start of the new week, and I hope I will see everybody on the boat.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Take care. Thank you, Henry.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Broadcast from. I'm talking about the Bill Hadley Show. I'm talking about Gary and Shannon. Definitely talking about John Cobell's show. Oh, don't forget, we got Tim Cowell.
Get around a group of dudes and they get excited. It doesn't matter where you are.
One of the most beautiful sites that we look forward to visiting on the Douro cruise is the city of Salamanca in Spain. It's a gorgeous medieval city and has a very rich Jewish history, particularly for the first half of the millennium of the Common Era. Here's a map that shows you where Salamanca is. It's actually not on the Douro itself, so you have to take a bus to get there, but a very short bus ride. It will be a very significant city for the Douro area because when the Jews would be expelled from Salamanca, many of them would make their way directly to Portugal along the Douro River Valley. The earliest documentation of Jews in Salamanca dates to the 12th century, and it's interesting to note that from its inception, it appears that the Jews actually had fairly strong civil rights in the town. These would be degraded over the next few hundred years, but for example, under Fernando II, who reigned in the middle of the 12th century, Jews were given equal judicial rights as Christians in the town, and this is something which was repeated later in the 13th century when a charter, a fuero, was granted to the Jewish community there. They were given full legal rights and also a lot of privileges to judge themselves by Talmudic law. There were some exceptions. If Jews and Christians were involved in a lawsuit, then that might have to go to Christian judges. But otherwise, the Jews had a very strong level of self-government. There were still some discriminatory taxes in place that were specifically connected to the Jewish community, but on the whole, for the earlier period in particular, the Jews actually did very well. We know that by the 13th century, the Jews in Salamanca actually had 3 synagogues, the so-called Vieja, or the Old Synagogue, the Nueva, the New Synagogue, and the Menor, which means the small synagogue. This was actually much of an improvement over many other Jewish communities in Europe, because the custom was, of course, to only have 2 synagogues, one that you would pray in, and one that you wouldn't be caught dead in. So in the 14th century, you begin to see a decline in the quality of life for the Jews in Salamanca. There's growing intolerance. In the year 1335, new laws are passed to say that Christians could not seek medical services from Jews, which must have been a hardship on the population, because Jews are very traditionally associated with medicine, particularly in Spain. This is the place where, after all, Maimonides comes from, a little bit south of Salamanca, but nevertheless. Also, there are the beginnings of residency restrictions, where Jews are not allowed to live in certain areas and are encouraged to live in other areas, but this is really not so much of a hardship, because Jews generally are quite gregarious. They like to stick with one another. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, of a ritual bath, of an Asian restaurant, things like that. Unfortunately, towards the end of the 14th century, you see some more significant attacks. Salamanca is largely spared the wave of pogroms that washes across Spain in the year 1391. These are pogroms that are accompanied by some forced baptisms that would have a long-lasting impact on the Jews of Spain, because it ironically created a new class of citizen in Spain, these so-called new Christians, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who retained all of their personal identification with Judaism and the Jewish community, but at the same time had the freedom of movement and privilege of Christians. And this created a rather untenable situation, especially for the church in the 14th century, which will ultimately result in the Inquisition and later the expulsion of Jews. One of the most beautiful areas of Salamanca, in my humble opinion, is the gorgeous medieval university that exists there. And Jews have had a long association with this particular school, especially from the 14th century on. Not only in terms of contributing to its intellectual heft, as many Jews, especially after the forced conversions, would participate in teaching at the University of Salamanca, but also in a very material way. Their Beit Midrash, for example, the Jewish study hall, was ended up being confiscated by the university when Juan II donated it in 1413. This is after the wave of conversions that occurred following the 1391 pogroms across the Iberian Peninsula. It ended up becoming a dormitory. But even afterwards, Jews, now conversos or no Christians, are still participating very actively in university life. They would come under significant pressure during the period of the Inquisition, beginning from the 1470s and on, but they were deeply embedded in the intellectual life of the university. As you can see, that here's a couple of pictures from the last time I was there with Kosher River Cruises. Hebrew was an extremely important element of the curriculum, especially the theological part of the school. Here's actually a picture of me in the one of the lecture halls there, which is really quite fascinating. I really enjoyed the classroom furniture. Check out these benches here. No one is falling asleep in my class if I get to lecture in a room like this. Unfortunately, the story of the Jews of Salamanca in the 15th century comes to a dramatic and sad ending with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. The synagogue is confiscated by the church and given over to become a private residence. And the Jews who were conversos are now subject to significant persecution by the Inquisition. Those Jews who were never forcibly baptized to Christianity or who had never elected to become Christians, decided that Portugal was one of the best places for them to go, and they made their way across the border. Here, by the way, is a dramatic representation of the presentation of the idea of expulsion to Isabella and Ferdinand, the king and queen, and the person wildly gesticulating wearing the black is none other than the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada himself, and standing with his back to the viewer is Don Isaac Abravanel, very important rabbi and social activist politician of that era. The art is by Emilio Sala, painted in 1889. Okay, I hope that you will be able to join us on this amazing cruise along the Douro River, and I'm especially looking forward to seeing Salamanca again with you. Thank you very much for watching.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners every week.
Here we go. Hello, everyone. I am here with my good friend and colleague, David Kraus. He is our European director, and just so excited to see him again in person. By the way, this ship, we're all totally vaccinated. Portugal is one of the safest countries in Europe right now, and I'm really delighted to be back on this trip. David, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about what we expect to see?
Well, thank you, Henry. We are right now getting the whole boat into a kosher mode. So as you can imagine, that's quite challenging. But Baruch Hashem, we're fully getting there. And yeah, we are about to cruise the entire Douro, all the way upstream, all the way to Spain, Salamanca, visiting some of the beautiful sites there in that ancient Spanish city, and then start cruising back down. And obviously, one of the highlights of the whole cruise is visiting one of the last Marrano Jewish communities in the world, in a small village called Belmonte, where we actually get to meet the crypto-Jewish community that survived until today, which for me personally is absolutely fascinating. And it's always quite difficult to convince a group of Marranos to talk to a group of strangers about how Jewish they are. So I'm especially looking forward to that. But we already established friendship with some of the leading figures of the community, and this definitely will be one of the highlights. I'm so much looking forward to that, to see my friends again in Belmonte. And then we're also being welcomed by the Jewish community of Porto here when we come back. Let's help us come next to Porto one behind us over here. I'm holding a selfie here. I wasn't sure how to use that selfie stick. Not sure how to use it, but Rabbi always said ask any 12-year-old. There you go. You can see it's beautiful old Jewish community in Porto. Are we going to the shul here too? Yes. Oh wow, it's amazing. Amazing. Makor Chaim. Shagraduri Makor Chaim, yes. You can see in the background also, this is a bridge that was designed by the school of Gustav Eiffel, the famous designer of the Eiffel Tower. It's basically the same thing, just sideways. Right. And one thing they added from last time is, they right now actually, they introduced trams, and one specialty about Porto is that normally in most other cities, you have one set of trains, you have two, and they're connected together. So that's one of the signature things.
Okay, Dave, you're going to speak with me more on this camera for as we go down this tour, right? Right. It's going to be great. Okay, next video, hopefully we'll show you some more cool things. Thank you very much for watching. Hey everyone, I'm here with David Lawrence, my friend and colleague from Kosher Riverboat Tours, and we're on the beautiful Douro River on day 2 of our amazing cruise into Iberian Jewish history. David, tell us something about this great experience.
So everyone boarded yesterday. We're now heading upriver all the way to the Spanish border. We'll be doing Salamanca tomorrow in Spain, full day touring in Spain. Today's a leisurely journey upriver. Everybody's resting, relaxing. We have our cooking classes, our lectures, our history classes. Everyone's starting to get to know each other and filling ourselves with as much food as we possibly can to survive tomorrow's full day tour.
And it's also cool. We are right now, by the way, in the middle of a lock. What is a lock? I'll turn the selfie stick around for a second. This is a lock, and it is like a way of making the Douro River navigable because it has like used to have rapids, right? So these things were constructed in the 20th century to allow the riverboat to rise to another level. And on the other side of that big kind of bridge behind us, we'll join the river at that level. And by the way, David, I think you know the reason why Jews love to tour on the Douro River is because it has so many locks on it. Yeah, okay. So anyways, tomorrow Salamanca, which is going to be just amazing because they have this amazing university, one of the oldest in Europe, that was extremely important for graduating a lot of really famous Jews and crypto Jews after the Inquisition had forced them to convert to Christianity. Really fascinating to see.
And all the red stone, which makes it a really beautiful, unique city. Somewhere like Jerusalem, here everything is kind of all the buildings the same color as well. Makes it something almost a very unique place in Spain. I haven't seen anything like it in all of Spain. I've been all over Spain. It makes this really unique. One of my favorite cities, actually.
It is gorgeous. Not quite as beautiful as Jerusalem, of course, but it does have that kind of, reddish look to it. Okay, great. Turn off the camera now. Yeah, I remember. Wow, this is really an opposing lock here. Okay, David, let's get you in this one here. Okay. Hi. Wait a second. Let me get out here. So it looks like you're pushing. Okay, go. Push. Put some effort into it. Come on. Effort. That's it. Great. Okay. That is great. Okay, right now I am in front of the Museum of Belmonte. You can see it's actually a fairly isolated part of the world. I hope to show you some video of being on the mountain top here, where you have gorgeous views of the society all around, but it's really quite isolated. And in fact, the isolation of this geographic locality contributed to the survival of the Jewish population here because, there was really no major civilization around. And unlike the cities like in Porto, where it was much more tenuous for crypto Jews to maintain their identity, here in Belmonte, they could preserve it for 500 years.
We're a big community of crypto Jews who were able to survive throughout the centuries. We're right in front of the museum that they were able to create, where you can see some beautiful things, and you can actually see families throughout generations and generations, and people that actually helped this community to come out in the open after so many centuries.
Well, I think a journey started probably about 5 years ago when we decided to actually do the Douro River. We had to do a lot of research, years of research, to basically find out how the boat would move, how we were going to move, and what we could see within the
Zoot, how you live in Pimp?
The proximity of the river. It started with the.
Yeah, Doug, I was just thinking, we haven't played in so long. What did you think of my recent interview with Ori? It was like Saturday. Yep, I'll send it to you. You didn't see it. Well, why don't you watch the whole fucking thing? I shout out Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 to you like 1,000 times. You haven't been busy enough to watch that. Do you know how fucking important that is? Alright, so I'm gonna send you. I even send it to you in Telegram. Alright. Are you ready to get your ass fucking whooped? Just spanked? I'm gonna spank your ass from now until October 31st, son. 1v1, 2 players. Zoot. I've invited you. Have you accepted my invitation? Oh, yeah, you did. Fuck yeah, you did. What do you think of your shot? Scale it from 0 to 10. I think that's accurate. Boy, actually, it's better than that because it kind of fucks me. Oh, you are fucking me, dog.
Assistants not to get on the show, but they're taking notes. 1-855-949-7.
Good. I think it was great.
Christine Rose, how did you become involved in holistic health and healing?
By being extremely ill and trying to find a solution. I was told I was dying with 3 months to live, and I wasn't going to give up. Talmud researched it, and
I don't know why it's so difficult to get it through there.
I was treated by him every day with carnivore.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, make it. Absolutely phenomenal shot.
To have the benefit.
How many weeks?
Yes, it would have been.
Did you start? They're really.
Yes, you can.
And that was by observing the blood work.
4 years later.
I do too.
I am staying with
I'm pretty fucking amazing at this.
one of which is carnivore. You can
Stay away from the water. It's perfect. That's as good a shot as you ever will get. Oh, get in the water. It did not. It did not. Good shot. Now look at this. Oh, bad miss. Yeah. That's fine. It got you a big lead. I wonder why. Just terribly.
That's takelead.com, promo code radio.
Wow. After that amazing first shot. Because of that little angle. And he missed. No, he made it.
Pharmacist, nutritionist, and cosmetic chemist.
That's okay, because I'm going to come back right now.
These 6 weeks go by too slow. We want to get you.
This is an easy hole.
We're already into October. Next time I'm on, it'll be, and then, oh my God, 2025 coming up.
Oh, that's a good shot.
You sound great too, by the way. You feeling good? Love it. You've been supplementing for years. Yeah, Mom taught me that a lot. Rare people who are hit to supplementation.
Ooh.
I want to tell everybody, by the way, because they love my mother, who's 95 years. Apparently, I just found she fell down the steps of the basement. Oh no, you all right? And she's fine. She crawled up.
You cannot lose now. Yep, but you cannot lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's something like that could have killed her. Perfectly fine. George, that's a testimony.
Oh, a really good shot.
And she went all the way down, and they were hard.
It was amazing.
Some of them as a little kid. Is she
I agree.
I call that 4 dimensions of healing: spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical. And I've got one from a guy named Tom, much like our producer Tom, who says that he thinks prostate cancer.
Yeah.
How bad is that?
Let's see it.
Prostate cancer, they didn't even know until they
That's not it.
So it's
Perfect.
People that find prostate cancer, you definitely want to keep your eye on it. You want to make sure you're it can definitely kill you. But there are people that die, they find they have prostate cancer, they didn't even know they had it. Prostate cancer, 1 out of 2 Americans have cancer at some time in their lifetime. That's statistics.
Strangely enough, you are very good at this one. No, it wasn't. It was amazing. Oh. Oh, that was really good. That was really good.
Culture and history of mankind. You know, we spent $12,000 a year per capita as other Western countries, and our lake.
Hit that guy. There we go.
Japan, Switzerland, Germany, Netherlands, these countries that spend fractions of what we spend on healthcare, and that's because we've medicalized. Health is not about medicine, and while you do need medical intervention periodically, it's not an issue.
Oh, wow. That was good.
It involves food, it involves supplementation, it involves exercise and breathing and spirituality, mind, body, and this idea. The doctor, when you have a health,
Did it. I did it. I won. Because I'm amazing, good looking, and sexy.
Take care of our bodies is absolutely insane by definition.
Did you like that comeback? Don't call it a comeback. Vampire. It was pretty good.
That's because the medical model is not equipped to deal with chronic degenerative disease is a lifestyle disease. How we're living
Short.
our lives. You know, 80% of calories in the standard American diet, which is ridiculously obscene. The standard American diet takes about 3,600 calories. We need 1,000, 3 or 4 times as many calories. The standard, and 80% of those calories come from ultra processed foods. These are foods that are made themselves from components that are manufactured. Chips, instant noodles, frozen pizza, meals. These ultra processed foods called UPS are killing us. And Dick Gregory, I don't remember that famous comedian Dick Gregory, he said we're killing ourselves with our forks.
Living the dream, baby. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. If only you would watch my fucking interviews, you would know.
When you start to take in nutritional supplements, you want access to energy.
Oh, this sucks.
Eat as much food. One of the first things that happens with nutrition, like the Healthy Start Pack, for longevity, the Beyond Tank Pantry, which I absolutely love, by the way.
Oh, man, that's really unfortunate.
One of the first things that happens is you eat less. Body is able to access the energy from the calories.
Okay, I'm going to dominate this one.
Nutrition can't access the energy, and this is one of the major reasons.
I turn it on. Nope. This is an easy win for Rabbi.
You know, I have a lot of friends who are physicians, and they're like helping alleviate suffering. That's a beautiful thing.
I'm in agreement. Kind of exciting when you do that. Look at this move. Ooh.
The science of brainwashing is really evil. This is not. Individual doctors are by and large beautiful human beings, and the nurses are even better. Well, I don't like blaming the physicians, but the model is corrupt. But we have nobody but ourselves to blame for it. You know, if
Pretty good, dog. Let's see your shot. That's what I want you to do. Oh, what a beautiful shot. What an absolutely spectacular shot.
There's never been a physician who can help anybody with an autoimmune disease. There's never been a physician who can use a medical strategy to help anybody deal with diabetes or cancer for that matter.
Blast it. Sand. Be in the sand. Too much sand. Wow. You gave away a point right there.
Power to help reverse, not cure, but reverse the movement of chronic degenerative disease.
This is a difficult hole. Oh, look at this shot. Look how beautiful this shot is. Oh, that is sexy. That's how it's done, baby. Be the shot. Be it. Be it. Be it. Be it. Be it. Would you take that shot? Short, and you. Now, would you hit it like this? I'm not even going to ask. I'll just do it. Yep, that's what you do.
Skin on my face appears to be molting.
Oh, that's good. Oh, you got to. That was not fair. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this move? Oh. Oh, was that bad? Was that bad or what? Yes, you can. You have an excellent chance. Even still, you have an excellent chance. Ooh, even though that was bad, it wasn't that bad. That was bad. Definitely. They're just more difficult because you have to keep them together. It's like, why have one boy band when you can have 5 individual stars? Look at this shot. Oh, no. Let's see what you've got. Oh, you got fortunate. Dude, you got fucked. Right. Right. Wait, hold on. Did they do it in the X Factor?
We are trying to get energy. We are trying to get energy like we're drinking water from a fire hydrant. So much darn energy.
Ooh. What was the group? Oh, was that a good shot? Oh, was that a good shot? Oh, was that a good shot? Zoot, that was good. What are your thoughts that Harry Styles is secretly Mick Jagger's love child? Do you think they look alike? Yes or no? Go. Okay. Do you think this is a good shot? Yes or no? You cannot win it all. You can only tie. All right, you ready for this shot? I'm going to bounce it off this thing. Oh, that was good. That was really good. You're in the trees. You ready for this? Just a beautifully put ball. Perfect. I'm tough. I'm undefeated, baby. Untied, untried, undefeated. Never lost. Greatest motherfucker ever. Not only am I good looking, but I smell good. I'm beautiful. Everybody loves me. Here we go, Zoo. Make it in one shot. Is it possible? I'm in agreement. You gotta knock some shit out of the way.
Therapy occasionally can keep you in the game, but for the most part, it's going to make you better. And by the way, if you take a prescription drug,
Ooh.
your body, look, depletes itself of magnesium.
Take out that thing for me. Perfect. Dude, I don't know why you would have done that. That was really bad on your part, but I'll take it.
Writing the body's biochemistry and the inherent wisdom that's built into the cell.
Watch this move. Do you like it? Oh, that's a good shot, but not strong enough. Ooh. Yes, you can. Ooh. Not good. No, because I got that shit in the way.
And while you don't have to do it, it's only polite, it's only right to let him says. But if you're gonna,
Well, yeah, could you go for the hole? Why wouldn't you go for the hole? Shoot. I'm kind of fucked here. Oh, what a great shot. Did you see that? Did you fucking see that shot?
Going to take a short break here with pharmacist Ben Fuchs from Critical Health News.
Not that bad. You and I both know that's not that bad. Yours is worse.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today.
Now look at this shot. I want to see it. Nope. Just utterly terrible shot. Absolutely.
All the great Benjamin Moore paints and stains at your local Benjamin Moore retailer.
And it was. Look at this shot.
A guy into custody for a series of armed robberies at food trucks in a 7-Eleven store in the happened between September 8th and 11th. They say detectives got a search warrant for the guy's home and found clothes he'd worn during all the robberies.
What a miss.
Crimes. Has died. She was behind such films as Sleepless in Seattle, Flashdance. Lose a guy in 10 days.
I thought I was gonna hit the pink.
Today at her home in LA, surrounded by her loved ones. Earlier this year, she said she'd been diagnosed with COPD.
Here's your shot. Oh.
74 years old. Southland weather from KFI mostly.
Ready for this?
With highs in the low 80s in Metro LA, 90 in the valley.
Stop. I'll take it. I'll take that shot. I'll take that shot all day. Show me. Perfect. Knock that shit out of my way. Maybe not. Shoot. It's really hard, actually. It's going to be really hard. Water.
California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Nancy Rodriguez.
This report is sponsored by
No. Hard. Water. Stop. Really bad shot there.
Leads you to answer why the crime happened in the first place. Host of the new true crime podcast. We'll examine some of the country's most infamous and mysterious murders and learn how the location of the
You have a good shot here.
Listen to
Just stay out of the water.
America's #1 podcast network.
Water.
Open your free iHeart app and search
Water. You're gonna hit the shit.
Start listening. Hurricane. Bringing storm surge. Tornadoes to communities
No.
still reeling.
And that's really bad that I didn't hit that.
Millions were left without power. AmeriCares is responding. We're meeting with local clinics and mobilizing medical supplies to
Make
help
it.
restore access to health and mental
Blast it
health
all the way.
services.
You need all the energy you can get.
AmeriCares is prepared to
Nope. Yep.
Let's work together.
Terrible.
AmeriCares.org to learn how.
I cannot lose. Oh, how the fuck didn't I make that?
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Item-planet organic crab.
Thank you.
From the $1.29 bin into the $2 bin.
No.
Hey, is this organic? There's never been an organic piece of fruit or vegetable in any market. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. They're just crazy people buying that crap. Live 4 to 7
Wow.
a.m. on KFI.
That was fortunate. Welcome, welcome. We're glad that you're here. Shout out to you. How you being? Welcome. We're just chilling, playing mini golf, if you know what mini golf. Tight. Welcome. I don't know if I won. We'll see. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. We are just playing. Look at this. Make it. And I make it. How you like it? No, I won. All right, Zoot. Going back. We're watching lectures. Feel free to listen. It's Professor Henry Abramson. History lectures.
Just a bunch of people getting in the car and exploring. And it took quite a while.
Pleasure to meet you, Jesse. Glad that you're here. We're listening to
tell us where everything was.
Judaism lectures.
To mention, we are one of the groups rediscovering, reconnecting this incredible Jewish history after 500 years and reconnecting with the people that in Porto who are recently rediscovering their Jewish roots.
5 years ago, the Judah River, and then had to basically research every stop along the way and try to search out the Jewish history and heritage because there was no roadmap. You basically see a bunch of and a bunch of
Peace,
scholars
man.
looking for all those points. Remember when we got to this town 5 years ago, the mayor met us and bought us lunch. And was excited to have us come and bring our groups. I mean, this is never had a mayor buy us lunch.
And in here in Hamlet, Jews and non-Jews exactly only together. For me, the first night is the most special.
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue, which was inaugurated in 1993, if I'm not mistaken. And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community of Belmonte. This gentleman behind me is the president of the Jewish community of Belmonte. Pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area. And this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity. But we have to say that the modern Jewish identity would never be part of the community here in Belmont if it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the crypto Jews here who kept it alive. And I think this, personally, for me, this is the most fascinating experience because they really passed down the tradition, although in a very, very corrupted, changed way. But the bulk of it was there all the way until the 20th century, and therefore the idea that they are part of the Jewish people survived until today, and therefore they could rejoin the Am Yisrael beginning of the 1990s. It's still a process that is going on, and he was explaining to us how they're slowly building up the community, and he very proudly now showed us this video here where they build a sukkah.
Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Like, oh my gosh.
We know he wanted to do. He got the Jewish person wanting to produce a just Belmonte.
So behind me is the wall of the cistern that used to collect the water, rainwater, and then they would send it down to the lower city all the way up until the 20th century. This was the actual active water source for much of the city of Lamego. And in these blocks here, it was the custom for individual stonemasons to leave their mark. Some of them are really quite interesting, and we can't really tell for sure. But there's this one here. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. I'm holding out to my selfie stick at the same time. This one here looks a lot like the Shnei Lukot Habrit, the 10 tablets of the law, which would, not necessarily be such a good thing for a Jewish stonemason living as a new Christian to use as his mark, because it would be pretty obvious. But it could be that this here might actually be a cruciform shape, like a cross, to kind of maybe subtly indicate the overlaying of a Christian identity on top of a Jewish identity. Not at all impossible. You'll notice that the Shnei Lukot Habrit have the European rounded tops, whereas most of the traditional commentaries actually have the two tablets of law as being square. Nevertheless, so we really don't know, but it's fascinating to see this mark on the as one of the stonemason's marks here on the cistern.
Lamego had an important Jewish community. We had over here, we had two Jewish neighborhoods. We will walk first along the new Jewish neighborhood, and then we will end the tour at the old Jewish neighborhood. The first documentation we have of its presence dates back to the 13th century.
We are here at Lamego. We are right now at the newer Jewish quarter. There were subsequently two Jewish quarters. Jews are documented here in Lamego as early as 1100, if I'm not mistaken. And now we're kind of like trying to orient ourselves around the Jewish quarter, around the Stiebel. So this seems fairly suspicious to a European Jewish eye. We were for so many centuries locked up in ghettos, so we kind of, or at least I do, have it in the eye to say so. So this seems to me like this might have been one of the entrances into the quarter, because you have this massive stone wall, quite out of place on the corner, and then everything else is cramped in. On the other side, you have this very high wall, which might have been actually the division between the Christian part and the Jewish part. And then this building here on the corner, first of all, this is nothing really out of the ordinary Jewish up there. That's not Jewish, but that's actually the point. Very often when a synagogue or a Jewish building was seized by the Christians, they would override the former function of the building by inserting some Christian symbol. Moreover, we're dealing with a building that's built, obviously, in the axis west-north, west-east, okay? And there is this grandiose Gothic
meaning 14th century. Entrance. Again, in the 14th century, we know from sources that the Jewish quarter was here, and understanding the architecture a bit, in the Gothic period, only really the most important edifices were built with such an elaborate arch entrance, because the people were not really capable of building anything more complicated back then, except for the cathedrals, churches, and some church buildings. And for that case also, obviously, the synagogues. Very often also the synagogues were built by non-Jewish Christian guilds and stonemasonry workshops. And this might have been the case. Again, we don't know. And moreover, if you, like in the bigger picture, look at the area, this obviously is the main street, or sort of a, as they say in Italian, piazzetta. So down there we have another building, which again is in the axis west-east, again denoting the importance of it, perhaps. And so my theory is that actually over there was the old shul, and this is the breakaway minyan.
And so where we're standing right here is one of the structures that we believe may have been the synagogue on this street. It's really hard to tell. There's no obvious symbol. There's a possibility that this may be a little mezuzah scar over here. I'm getting the camera. That may be a mezuzah scar, but it's not quite the right size or placement. But one of the stronger items to suggest that it might be the synagogue is that, ironically, it seems to have been rededicated. It looks like Lomos, like house.
Yes.
And Timo, like maybe Timoteo, maybe it was rededicated as a church.
No, that we know. That we know. So
I think that
a little chapel. Yes.
Rededication symbol.
So this is quite fascinating, because obviously this is a cross that you can see that, but why is it again put exactly on the right part of the doorstep? This is what the neo-Christians, what the conversos would do in order to show that they're good Christians, but in fact this was a secret message for the fellow conversos that this actually is a Jewish household. That's interesting. Wow. I mean, this is literally what you get here in Portugal. Nobody has really dealt with Jewish heritage, or the crypto-Jewish heritage pretty much ever. So you're literally unearthing the evidence right on the streets of Portugal here.
This is the house of the bishop, and this is an 18th century building. And we believe, or better, we have information that people talked about new Christians, women bearing people here in virgin soil. I believe it's like this it's said. And they would bury those people in a weird way, which was wrapping them with white textiles. So this was also one of the accusations happening during that period of the Inquisition being here, 6 years, 41 to 47 of the 16th century. Yeah.
Thank you, Felipe. So this building here is really kind of fascinating and holds a lot of promise for our interpretation and understanding of the region. We are on, as Felipe mentioned, Esnoga Street, right? Synagogue Street, which is ironically the name of the street that I grew up on in Eagle Falls, because we have a synagogue on that street as well. But as you can see, the building that is behind me is actually a church, and there's a plaque here that identifies it somewhat mysteriously as the first cathedral dated 435. But as Felipe points out, that's kind of a suspicious date, right? Really doesn't make quite sense. But notice a couple of interesting things about this building. First of all, it has kind of like the dramatic stamp of a Christian facility, as you can see there, which is like one of the sort of overcompensations that we often see in converted synagogues. Also, it has 2 entrances, just like in Brooklyn or Muncie, you would have 2 entrances like that. It doesn't have a steeple or any other kind of traditional architecture that you would identify with a church. So there's still a lot of questions as to what exactly this building is. It is in the right place to be one of the newer synagogues on the street. Again, if we could go inside and see if there were any names like Schwartz or Goldberg, we would know for sure. But for the time being, this is one of those mysteries. And actually, we've got to give credit to David Krause, who really spent some time thinking about the architecture here.
David Krause would say that that's where they're going.
Yeah, you'll see the a Prague kind of reference.
No, wait, that was a good photograph.
Of your camera.
Put that right up in front of your face. That's really good. Oh, perfect. That's how I always remember you.
I'm standing right now with the major square across the street from me. You can see it's planted with a whole bunch of sycamore trees in the 19th century. You have a look at the trees over my right shoulder. You can see that the trunks are rather distended and kind of have these bulbous, large growths. Apparently, shortly after they were planted in the 19th century, they developed some kind of infection with some kind of invasive species, and the trunks were grossly distended and deformed. And it's interesting because right behind me is where the two recorded autos da fe happened in Porto. That is, people who were accused by the Inquisition of practicing secret Judaism. It was also associated with witchcraft and many other things. They were executed here on this square. It was very rare. Porto had only these specific executions, and all of the rest were sent to cities like Lisbon and Coimbra. But it is fascinating, I think, kind of ironic that when they tried to replant over the area, it's as if the soil was tainted in such a way that, at least metaphorically, the trees were diseased. It's also interesting to note that John III, who introduced the Inquisition to this region, amazingly, he had 11 children, and all of them predeceased him.
This is the last neighborhood. It existed, if you want precision, between 1380 and 1496, so until the expulsion. And as I told you, yellow building all over the place until here. We had the wall, and the gentleman that will build this neighborhood on purpose to John I, the man was mentioned before, the husband of Philippa of Lancaster. We are on the free translation Saint Benedict of the Victory Street. And the victory stands exactly for what you think it stands. Victory over the trees. This street wasn't named like this before that. So we had an important monastery roughly 20 kilometers along the Douro River. They will move from there and they will establish here, where we know that we had houses of 30 families that came from the expulsion of Spain in 1492 to live in the city of Rome. And they will build this here because we had no Christians. So the goal was exactly to start paying attention to the traditions, the habits, the way that these new Christians live. So they are here as a control point in a former Jewish neighborhood.
So this building here, just to reiterate what Philippa just said, it's really remarkable. This is actually someplace that was used as a house of worship by crypto Jews shortly after the Inquisition. It is now a retirement home for senior citizens. When we were here last time, it is a private facility. It's not a museum or anything like that. We, through David Krause and his kind of like nudging the people, they did let us go in. Obviously, that's not possible with elderly people in COVID-19. And on my website, I have photographs of the Aron Kodesh. But to describe it to you, basically what it was dug into the wall, about a depth of about 10, 12 centimeters, or about a foot, I'd say a foot, and it clearly had the shape of an Aron Kodesh. It had the arch at the top and so on, and it was probably covered over originally with some kind of movable false wall. And so people could come in here, and as Philippa mentioned, there's a separate entrance that's not even on the street. You come up from below, and they would have their services in there. And they would just reveal the secret Aron Kodesh by probably a sliding wall. We are right now at the so-called synagogue stairs, which will connect the Jewish neighborhood that's up high down to the lower part of the steps. You can see the sign here that says the stairs of the synagogue. I'm standing in front of one of the most amazing sites in Portugal. This is the Makor Chaim synagogue, the source of life synagogue, also known as the Kaduri Shul, named after a major benefactor. This is a 20th century synagogue that was created largely for the emerging crypto-Jewish community in Portugal who are rediscovering their Jewish roots. It's really one of the most fantastic things about it. Spending an entire week on the Douro River, looking at the tiniest little scraps showing evidence of Jewish life here in the Iberian Peninsula after the Inquisition, to see that in fact it is coming surging back to life at places like this synagogue behind me. Good morning, everyone. It's a nice crisp morning. It's in the middle of October, so the weather is just a little bit fresh. You might even see a little bit of steam coming out of my breath. We're docked here at the Portuguese-Spanish border. We're going to switch to overland transport to get to Salamanca. You can see the boat behind me. This is the Douro Serenity, and it is, a really wonderful boat. We got these great rooms that the windows actually open right out onto the river, so you can open up the window and just sit and enjoy the water passing by. Salamanca is absolutely fascinating. As an academic, I especially find it intriguing because it's one of those schools that has been around since the 13th century, incredibly prolific in terms of the production of its scholarship, and many Jews and crypto-Jews attended this university for hundreds of years. Some of them really incredible, like Abraham Zaputo, who with his astronomical work really made the navigation and the Portuguese industry of navigating the seas possible. So we're going to see a lot of fascinating things at the university campus, and also some of the old Jewish quarter before the expulsion from 1492. Okay, let's go see it. We're in Salamanca's Plaza Mayor, which is a rather amazing public square. I'll see if I can give you a good look at it walking around. This is the kind of place which was typically associated with autos de fe, the burnings at the stake of people accused by the Inquisition of harboring Judaic activities. It happens that this particular one it does not have that distinction, primarily because it was built in the 18th century.
This is sandstone. Then the stone we use during using monuments is sandstone, and this is rich in iron. Iron becomes rusty with the time. That's why Salamanca looks golden city. Okay, and then there are pros and cons with this stone. As the pros is that you can do lovely carvings, lovely details in the front.
The building right behind me was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. See, it's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this is gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th and 15th century. Now, it happened that Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time, and there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in this town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospitals, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics, linguistics, and now is the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here you see Friar Leon, who's one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto-Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch, right? Like meaning a piece of wood. So for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years. 4 years, 4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom that hopefully we'll see inside, and he said, "As we were saying," as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear and then you pick it up and you can say, "Amar Rava." Okay, let's have a look inside. One of the great scholars that taught at this university was of crypto-Jewish background. As the sign we saw outside spoke to the many languages that they taught in this university. And as you can see, David, have a look at this beautiful classroom furniture. I want to get this on all my campuses because I guarantee that students will not fall asleep. Thank you. I guarantee that students will not fall asleep with this kind of furniture. And it has USB connection. And it has USB connections, charging ports, everything you need. Hey, we didn't get a chance to do stuff together. David, why don't you jump on one with me right now? Okay.
I got it spotted.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the really amazing aspects of Jewish history in the Iberian Peninsula is the remarkable survival of crypto-Judaism in Portugal in particular. What I'd like to look at today is one specific aspect of why Judaism was able to survive about 500 years of persecution by going underground during the period of the Inquisition, and it's specifically along the Douro River. So let's just have a quick recap on what was the Portuguese Inquisition. To understand it properly, you have to go back to Spain in the late 14th century when there was a series of pogroms and forced conversions in 1391. This created a really large population of people who were technically Christian. They had been baptized against their will, and according to church law, they were in fact now Catholics, but they deeply resented this fact. There was an upside, though, because now, as Christians, they had, carte blanche to, live wherever they wanted, go to higher institutions of learning, to pursue any kind of occupation they want. And so over the course of the 15th century, these crypto-Jews, because they were quite often secretly practicing Judaism, still marrying with Jews, still studying Jewish texts, still keeping kosher, things like that, they began to penetrate many different aspects of Spanish society. This caused a lot of tension. By the time you get to the 15th century, the Spanish kings Ferdinand and his queen Isabella instituted the Inquisition, which was essentially a way to root out those Jewish practicing Jews who were portraying themselves as Catholics. At this point, we're talking about 3-4 generations of Catholics now. They were called New Christians or Conversos, or the derogatory term Marrano, which means pig. And there's a lot of interesting debate among historians. Was the primary purpose of the Inquisition to kind of generate religious uniformity in Spain, which we definitely see a huge push for that? Or was it sort of a socioeconomic backlash against the Jews taking positions in parts of society where before the forced conversions they had not gone? So this Inquisition was technically directed only at those Jews who had been forcibly converted and their descendants, again, now 3-4 generations in. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella took a much more drastic step following the suggestion of the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada to expel all the Jews of Spain. And now we're talking about the Jews who had not been baptized, not the crypto-Jews, with the reasoning that it was the presence of traditional Jews, practicing Jews, openly practicing Jews, that were keeping the new Christians from abandoning their Jewish faith. And so the idea was get rid of all the Jews. And that's how we get to Portugal, because in 1492, there's a massive wave of Jews who leave Spain, and many of them cross the land border to the west into Portugal, especially along the Douro River Valley. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Portugal handled these migrants, some of whom were legal and many of whom were illegal, with difficulty. And in 1497, ultimately, Portugal took a rather drastic step. Rather than expelling those Jews, because they did represent a significant economic advantage for the country, they decided simply forcibly convert them all en masse. And so that's in fact what happened in 1497. However, Portugal did not institute the Inquisition. They
I mean, we can have discussions about it. Apparently, they hoped that the problem would go away on its own, and they actually put a stay on the Inquisition for a number of decades. It was only in 1536 that Pope Paul III finally brought the Inquisition formally to Portugal with this papal bull, Cum ad nihil magis. And in fact, the Portuguese Inquisition was in many ways even more savage than
Rabbi
the
did not
Spanish
send you that metal
So that's
figure
basically
tab.
what happened. By the time you get to the 4th decade of the 16th century, the entire peninsula is under the supervision of the Inquisition, and the hunt for crypto Jews is relentless and often ends in these horrific auto da fe, these public burnings, sometimes burnings in effigy, sometimes burning of corpses. There's a lot more to say about this, but that's basically the situation. Now let's look specifically at Portugal and the Douro River in particular. Here's a map of the Douro River. You can see that it starts in Spain and it moves towards the west and empties into the Atlantic Ocean. It's actually a very beautiful river. I mean, just gorgeous with rolling hills and little vineyards, and I think it's one of the most beautiful rivers in Europe, actually. It also has a remarkable height differentiation. In order to traverse the Douro River, you have to go through these massive constructions called locks, which move the boats literally up or down to be able to travel all of it. But at any rate, why is this so significant for crypto-Judaism? Primarily because if you look at this map here, you can see that the Douro River is primarily in the top, but the main centers of the Inquisition are quite a bit to the south. There's Coimbra, which is a very important university town that was a notable center of the Inquisition. But the other two were quite a bit further south, in Lisbon and in Évora. And the region of the Douro River, which is dotted with these little hilltop settlements, it was basically the hinterland. It was far away from the big urban centers. The closest one was Porto, which also had a very large Jewish community, then and now, actually. But these tiny little communities where you might have 5 families, 10 Jewish families, or crypto-Jewish families, they were able to basically be out of the way of most of the attention of the Inquisition. Communities like Belmonte, Trancoso, these were basically where crypto-Jews could more or less stay under the radar, and they did so for a remarkable 500 years, preserving all kinds of internal Jewish traditions, sometimes highly modified Jewish traditions to understand and to adapt to the environment in which they live. And this basically was a situation until the early 20th century when Samuel Schwartz, shown here, who was a Polish Jewish engineer, was in the region. And, he was kind of like an amateur ethnographer, and he was just asking around for different things. And people said, whatever you do, don't do business with those people up in Belmonte because, they're actually Jews. And he was fascinated. Jews in this part of Portugal, the Inquisition has been here since 1536. It's almost 500 years later. Goes up there and he encounters them, and it's kind of a funny story. They don't believe he's Jewish at first. Only after meeting specifically with the village elder, who quizzes him, gives him a farher, an exam on the spot, and he was able to, for example, recite the Shema prayer. Then she finally said, "Oh, he's Jewish," and in fact, they accept him. So these little communities far to the north and quite remote were able to shelter these Jewish populations for such a long time. It is one of the most fascinating aspects of European Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to going there with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It is one of my favorite spaces to visit in Europe, and I hope some of you will join me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In my research preparing for the cruise along the Douro River in Portugal, I came across an absolutely amazing character that I really have to look more deeply into, but his life is somewhat mysterious, and let me just tell you what I know. His name is Duarte de Paz. He was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. He died sometime after 1552. It's not exactly clear what happened at the end of his life, as you'll see in a minute, but he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto-Jews. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. I came across this in the Encyclopedia Judaica,
which was updated in 2007, but there was some other research that was obviously not included as they updated their article, and I found a great article by Carlos Manuel Valentim at the University of Lisbon, and a really interesting article by James Nelson Novoa based on Vatican secret archives that were recently updated. He's with the Cátedra de Estudos Sefarditas Alberto Benediste. Fascinating material. So here's the story with De Paz. He was the oldest of 6 children, and he was born around 1500, right? So his parents had just been forcibly converted to Christianity, and for the first few decades of the 16th century, the Portuguese Jews were feeling very resentful of this moment, of course, but nevertheless, they had the rights as Christians to do whatever they wanted, and they could practice Judaism in secret, primarily because King Manuel I, who had like a larger geopolitical agenda. He wanted to unite with Spain, and he didn't want to expel the Jews of Portugal, many of whom, by the way, were originally refugees from Spain. He wanted to keep them in Portugal for their economic talents and value and investments and so on. So he simply mass converted them against their will. So in exchange for that act, he promised them that he would hold off on allowing the Inquisition coming into Portugal, and in fact he did so for quite a while. So our hero, De Paz, was the oldest of 6 children, and the family was very involved in the Douro region, actually, or Porto, which is where the Douro River empties out into the Atlantic, and they had a lot of business up and down the river. De Paz ended up going into the military, and he actually lost an eye fighting for Portugal in a war in North Africa. But he still maintained very heavy connections with very important crypto-Jewish families like the Nassi family of Doña Gracia Mendez Nassi and Joseph Nassi and others. Now you have to imagine this individual, a decorated soldier with one eye, kind of like a Moshe Dayan kind of look. We don't have pictures of him, but he probably wore an eye patch. And he rose up in the ranks until finally King John III, who actually, I'm going to pronounce his name for João III. I have to give thanks to Helena of Brazil, who now lives in Melbourne, for sending me notes on how to pronounce João properly. I used to think it was João, like when the baby was born, the mother would say, João, it's a boy. But it's actually João. Anyway, sorry for the distraction. King João III named him to the Military Order of Christ. This is a former Templar organization, like Knights of Templar, and this was in 1530 when he was about 30 years old, and he apparently wore the habit of the Order of Christ, the Military Order of Christ, in his travels. We don't have a picture of him, but here's a picture of the very famous Marquis de Pombal, who is also a member of the Military Order of Christ, and he is wearing the official cross that is so, associated with Portugal and specifically this 16th century. So that's what he must have dressed like. So he went off on a secret mission for King João III, but then apparently he abandoned whatever that mission was, and he decided he was going to spend time in Rome lobbying on behalf of his brethren, the Portuguese crypto-Jews. We have to imagine that he carried with him a massive amount of money, which was provided for him by the crypto-Jewish community of Portugal. And he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. It's amazing. The year before, the Pope had issued this papal bull, Cum ad nihil magis, which was formally allowing the Inquisition to come to Portugal. And with this bag of money, De Paz was able to set it off single-handedly, rather amazingly. And it wasn't only Pope Clement VII. The next Pope, Paul III, was also very involved with De Paz, and apparently, this is amazing, De Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. After Pope Paul III, who was in office until 1549, we find out that De Paz's career goes definitely downhill. King Joao is very upset because he learned that De Paz is not doing whatever secret mission he sent him on, and instead is out there lobbying for crypto Jews in Rome. So he strips him of his office, demands that he stop wearing the insignia and so on, and possibly was behind an assassination attempt. That apparently De Paz was attacked on the road while traveling. He was stabbed 14 times and left for dead on the road. But luckily, or with foresight, I really should say, he was wearing some kind of secret armor underneath his clothing, and he was able to survive that attack. He was rescued. He was actually brought to the doctors of the Pope who treated him, and he was able to eventually heal and then move on. During this time, however, and it gets really murky, he apparently had significant disputes with his financial backers who were questioning exactly how he was spending his money, and he was replaced by another representative, Diogo Antonio, and De Paz was furious. He ends up in Ferrara, Italy in 1538, and he is jailed at that point. This is when the Inquisition is really rocking through Italy and Spain and Portugal at this time. After spending an unknown amount of time in jail, he was released, and he immediately fled to Istanbul, which was a destination for many of these crypto Jews because there they could openly practice Judaism. I know it might sound ironic in our tense 21st century, but in the 16th century, crypto Jews found a much more hospitable environment for their return to Judaism in Islamic lands than they did in Catholic land. So De Paz actually openly came out as a Jew. He changed his name to David Bueno, and then we're not exactly sure what happened to him afterwards. Documents released from the Vatican include some reports of De Paz. It's difficult to determine exactly how authoritative they are, but one of the Catholic reporters who describes the story of De Paz says that after De Paz abnegated his Christian faith, not only did he return to his Hebrew perfidy, right? He actually converted to the Turkish sect, meaning to Islam. So it's hard to determine whether or not that is true. It seems like the author of this letter is probably saying that not only did he become a Jew, even worse, he became a Muslim. So it may be just some kind of empty calumny. But what we can say about De Paz is that he lived an extremely colorful life, very heroic individual who actually did tremendous things for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish community. Wow. I hope you found this interesting, and I'm looking forward to talking with you more about the amazing history of the Jews of the Douro River. And I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in 2024. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to take a quick minute to talk about a historian that I'm really excited about, Meir Kaiserling, also known as Moritz Kaiserling. He was born in 1829. He passed away in 1905, and he was especially known for his studies of Sephardic Jewry. Let me tell you a little bit about his background and why I am so excited to be reading his work. So he was trained as a rabbi, although much of his published work was in the field of history, kind of like the opposite of me, where most of my training is as a historian, but lots of people seem to think I'm a rabbi. I don't know why. He studied under the great historian Leopold von Ranke, and one of his greatest rabbinical teachers was none other than Samson Raphael Hirsch, one of the most influential thinkers of 19th century Germany. He held rabbinical posts in Switzerland and especially in Budapest, Hungary. He was very active in all kinds of areas, especially in the fight for Jewish civil rights, which was a major enterprise of the middle of the 19th century particularly. But to look at him as a historian, he made his fame with a 2-volume study, Geschichte der Juden in Spanien und Portugal, the history of the Jews in Spain and Portugal, 1861 through 1867. Those are the dates when the books were published. He would later follow up with a single standalone volume on Portugal that we'll talk about in a second.
Most of his books were in German, but one of them was translated into English and in fact is still in print, Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese Discoveries. And another really interesting thing about that particular book is that the Spanish government actually reached out to Dr. Keyserling and asked him to write this book to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the discovery of the Americas. Of course, we just finished the 500th anniversary a little while ago, so this puts us back in time. Now, why do I think he is so fantastic and especially important for us, especially as we get ready to explore the Douro River with Kosher Riverboat Cruises? I believe that Keyserling was pretty much the first historian, certainly of the modern era, but he was the first historian to really take crypto-Jews seriously. Meaning, a lot of historians wrote, before the 19th century about the Gerush Sfar, the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and the tribulations of the Jews as they tried to make their way around the Mediterranean and so on. But the Portuguese Jews, who had a rather different experience, received less attention, even though they were really quite important in shaping modern Jewish identity. The reason is because the Spanish Jews essentially had the choice in 1492 either accept the baptism or leave. Right? That was why there was such a large exile. There had been a large number, maybe as many as 100,000 Jews who were already converted or were the descendants of converts from the forced conversion of 1391. And they had to decide whether they wanted to continue living kind of like a double existence with the Jews at home and Christians in the street. But that was less of a phenomenon. In Portugal, there was a very different story because so many of those Spanish Jews fled to the most convenient land-based location, which was over in the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal. There was similarities of culture and the languages were related and so on, and that was where at least 60,000 Jews fled in 1492. And that only lasted for about 5 years. In 1497, there was a mass conversion engineered by the Portuguese government. And all of a sudden, all of these Spanish Jews, these refugees, along with the Portuguese Jews who had lived there before 1492, were suddenly Christians. And then it took them many generations after the Inquisition was imposed there to flee Portugal and to readopt their identity. And scholars didn't really look at them very seriously until Keyserling, but he began to really think carefully about the identity of these Jews. Back then they were called marranos, which is a derogatory term, it means swine. Now we use the term conversos or crypto-Jews, sometimes new Christians. Keyserling was the first to really explore what it meant to live that kind of identity. And he recorded that in this great book, which I actually own. Thank you, David, for purchasing this for my research for our upcoming trip. And I can't wait to find out more about what he says about these Portuguese crypto-Jews. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for more research on Keyserling's discoveries of the Portuguese crypto-Jews.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just recently, I learned of a fascinating individual, Daniel Israel Lopez Laguna. His years are roughly 1653 to 1730. He was born to a crypto-Jewish family, meaning Jews who were inwardly practicing Judaism, but outwardly feigning a Christian identity to avoid the depredations of the Inquisition, which was absolutely horrific in Portugal for several hundred years. And like many Jews of his generation, his family brought him at a young age to a place called Péré-Horade, which was in France, just south of the region in Bordeaux, where I'm hoping to find more evidence of crypto-Jewish activity. He was raised there, and then as a young man, he went back to Spain, again, with this kind of dual identity, where he was studying, and he was arrested by the Inquisition, put on trial, and sentenced to a dungeon for several years, until finally he served his sentence. He was somehow reconciled with the church. There was a whole series of ways that this could be done, the most significant of which, of course, was the auto da fe, the burning at the stake. But there were many other ways that a person could reconcile himself to the church, and then the church would relax, that was a term used, relax the individual back to the secular authorities. And as soon as he got the opportunity, Daniel Laguna traveled to Jamaica and then readopted his Jewish identity there. Now, while he was in Jamaica, he continued work on something that he began while he was sitting in the prisons of the Inquisition, a remarkable book called Espeo Fiel de Vidas, que contiene los Psalmos de David in verso, which was published in 1720. And that's really his amazing claim to fame. Let's have a quick look at it. So the translation of the title is something like the true mirror of lives contained in the Psalms of David in verse. And it's a very, very unusual and highly regarded literary work, which is not exactly a translation of Psalms, but a loose paraphrase. Like many Jews of his generation, he had very, very little Hebrew training. This was, of course, something that was completely forbidden in Portugal at the time, and so he certainly had no access to it. In France, it was so much more relaxed, but he did not have the capacity to translate from the Hebrew. He relied very heavily on other Spanish translations of Psalms to provide his paraphrase. What it basically is kind of like a sort of translation, sort of meditation on the Psalms, very much in keeping with the way that Psalms are actually used by Jews over the centuries. If you had the opportunity to read the Psalms, there's 150 of them. They are mainly attributed to David, but other writers as well. And they are like the most powerful psychological, cathartic expressions of dismay and distress and exaltation and anger and frustration, and they're all kind of like small prayers to God for, redemption and for salvation, stated in a very, very immediate and emotionally powerful manner. And so people read the Psalms and derive tremendous consolation and strength from them. I myself read Psalms every day, and I also feel the power of this incredible book of the Bible. So what Laguna did was he took those Psalms and he reframed them through his own life, and with frequent references to the Inquisition and how he was so cruelly treated and so on. It's really a quite fascinating work. A couple of observations about it. My colleague Ronnie Parelis, who was a great scholar of Sephardic Jewry, he notes that it stands out as one of the rare exceptions to the rule that most of the crypto Jews never left behind autobiographies. Even though this was, 17th, 18th century, 19th century was really the great heyday of the explosion of spiritual autobiographies. We have a lot of them coming from increasingly important people across Europe. But crypto Jews held back from them. There are a few obvious reasons. Dr. Parelis, in a book chapter on this topic, discusses how crypto Jews would have felt shame discussing their feigned conversion because they had to live a double life for so many years. And I think I'd like to add to that it would have impact on their family members. They still presumably have lots of other families who are still living this kind of submerged existence and would not want to necessarily out them. So there's a hesitancy to write autobiographies in general. But something like this, which is kind of like one step removed from an autobiography, it is a sort of translation commentary on the Book of Psalms, that could kind of pass muster. Now, as I was doing research for this, I happened to come across a great article by none other than Meir Kaiserling. You recall we spoke about this pioneering scholar in the last video, and he published an English language article in the Jewish Quarterly Review in 1900. And the reason why he was publishing there is only partially because of Daniel Azur Lopez Laguna's work, but also because of the connection to Jamaica. Because I mentioned a minute ago, he fled the Iberian Peninsula, went to Jamaica where he could readopt his Jewish identity. He was naturalized there in the year 1693. So Kaiserling wrote quite a bit about the author and the nature of the book and so on. I think one of the most fascinating aspects is he connected the use of language to developments in Spanish. I was amazed to hear that the Hebrew word malshin, which means like an informer, and was very heavily used in this book as a referring to the people who betrayed him to the Inquisition and so on. In the Spanish language, that term malshin has actually been adopted. The term malsinar means to accuse. Malsindad means a slanderous accusation. And of course, that's one of the contributions of the Jews to the Spanish language because of their experience with the Inquisition. Okay, that's just so amazing. I really am so interested in learning about the lives of these crypto Jews, and I'm looking forward to seeing the central area where they were active in the Belmonte region and the Douro River, and then later in Bordeaux as well. If you're able to join us, I would love to meet you and get to know you on this cruise. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing with you what I learned in preparation for the cruise and the cruise itself on these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
Erev Tov, it is so nice to see once again such a robust, nice crowd here with us on Zoom. We are so privileged once again to be hosting Dr. Henry Abramson. I will share that this is again our second in this series, but in the intervening week between last week and this week, we have already gotten wonderful feedback, and even people who are now looking into their own histories and trying to figure out some of their own background due to the wonderful insights we heard last week. So there's been a tremendous amount of anticipation to this second installment, although rest assured that even if you missed last week, you will still be able to be enthralled and enlightened by what we're going to learn this week. Once again, the opportunity to be enriched in our present and understanding our past and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that are really enriching about this endeavor of study. So with that, I hand it over to Dr. Abramson. And again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual home studio for this lecture. I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel room in Toronto, and things are very different. The internet, however, seems to be fairly strong, so hopefully we won't experience any more delays. I just realized I had misplaced the Zoom address, and it took me a while to find it. Why don't I start with a quick pleasantry, and then we'll get right to the material. So the joke goes like this, and once again, I apologize for those of you who have heard me lecture before. I only know a very small number of jokes, and I simply repeat them over and over again. Thankfully, the demographic that usually comes to my lectures has difficulty remembering jokes over a very long period of time, so I get to reuse them quite often. So the joke goes like this. It's set in the former Soviet Union when there were a tremendous number of shortages everywhere. And there's this big lineup outside of a cucumber store. Now, as we certainly know now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great country was made up of many smaller republics filled with many different nationalities. It's not a monolithic Russian state. It's filled with Ukrainians and Lets and Uzbeks and Tatars and of course Jews and so on. So this lineup is proportionate to the distribution of many different peoples in the former Soviet Union. And they're waiting there in the morning for these cucumbers. The manager throws open the shutters, leans out the window, and he says, "We've just learned that we can expect a smaller shipment of cucumbers today than expected. So therefore, all Jews, please leave the line and go home." So what can they do? You know, the few Jews who are scattered throughout the line, they simply give up. They're not going to be served. They're not going to be able to buy their cucumbers, so they go home. People wait in line. A little while later, he opens up the window again. He says, "We just learned that one of the delivery trucks has broken down on the way. We will have less cucumbers than anticipated. Therefore, all Central Asians, Kazakhs, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Tatars, everyone go home." So, what can they do? They have to leave, So this goes on and on and on until finally he opens up the shutters and he says, "We've just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers are being delivered today. Everyone go home." So all you have left in line now are pure titular nationality, pure Homo Sovieticus line. And Petro turns to Ivan and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." No, I hope you're laughing. I can't tell over Zoom, but it seems like in many ways, when we look at Jewish history, we see one after another period of persecution and discrimination and so on. And although that does characterize a great deal of Jewish history, there's also a tremendous amount of intellectual creativity and artistic activity. And, you know, as someone put it in the Lackromo School of Historiography, much of Jewish history is like books and pogroms and books. But last week, we looked at the shaping of the Ashkenazic mind. We looked at this idea that and it's just kind of like a working theory. It's not really a defined, well-known, accepted idea, but I believe there's a lot of value to it, at least as a Gedanke experiment, as a kind of a thought experiment to get us to think about what it means to develop in the Ashkenazi mindset. We talked a lot about the idea of the Crusades being a defining moment around which that culture is wrapped, and in which it is in constant dialogue with that moment, even if the original germ of that historical event has long passed. It nevertheless affected and scarred the Ashkenazi mind so much that one can see its reverberations throughout the centuries, right up to our own day in many ways. And as we discussed last week, the idea that the Crusades created a sort of a fear of the outside world, of non-Jewish culture, that it was toxic and dangerous and threatening. And, there's a lot to say for that point of view, but it's not necessarily the one that was held by Jewish communities all over the world. Tonight's task is to look at the Sephardic experience and to wonder if perhaps there is a similar kind of event, and I will posit for our discussion that yes, I believe there is, that also created a sort of a template for Sephardic thought, or how Jews belong to the rest of the world, that shaped the way that Sephardim interacted with each other and with other Jews up until the present day. I would like to argue that it is the Inquisition and the expulsion in particular that shaped the Sephardic mind. It is a very different kind of thing, because the Crusades were one horrific summer of 1096, but then for future persecutions, there was always a harkening back to, it's just like the Crusades. And I would like to think that in the case of the Inquisition and the expulsion, there's that same kind of circular pattern of returning back to that generational experience as the foundation of how Sephardic Jews react to the world around. One last word before we actually start is the material. When we speak about Sephardim, you should know that there are really two major groups of people who fall under this group. There are those who are from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and that would include both Spanish Jews and Portuguese Jews, who had a very different experience, as we will discuss shortly. And it also includes a large number of Jews from the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia in particular, who were shaped and altered by the huge influx of Sephardi Jews after the expulsion. So, for example, the Jews in Constantinople, Istanbul, Turkish Jews, were deeply affected by their encounter with the refugee Sephardim. And in many ways, they consider themselves Sephardim, even though their genetic, so to speak, their ancestral origins don't go to Spain, but they found themselves within the Sephardic orbit. As Rav Ovadia Yosef, a very important Israeli Sephardic rabbi, put it, the definition of a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Shulchan Aruch, anyone who follows the code of Jewish law that was written by a Sephardi exile, and of course that includes a massive number of people who are not from Spain, but nevertheless feel themselves culturally within its orbit. I would like to say, however, that I think the Sephardic experience was so traumatic and so deeply felt on a cellular level that even Jews from Persia are affected by the Sephardic experience and their way in which they see themselves in the world. And so I think a lot of the assessments that I'd like to make today about Sfarad would hold equally true for Persian Jews as well. So maybe we'll have a chance to examine the validity of my thesis when we get to the end of the lecture. Let me take you through the experience of the Inquisition and the expulsion in greater detail now, and then we can assess, to what degree that is a cultural turning point for Sephardi Jews. So when we look at Sephardim, there are basically four major periods to consider. There's first the period of earliest settlement, which we'll talk about briefly today, and that goes up until the year 711, which is the year of the Muslim conquest of the Spanish Peninsula. Then there is the Muslim period, which includes the famed period known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years and was quite remarkable in many ways. The third would be the Christian period, when the Muslims are slowly driven out of Spain and the Jews who had really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims find themselves under a very different regime with a different agenda for the Jews. And then finally, the diaspora period after 1492 for the Spanish Jews and somewhat later for the Portuguese Jews, when they are living as Spaniards or as Portuguese far away from the Iberian Peninsula. So those are the four major periods. We're going to concentrate really on number 3 for tonight. And next week, when we look at the impact on other populations, we'll be back into the 4th period. So just to cover very quickly, though, the earliest settlement. So the word Sepharad is applied to the Iberian Peninsula, much like the word Ashkenaz is applied to Northern Europe. It's kind of like a very fanciful imagination from the rabbinic mind. We have these words in Tanakh, like for example in Ovadia, the first parak, only one parak, the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. A lot of discussion of where that actually would have been as described in Tanakh, but it was later applied to the Iberian Peninsula. The Talmud uses a term that's much more historically accurate, Hispania, which is related to Hispania, which is the Roman term for the holdings in the far west of Europe. We do have legends of very, very old settlement, which are probably not historically valid, but nevertheless interesting. In the 16th century, a Moshe ben Shem Tov ibn Habib found an inscription that reads, "This is the grave of Adinoram, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, it's quite fanciful. It's hard to imagine that in the period of King Solomon, which would have been like the 10th century before the Common Era, that he had actually been collecting taxes all the way west as far as Spain. But nevertheless, there is this kind of idea in the Spanish Jewish mindset that Jews do go back quite that far. The earliest, more reliable text is the so-called Jewess of Adra, and this is in the south of Spain, where a transcription was made by a much more reliable historian in 1783, and it reads like this in Latin. So it's partially obscured. A name that ends in NIA, Salomonula, an uno, there's a missing word I've got to type there, sorry, mens cuatro dia uno Judea, which translates as, here lies, we have to assume that because it's the grave marker, some child whose name ends in Nia, could be Unia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, that is definitely a Jewish name, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day, and then finally a Jewess, Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, it, like the other one, is lost, so we can't say for sure. But we have other evidence to support the idea that, yeah, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira, where a synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how the Christians of Spain were to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews. And that's quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social fraternization with them, and the list goes on and on and on. And it's possible that these laws were implemented more for the purposes of saying that such laws are on the books, but it's more likely that in fact there were Jews there, and the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in the Iberian Peninsula. So it's quite likely we have a population. Moving a little bit further, the region comes under the domination of a people called the Visigoths, or the Western Goths. This is an unusual people that adopts a form of Christianity called Arianism. That's with an I, A-R-I-A-N-ism, which, among other things, regarded the Son of God as not being the Son of God, which made it something of a heresy, and later would convert. They would convert to Christianity. That occurred, to Catholicism. That occurred in the 6th century when Recared I, shown here with the rather ethereal gaze looking off into the sky, when he converts from Arian Christianity to Catholicism. And with that conversion, he felt, as many others do in the future, it's an ironic pattern, that the best way to demonstrate your bona fides in a new faith is to persecute the Jews. That way people will know, oh, he really is one of us now. So the Visigoths, they went through a 120-year period of just incredible legislation against Jews. Unfortunately, we have no Jewish records of how Jewish communities dealt with this or how realistic it really was. But for 120 years, successive kings would seem to outdo each other with this idea of creating a kind of a police state to forcibly conform Jews to particular standards. Jews at one point were required, for example, if they traveled from village to village, they had to check in with the bishop of every village that they went to. They had to report. It's just an incredible period of great persecution for about 120 years. Forced baptism became a feature of the Visigoths, and it would later become important in Spain, as we shall see. There were all kinds of, the requirement of Jews to take oaths for the smallest of things, a tremendous degree of very brutal punishments, such as confiscations, lashes, exile, and amputations were quite frequent. And they had a lot of examples where one of the more minor punishments was something they called decalvatio, which means literally scalping, but does it mean shaving one's head off? Or does it mean actually removing the skin at the top of the skull? This, by the way, is a picture from the Civil War of someone who survived a scalping at the time, and it looks like quite a brutal thing. It appears that most people did survive the Calvatio under the Visigoths, because there was always talk about what would happen if they were to be caught again. Nevertheless, a really brutal period of time where Jews were certainly deeply unhappy. And it's not surprising, therefore, that when the Muslims came in the year 711, we looked at this map very briefly last week when we talked about the rapid spread of Islam through the region. They crossed into the Iberian Peninsula, and although it was a long-standing feature of sort of Christian European historiography that the Jews betrayed the Visigoths to the Muslims, we have no evidence of any kind of betrayal of this nature. But we do have lots of evidence that, when the Muslim armies raced across the peninsula, the Jews in the various towns and villages proved to be very loyal supporters of the Muslim regime, especially considering the background of the Visigothic persecution they had endured. And so they turned out to be quite able administrators for the Muslims. And this was really like the sort of political genesis of the Golden Age. That's what they call La Convivencia, the coexistence period, which was about from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Maimonides is at the very end of it, and his flight from Spain was occasioned by the invasion of Spain by much more radical Muslims from North Africa, who came and said, what is going on here? I can't believe that we have Muslims and Jews writing poetry together, drinking alcohol, which is forbidden to Muslims anyways, together, and in general having like a sort of a great relationship. And so Maimonides is like the bookend in time where La Convivencia ends, and it begins to go downward from there. But during that period, you have this incredible phenomenon of Jews rising to remarkable positions of leadership under the Muslims. People like Fastai ibn Shaprut, who was a physician who ended up becoming a foreign secretary or a minister of foreign affairs for a Muslim kingdom, and Shmuel ibn Agrela, for example, who actually led a Muslim army for 16 years. Can you imagine it? In today's world, a Jew, the head of a Muslim army, just incomprehensible. But, sort of talent was recognized at the time, and Jews were considered very loyal servants. And so you see over and over again this tremendous rise of Jews to positions of leadership. You also see periods of phenomenal Jewish creativity as they begin to interact with Islamic and especially Arabic norms. There's an effervescence of Jewish poetry, heavily inspired by Arabic examples, and the creation of people like Yehuda Halevi and even Gabiro, philosophers, ethics, people who specialize in ethics like Pavos Alavavos. So many important works were created during this period of about 2 centuries of great tolerance. And it also represents a period where Jews of this region were willing to kind of like experiment with their Jewishness, and especially the cultural expressions of Jewishness, and see, well, what can be done within the boundaries of halakha, and they discovered many fascinating things. Maimonides, although he himself was in exile from there, he nevertheless carried a lot of that spirit with him to Egypt, where he composed most of his great works. Large reason for this convivencia was the fact that anthropologically speaking, even though now we live, I think last time we spoke a couple of years ago, I don't think I said almost the same thing. Unfortunately, it's even worse today. Even though we live in a period of tremendous conflict between Jews and Muslims in the land of Israel, they're really, anthropologically speaking, the faiths are very much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is essentially orthopractic in that it focuses on behaviors like diet and dress and conduct and daily ritual, whereas Christianity is much more a religion of belief and creed. One must accept Jesus as one's personal savior and so on. Now, this is an overgeneralization, but there's no question that Jews and Muslims could find a lot of common cultural vocabulary to communicate with each other, and so it worked out fairly well during this period of time. Jews were, however, not equal to everyone else. This was a period when Jewish life in Muslim lands was regulated by something called the Pact of Umar, which is a sort of a doctrine laid down sometime in the 8th century, and it's attributed to a particular caliph named Umar, although it probably was authored later and over a series of time, in which Jews are protected within Muslim society. They're called dhimmi, a protected class, as long as they conform to certain disabilities. Some of those disabilities are economic in nature, such as the payment for the special tax. Many of them are very symbolic in nature, like they're not allowed to bear arms, not allowed to build their synagogues higher than mosques, have to show genuflection and subservience to Muslims in a thousand different ways. And the Pact of Omar, on the one hand, was insulting, humiliating, and expensive for Jews, but it also guaranteed Jews a legal, safe space within the Islamic world. And it was applied with different degrees of severity by different caliphs in different parts of the world. Spain happened to be one of those places where, for 200 years, it was very lightly applied, and Jews could, basically move about society for a couple hundred years with tremendous freedoms. It's also worthy to note that part of the reason for this, for both Muslims and Jews, is the fact that this region is way on the edge of Europe, right? Looking at this map here, can we zoom into it? I didn't zoom in, sorry. But if you look at this map here, the center of Islam at its birth was in the Arabian Peninsula, and then it moves essentially to Baghdad, to what will be today Iraq. And so that's the center of Islam, but it's very, very far away. Communication takes weeks for any kind of messages to get back and forth. And so basically it's a little bit like, Las Vegas, and what happens there, stays there. So both Muslims and Jews were free to sort of experiment with their development of their own cultures, and as well as their relationship with each other. This was especially true when they aggressively asserted a greater degree of independence with the establishment of a caliphate in Cordoba under Abd al-Rahman I. And as the legend goes, he was supported by a Jewish merchant who he later promoted to very great heights in his administration, beginning really the idea of the, quote, wise and loyal Jewish servant that perpetuates itself throughout much of this period. And it is important to note on a sociological level that, well, of course the Jews are going to be loyal because they can't rely on the support of the masses of Christians that they live among. The Visigoths, remember how badly they persecuted them not too long ago. And so if they're chosen and picked to be the administrators for the Muslims, they're certainly going to be loyal to their new masters. So this is a period of tremendous creativity and power for the Jewish community. It changes dramatically, though, beginning with the slow drive from the north to the south of the Christians, which Christians will call the Reconquista, the reconquest, because, of course, the peninsula was originally Christian under the Visigoths, then it became Muslim, and now the Christians are going to take it back. And as this map shows, they move kingdom by kingdom through the peninsula all the way down to the south until in 1482 they finally drive out the last Muslim kingdom. And although Muslims will still remain to some degree in Spain, the Muslims lose all power to the new Christian overlords who have a decided interest in making it sort of monolithic in its religious character. And that's a great deal of the story that will happen to the Jews as well. The Christians engage in a lot of religious dispute to a certain degree with Muslims, but especially with Jews, because there's this sort of drive for ethnic and ideological purity in Spain that becomes relevant, especially in the 13th century. One of the most dramatic elements of this is the so-called disputations, where the church would hold, often with the sponsorship of the king, of a king, because these are really kingdoms, a forced disputation where a Jew would have to debate a Christian in a formal setting on the merits of their faiths. The end result was almost always the same, and it would result in mass forced conversions of Jews and things like that. One particular disputation, however, stands out as being especially interesting. That is the disputation of 1263 in Barcelona, where the King of Aragon chose a remarkable figure, Nachmanides, the great Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to lead the dispute. And we have an account of that dispute by both Ramban, Nachmanides, and his interlocutor, who is, as is typical for these disputations, a Jewish convert to Christianity named Pablo de Cristiani. We have the account of the debate from Ramban as well as from Pablo de Cristiani in Latin. And it's really interesting to see how these two accounts differ with one another, but they're really quite fascinating. In the end, Ramban technically lost because there's no way they're going to judge him the winner, but he so devastated his opponent that King Aragon gave him a reward of 300 gold pieces and said to him, listen, you did a great job. I can't protect you anymore, so you have to flee. And so he took the money and he ran. He ended up in Israel, where in his old age, he turned around the Jerusalem community remarkably, ended up starting a renaissance in Israel. I have here actually this is, by the way, a really interesting graphic novel version of it, which is popular with teenagers, that goes through the transcript. We have two versions of it, and here I don't know if it'll work, but let's try this video. This is from the video. The disputation has been dramatized. Here is a remarkable presentation. I can't remember the actor's name, but he's going to portray a scene where he speaks as Nachmanides. I'm just going to show it to you for a minute while I have a drink of ginger ale.
Eastern Standard Time, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
The most warlike of all the people, whose fierceness is greater than that of war, is the people of Christendom, the followers of Jesus. Your Majesty is a great king and Christian. Your knights in armor crash like thunder. You have your foot soldiers and archers and engines of war. If you believe that the Messiah has come, why do not listen to all your soldiers? That is the beautiful thing. The world is full of war. Not far away are the armies of the Muslims. Beyond them, the armies of the Mongols and the Tartars. And beyond them, who knows what other Where does it say in the writings of our prophets, which you say you believe? The coming of the Messiah will bring not love but hate, not peace but war. Another point. The coming of the Messiah, according to all the Hebrew prophets, was to be a time of justice. I look around the world which you Christians have made of your case and he says, is it a world of brotherhood and equality? There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery. No Jew is born overseas. No nation on this earth, except ourselves, has learned to live this way. Have you a higher standard of justice to teach us?
So I wish you could watch the whole thing, but it's a couple of hours. But it is, you can get a sense of the majesty of Nachmanides when he's free to speak his mind. You can also see while he was ran out of the country as a result of his performance. So that's kind of like the tense period that we go into when we get to the Inquisition. And here we have to slow down a bit and understand what exactly was the Inquisition, why was it instituted, and why was it so horrific. So it starts really in 1391. As I mentioned, with some of the disputations, like the Barcelona disputation of 1263, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small scale, local in nature. In 1391, there is a mass movement that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by masses of people who were all fired up by a particular preacher named Jose Farah. And we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian, a Catholic to be precise. Anyone can administer that sacrament, and it doesn't have to be holy water that's blessed. It can be like water literally in a ditch, as happened in France, for example. It can be literally any kind of water just sprinkled on a person and a particular phrase repeated, and that does it. It's kind of like the Muslim Shahada in many ways. So we have a huge number of these, conversions by force. For example, in Salamanca, there's a situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkle down a whole bunch of water, pronounce the key text, and the entire congregation will suddenly, against their will, converted to Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually now being Christians.
the Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. And they said, no way, we are still Jewish. That's ridiculous. And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted at the directive of the church. This is kind of like a mass phenomenon with a fiery local preacher that went viral.
You did these nuts, bitch.
They were left to their own devices.
University of Denver, son.
A large class,
Wonder why there isn't a
30,000
state with
Jews, hard to say the exact number, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning they no longer had any barrier to entry into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy. They could pursue any kind of trade they wanted. And so many of these Jews said, why not? You know, they continued living as Jews, marrying other Jews or other, as they were called, new Christians or conversos, and maintaining their Jewish lifestyle, and yet taking advantage of the new freedoms they received as a result of this accident. And this continued for almost a century until 1478, when the church said, you know, we have to turn this around, and we have to make sure that these people, now the descendants of this large mass conversion of 1491, we have to make sure that these people leave behind their Jewish identities. They cease all Judaizing activity. And so the Inquisition, headed up by Thomas de Torquemada, shown here, who himself was of Jewish origin, was tasked not with persecuting Jews per se, but those Jews who had been baptized, even against their will, and making sure that they stay within the lane of Christian behavior, and that they abandoned all Jewish activities. This was, you know, kind of like a crazy sort of phenomenon where for, you know, about a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people would be denouncing their neighbors left and right. I'm going to get back to that, but I just want before we go to it, let's just have a quick look at this theological conundrum, because I'll skip over very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though it is forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now a Christian. The most dramatic example of this, in my mind, is the 1858 conversion of young Edgar Mortara in Bologna, Italy, which I understand is going to be made into a major motion picture soon. It's been popularized by a very important work by the title The Kidnapping of Edgar Mortara by, I think his name is David Kranzler, if I remember correctly. And this is the case of a young boy who had a Christian nursemaid living in a Jewish home, and he was very sick when he was an infant, scarlet fever, something like that. And so the non-Jewish nursemaid, who was about 16 years old, felt so sorry for young Edgardo because she expected him to die, and she didn't want him going to everlasting hell as a Jew, so she went and she secretly had him baptized. And then he recovered, and he got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, it was a complex series of events, but apparently she repeated the story of his baptism to a grocer, and eventually this got to the ears of the Vatican, and the Vatican police came and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, this is the modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child over an unwitting baptism? But the Pope, Pius the 11th, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 9th, I'm not sure which, it was Pope Pius, ironically named, absolutely refused to return the child to his family, and ultimately raised him as his own. And he ended up becoming a priest himself. You can see him here on the right. He was later, as an adult, reunited with his mother and his brother, who the expressions on their faces are hard to read. But he devoted his life to proselytizing other Jews. He ended up moving to Belgium, and he died just a few weeks before the Nazis invaded.
they would have killed him anyways because they would not have any compunction about his Jewish identity. But this is just one illustration of the church's tenacity when it comes to these forced conversions. So back to the Inquisition, basically what went on in the late 15th century is that, you know, one of the most ridiculous aspects of it, of the Inquisition, was that if a person was found to have been engaged in Judaizing, then his or her property was confiscated, and a portion of it was given to the church, and a portion of it was given to the person who betrayed the Jew and the Judaizing. And so there was like an economic incentive to rat out your neighbors, even to make up charges against your neighbors. Typically what would happen is then the Inquisition would arrest the individual, bring him in, and expose him to torture, like this horrific device which had a cross on it, which was designed to make a person think about Christianity while they're being tortured. And then under duress, they would give up the names of many other people who were doing the same kind of thing. And of course, the Spanish Inquisition is infamous for the various types of horrendous tortures that were invented. This one, by the way, is especially awful. It's called the Pope's Bear. There are some scholars who doubt that it was actually used, but I'll show the artifact anyway. It's a device like this that could be inserted in an orifice of the human body, and then the wheel at the end is turned until it expands like this. And you can just imagine the kind of pain that it would result. So the whole society was turned upside down for about 20 years by this horrific Inquisition. People who confessed at various stages in the process would then be forced to wear these San Benitos, and here are a variety of them. It depends on what they confess to at what time. They would be required to wear these San Benitos for the rest of their lives, and then they would be displayed after their deaths on the church walls as a humiliation for the family. Sometimes corpses were actually exhumed and then put on trial and then burned again. Absolutely incredible kind of craziness that went on at this time. The most horrific aspect of the book was, of course, those who refused to confess at any point, and they eventually burned at the stake, the so-called auto da fe, usually in these kind of like rock star type or sort of events that were held usually in the Plaza Mayor, the great public squares throughout Spain, and much of Spanish holdings in the New World as well. So a period of tremendous violence that existed right up until the 1830s. Incredible. Now, this did, however, come to an abrupt end because it wasn't working. In fact, it was getting worse and worse. That all of a sudden, more and more of these Judaizers were being discovered because, of course, there was the economic incentive for people to rat out their neighbor over the smallest of things, or imagine things like, you know, I've smelled the cooking in their home and it doesn't ever smell like pork. It's always chicken or beef. And so that would bring down the Inquisition on a neighbor's head. So eventually the Grand Inquisitor, shown here in the center in black, Torquemada, he spoke to his king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, who were really religious fanatics about this. And he said, I know why it's not working. The reason it's not working is because the Judaizers always have a Jewish community to return to. They always have a rabbi they can ask. They have kosher delis. They have, Jewish schools. They have regular non-baptized Jews here in Spain, and they are the ones that are preventing these baptized new Christians from truly accepting Christianity. And the only way to stop this is to expel all of the Jews. Now, for the first time, the Inquisition is directing its gaze at the non-baptized population. And although the man shown in the beautiful red cape on the right, Don Isaac Barbanel, who was the deputy minister of finance of Spain at the time, begged the king and queen to reconsider. Nevertheless, in 1492, they signed a decree, and within a few months, all of the Jews were forced to leave Spain. And this is the Great Expulsion. It left behind those Jews who had gone underground. By the way, the negative term for this, the sort of derogatory term that nevertheless was part of historiographic literature for a long time, is Marano. The term Marano means pig or swine. So converso or crypto-Jew or even new Christian are considered preferable terms. So Abarbanel, shown here in this portrait of him in his old age, decided rather than remaining in Spain at the price of conversion, although he would have been a very wealthy man, like his superior, Rabbi Abraham Senior, who decided to convert and remain with his wealth in Spain, Abarbanel decided to go into exile with his people, and so you have these boats leaving Spain, trying to find safe passage throughout the rest of the Mediterranean. This is a map that just gives you some sense of the scope of the Spanish expulsion. It was considered a rift in time for Spanish Jews because Spain had become the most powerful, the oldest, the most influential Jewish communities, especially in the Golden Age, and now it was completely destroyed, a Holocaust-like event in terms of the expulsion, and you have Jews going all over the coast of North Africa trying to find haven in the Italian peninsula. They had much more luck under the Muslim countries in Turkey in particular, but many went to the north, and places like Amsterdam became a refuge for these crypto-Jews, and also some went to the Americas. In fact, that's the genesis of the North American Jewish community as a result of Portuguese Jews who made it over to Brazil, and then a couple hundred years later went up to the States. They weren't the States at the time, but that's another story. Portugal deserves a little bit of a different treatment, though, because being located just on the western edge of the peninsula, it was the easiest country to get to. It has a lot of cultural similarities to Spain, linguistic similarities, and Jews had actually been fleeing to Portugal from Spain for over 100 years, including during 1391. Many of them followed the Douro River in the north there, making their way to Porto on the coast. So Portugal initially allowed a small number of Jews to enter legally on the payment of a major fee. A much larger amount entered illegally. We were illegal aliens at that time in Portugal. But politics changed because the leader, João III, was followed by Manuel I, who wanted to effect a dynastic union with Spain, specifically by marrying one of the princesses. And part of the deal was he had to make Portugal Judenrein, that just like Spain had now gotten rid of its Jews, Portugal had to do so as well. So Manuel was much more pragmatic. He promised the Jews of Portugal that with their forced baptism, which he engineered in 1497, he would not allow the Inquisition to come in for at least 40 years. And in fact, it didn't come in until the 1530s. And so that gave Jews in Portugal in particular sort of a time where they could prepare for the onslaught. And it did come, and it was horrific at the time, but it changed their preparation for it. There was just one small event that I really have to point out. In the period of forced persecution, forced baptism, one of the most horrific moments is when João takes 750 children from the families and takes them hostage. It's funny how these things have reverberations in our own time. And to try to force the parents to convert, he expels them to the island of Sao Tome off the coast of Africa. And according to some of the contemporary accounts we have there, none of those children survived. Many of them were actually horrific. They were consumed by the local massive lizards that apparently live on that island. Scholars doubt exactly the specifics of the story, but you can nevertheless get a sense of the horror that the Jewish families must have experienced under him. This is a picture of Manuel I, who was able to ultimately marry the Infante, the princess of Spain, and effect this dynastic union. But when the Inquisition came in, many Jews from Portugal also fled, although with much more difficulty than they did from Spain, and they ended up finding themselves in many of these safer locations throughout the world. So this brings me now to really my statement of thesis. I've given you the historical background, and then I have time for a few questions where we can discuss whether or not my thesis has validity. So this picture, by the way, is of two Portuguese exiles or descendants of Portuguese exiles. Uriel da Costa is the adult figure, brooding in black with those claw-like hands and so on. And he was someone who had a very tragic life story. He was raised as a Christian by his parents. Like many Portuguese Jews, they didn't reveal their secret identity as Jews to their children because, they might say something about it in the playground and they could bring down the Inquisition on their heads. But when he was an adult, they told him he was Jewish, and he was like overwhelmed with excitement when they moved to Amsterdam and he was able to begin living as a Jew again. However, he found he was unable to adapt to the Amsterdam Jewish community, primarily because he felt that the Jews did not live up to his idealized portrait of who they should be and how they should behave. A lot more to say about him, but I'm going to cut it short there. On his lap is his younger contemporary, Baruch Spinoza, who did not have the same kind of traumatic experience trying to adopt his Jewish identity, but also had a very different way of looking at Judaism, ultimately resulting in a clash with the community that resulted in his excommunication, but he ended up becoming one of the most profound philosophers to shape the modern world. They're both Portuguese Jews, products of this environment. So here's my thesis. Unlike the Ashkenazic Jews, who had the Crusades come upon them like an asteroid from the stars, that was such a horrific, sharp moment of violence. The Inquisition was like a slow-moving train wreck, a slow disaster that, although the initial forced conversion was an act of at least spiritual violence, it typically did not involve a lot of physical violence. It meant that Jews, they had time to go to their beds and wake up in the morning and think about, well, what does this new status mean? And over the period of centuries, from 1391 until the end of the 16th century, Jews were able to find ways to adapt to the crisis by feigning Christian identities. In other words, by going underground. They were able to determine ways to say, okay, we are now under threat as Jews, but we can maybe find a way to look like we're Christians, and they won't bother us, and we will practice some form of Judaism, some parts of Judaism. And that represented a kind of an adaptationist mentality that meant that especially the Portuguese Jews who had had time to think about this and to adapt to it were able to be much more inventive and much more reflective on their circumstances and to create whole new realities for themselves as Jews and also ultimately some economic realities for the rest of Europe. So their method of adaptation was one that did not involve considering the outside world to be automatically toxic. They were able to find ways to draw lines beyond which they would not cross, but were far within the boundaries of what Ashkenazi Jews would tolerate for survival. So that's my thesis. Next week, we're going to look in particular at the Sephardic diaspora in greater detail, their interactions with other sub-ethnic groups, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, and see how this theory especially comes to, this theory of survival comes to clash with the Ashkenazic in the 19th and 20th centuries. But with that, let me thank you for your attention and your endurance. And Rabbi Posey, if you'd like to, we have time for some.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was riveting and really appreciating and frankly very jarring in recognizing some of the, the way that our history is paved in so much Jewish blood. So a couple of questions that have come through. Some I think that you addressed directly, maybe you wanted to add a couple of points. So you mentioned the four major periods. and how it looks like there was lots of intrusion of all sorts of a variety of different influences within the Jewish ethos, in art, music, poetry. Do we see other areas of overlap between the influences of the area, of the often our oppressors, in like art, music, and poetry in the Jewish world during the times of intolerance, or were Jews simply more insular, and did they sort of go look more inward during those difficult times?
That is a great question. I've never really thought about to what degree Jewish culture is open to receiving influences from the outside, depending on the degree of persecution. It's really worth thinking about. Off the top of my head, I would like to think it seems reasonable that Jewish culture would be far more open to borrowing from non-Jewish culture during periods of tolerance. Because, if you view the outside culture as an oppressor, you're more likely to reject it. That seems to make sense to me logically, but I can't help thinking of one thing that I read about 6 months ago that was just mind-blowing. It was an article on this by Joseph Schatzmiller, one of my late teachers, on the origins of the Havdalah box that's found in many Jewish homes. Where you put the spices in it, and it looks like a silver tower with a flag on it and things like that. It's kind of like the iconic look. And so it's pretty clear that Jews copied that design from the Christian sacristy, that it was an object that was used to hold the communion wafers. And it's not clear whether Jews copied it because it was like an object that was revered by Christians. It's quite more possibly likely that Jewish pawnbrokers received these, and when they kept them in their possession for the redemption of pledges, they probably thought, well, this is a really beautiful object. And he said, what can we do with this? And they said, I know, let's put spices in it on Havdalah. And that's where we got that particular, iconic kind of, I shouldn't say iconic in this context, but this standard treatment. So, and that would be in Ashkenazic culture, where you would think they would reject these things. So I don't know the answer to the question. It's actually a very sophisticated question. If anyone wants to do a PhD dissertation on this, I am ready to listen.
It looks like a question came in the chat, and we'll have one more after that. Your research on what happens to the economy or commerce these days when so many Jews had to leave the country?
Oh, yes, a huge amount of research on that question. And in fact, it goes back a little bit earlier. One of the big debates over why the expulsion and even inquisition happened was it motivated by, I sort of portrayed it as a religious impetus, which is the older historiography, but there's a very good argument to be made that, there are economic interests here, that all of a sudden you have this massive Jewish population that's surging forward in the economy because they are literate and numerate, and they have international connections that they can use for mercantile activities. So the Jews were suddenly surging forward in society as a result of their newfound Christian status, and the Inquisition was really a reaction on an economic level. We have to control this population. They're getting out of hand. They are taking all of these positions of leadership that we never wanted them to arrogate for themselves. So there's a lot of research on the economic aspect of the Inquisition, the expulsion, and there's a tremendous amount of discussion afterwards of the chaos economically of the expulsion, because there are lots of claimants to the Jewish property that was left behind, and more significantly, a lot of Jewish property was in the form of debts. And so, were those debts canceled? The king and queen did not want to cancel those debts. They wanted to collect them themselves. So they had to find ways, sometimes even to allow Jews a certain amount of their money back in the form of repaid debts, so they could collect the tax on them. Lots of fascinating research on the economics of it.
Great. So this is one that I think you really addressed directly in your thesis statement at the end of the talk. But the way I'll phrase it, maybe you wanted to expand upon it. How do you characterize the different reactions to anti-Semitism between the Ashkenazic strain over the history and the Sephardic strain? In other words, does it cause Jews to become more insular and hide their Jewishness, or to try and abandon what is the similar tradition? I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, no, I think that these are excellent questions. It really is the question. I think the word that I would probably want to change there is cause. Like, what causes the Jews to do what? I think anti-Semitism causes Jews to look for a response, to find a strategy to cope with anti-Semitism. So the Ashkenazic coping strategy, I would like to argue, generally speaking, and this we're speaking in very broad terms and painting with broad strokes, but generally the Ashkenazic coping strategy is circle the wagons, look inside, turn your backs on the outside world because they have already rejected you. Whereas one might think that Sephardic approach is, look for allies, look outside, say, no, we can get along with this if we just, try to trim our sails here or there. And in fact, as we shall discuss a little more next week, they were largely successful because remember, the Inquisition didn't get shut down until 1835. Mind-boggling. But a Jew who went, who was officially Christian and went to another Catholic country was equally liable to the depredations of the Inquisition. But Jews in this situation, these crypto Jews, were frequently able to find, people they could bribe, even popes who would turn a blind eye to them. There were some popes who were saying, this whole business of the forced conversion was a mess. To start with, just leave them alone, and so Jews, the Sephardic Jews, were largely able to find ways to negotiate around the obstacles rather than simply reject them and look inwards. Also, the whole idea of going to Muslim countries, which was a major survival strategy for Sephardic Jews. We can't live as Jews here in Catholic Europe. Let's go to Turkey. Let's go to North Africa. So we'll explore it more next week. I think that's really the question.
Amazing. One question just jumped in. During these times of persecution in the Sephardic community, do we have research on how Jews saw other Jews in the Moser? I guess Jews saw other Jews who would use some of these things to have internal strife and conflict.
Yeah, we have a mixed record on this. Unfortunately, there are a lot of examples of Jewish heroism, like I mentioned, Don Yitzchak Abarbanel, who chose to remain with the exiles. And we have some remarkable women like Doña Gracia Nasi, who are willing to take on the Pope in Rome to defend the Jews. But we also have really sad examples of Jewish communities refusing to admit refugees from Spain as well, saying, no, not our problem. We don't want them in our community, sending the boats away. So it's a mixed bag regards that.
Very, very interesting. We really appreciate your time, your incredible scholarship, the breadth of what you were able to share with us, and look forward to continuing to learn. I want to wish everyone a Laila Tov, and again, thank you so much for joining.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most terrifying periods in Jewish history was certainly the decades leading up to the Gerush Sfard, the massive expulsion of the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And I'd like to look today at two transitional figures who represent that unusual moment of moving from Spain into Portugal and then finally to the land of Israel. I find them deeply inspirational, and I've actually spent quite a bit of time studying their work. I'm in particular fascinated by Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Habib, whose years are roughly 1445 to 1515, and his son as well, named Levi, who continued his legacy in the holy city of Tzfat in northern Israel. So what's the story with them? Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Habib was born in Zamora, which is in Castile, and he was the Rosh Yeshiva in, among other places, Salamanca, very beautiful university town that had a major Jewish community right up until the expulsion of 1492. When the expulsion occurred, he was among the large group of Jews that made the land journey just to the west Salamanca is actually within a very short driving distance of the. It's actually close to the Douro River, so you can get along the Douro River Valley right into Portugal, and that's where he went, along with maybe some 60,000 Jews who fled from Spain. And at that time, Portugal was initially, with some hesitancy, willing to accept some of these refugees, albeit for a large payment. And some Jews were able to put together the money. Many others simply entered Portugal illegally as refugees from the expulsion. Then in 1497, as we've discussed many times, there was a forced conversion, a mass baptism of all of these Jews in Portugal, which created an entirely different kind of environment where they were suddenly, given the privileges of Jewish status, but still burdened by the social prejudices against them as Jews. And then, of course, they were not willingly baptized to Catholicism. And this would be reasonably tolerable on some levels until the 1530s, when the Inquisition entered Portugal, and then they were actively persecuted for harboring any Jewish practices. And the next 200 years has some absolutely horrific stories, which hopefully we'll be able to understand a little more of over the course of these lectures, and especially when we're in Portugal later this year. Now, Rabbi Yaakov Shlomo Habib was among those who was forcibly converted. He fled Portugal in 1501 with his family, and he made his way to Salonika, Greece, where he was able to get together with the community of Spanish exiles there, who elected him as their rabbi, and he spent the majority of the later years of his life in Salonika there. He was a very well-respected rabbi, quoted by many of the great rabbis of the era, including the Spanish Rabbi Yosef Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. The most important and lasting literary creation that he bequeathed the Jewish people was a fantastic book called Ein Yaakov, or The Well of Jacob. He, of course, was named Jacob Yaakov. And this is a really interesting thing, because you have to understand how the Talmud is constructed. Talmud, massive document, right? Thousands and thousands of pages. And it has a very unusual structure in which it's kind of like a stream of consciousness discussion with up to 2,000 interlocutors. And the tangents are sometimes more numerous than the actual, straightforward description of the text or subject involved. And so what that means is, besides the discussions of how should Jews behave in a ritual and civil and moral fashion, there are all kinds of sort of side discussions that are like philosophical musings or metaphysical meditations or stories, biographies, jokes, recipes, observations on the natural world. I mean, all kinds of amazing, wonderful, unusual things are mixed in with the rest of the discussion. Now, for many rabbis, for several hundred years preceding Rabbi Ibn Habib, there was kind of like a desire to sort of push away all that sort of secondary material that does not seem at least directly related to the subject at hand. And so you have collections like the one by Rav Alfasi, in which all of that stuff is edited out of the Talmud, and you have only the halachic information, only the Jewish law information, which of course is a much easier way to make your way through the Talmud, but it's also kind of less interesting in my humble opinion. It's just the law, as opposed to all this fascinating stories about great rabbis and experiences they had and things like that. So what Rabbi Yaakov Ibn Habib did, and maybe he was thinking a lot about his generation and what they needed, he went the other way. And he said, no, you know what? All that halachic, all that legal material is very useful, but I'm going to create a work that's only the fun parts of the Talmud, only the biographies and recipes and observations on what we can learn from the behavior of a cat and things like that. And he put that in a distinct edited version of the Talmud called Ein Yaakov. And it is absolutely fascinating to go through this. Now, to really study the Talmud properly, in my humble opinion, you have to do both, because they are interrelated, sometimes in a very tangential way, but both types of material are very much related. But the Ein Yaakov proved to be extremely popular because, especially for people who, did not have necessarily the mental stamina to go through long, months-long discussions of halakhic, sometimes theory, and they just wanted to get some more inspirational material from the Talmud. The Ein Yaakov was perfect. It also has a commentary. It's not just the edited Talmud, but the Ein Yaakov includes Rabbi Ibn commentary on it, which has fantastic historical data, especially relating to the experiences of the Jews who had the.
There he is.
So
how you living, pimp?
And it was published.
Look at you. You're just a vagabond of the world. How are you? Yeah. Like a person that just travels. Exactly. What's good? So how's that been? Dude, these motherfuckers have been coming in here hardcore with these loud sounds. Loud sounds. Being douches. And agreed. They did this morning. I'm kind of too nice. I let them fucking do it for a little while, and then I'll ban them. But I even feel bad about banning them, so that I just fucking mute them. But nevertheless, I see what they're doing, and they just are causing trouble. All right, what else is new? All right. Well, frankly, I should be fucking viral right by now, and I'm not, and that's okay. I got one of my Twitter accounts banned, and it was a good Twitter account that I had like about 1,000 followers, but it's whatever. It's just more bullshit. What else is good? I have these bots that go, and if I just keep them going, I don't realize the impact that they have because I don't pay too much attention to them. But it's exactly what Ori said. He's like, dude, everybody knows about you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's in my best interest to just keep the bots going, keep the pressure going on the platform, and then just keep streaming in Discords. I feel like it's going to be a multifaceted approach. It's not just going to be one thing. It's going to blow me up. I mean, it could be perhaps, but being the central hub of these Discords is important. It gets me a lot of people contacting me. And then on Kick, I got a couple people who want to do interviews. I'm sure it is. It sucks. I got a couple people who want to do interviews, perhaps. One of them is the guy who canceled on me not that long ago, whatever, last week. And so I'm very hesitant. If you fuck me once, shame on you. Fuck me twice, shame on me. So I'm this time I ask him, do you have a website? Or, just send me let me just hear what another one of your podcasts sounds like, just so I know that it's a legitimate deal and it's not just some bullshit thing. And so he can get back to me on that. And then this one guy, Kick Clips, he's a pretty big streamer on Kick. He has asked to do an interview, but he doesn't give me a date. And so I kind of feel like he is waiting for someone to, a couple other people to do interviews so that he doesn't get in trouble necessarily. But yeah. Anything else that's good? No. Frankly, I wish I could just tell you I had all this amazing fucking info, but today was pretty slow. Hey, I'm at 150 people have seen my fucking Ari interview. Can't beat that. Or it could be 150,000 by now. You never know. Uh-huh. Yeah. You can donate to me using Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and just good old fashioned PayPal and Cash App, Venmo. Buy me a coffee. Yeah, it's pretty easy. The one thing though, there's something fucked up about it. Just just make sure you know your login information. I mean, obviously, or else, you know, I don't want to say you can't get that money, but it's going to be difficult if people give you money and you can't log into that account. Here's the issue that I had. I was Ass Man. I just went by Ass Man on a bunch of shit on that, and I don't remember what my login was or whatever. I can't stand this. If I know my fucking password and I know the email, then let me in the fucking account. Don't pull this other bullshit on me. So I was wondering, like with my kickbots, these things spam, and I wondered, I wonder if they're like still getting banned, or if I could just basically create an account and then just have it spam as much as I want, and like, do they even still care anymore? If you even heard Ari, he was like, I gave up on banning your accounts, but also banning your clips, and I understand it's too much work. Imagine how shitty it would be every single day that you are streaming and you have an extra task that you have to do. And every time that you are streaming, you know that you have to go in and like clean this shit up. At a certain point, if you stream every day and you don't want an extra responsibility, you just say, fuck it, let him do it because I don't have a way to stop him. And that's what happened to Ori. And I just have a lot of confidence that if I just keep these fucking bots going, I mean, how I say this to myself. If I there's like a theory. If you just press on your hand, like your arm, just very slightly, just like very ever so slightly, but if you do it enough, eventually it will cause bruising, and then eventually you'll end up like callousing the skin and perhaps breaking the skin, and then eventually, like with enough friction, if you do it long enough, you'll break through the skin, you'll break through into the muscle, and then into the bone. And if you kept doing something to it long enough, eventually you will like erode through your whole arm. In the same way that if I just keep having my bot just keep spamming and spamming and spamming, eventually it will. 100% right. 100% right. And so we look at the Grand Canyon and we say, wow, that was all created with water and just seeping in and getting into the cracks. That's 100% right. So we've got that going. Word. There's some weird shit about the Grand Canyon. Did you know that the north rim of the Grand Canyon has one of the most dense forests in the world? Yeah. And I learned that from The Office, which it was actually a joke, but it actually turns out to be true. And there's all this secret shit about the Grand Canyon that, like, when you learn about the Grand Canyon, it's like, oh, you go and you can take like a helicopter or you can take mules or all that shit. But you can only go in certain spots. It's fucking giant. And so, Grand Canyon North. Exactly. That's what I was getting to, man. Yeah. And it's like, how the fuck did any of that shit get there? Yeah. Where did you learn about that? That's exactly what I was getting to. Yeah, very, very esoteric. Yeah. Right.
Until you learn that connect. Medium.
So about this Grand Canyon thing, people call it a hoax. I don't know. I've heard enough about it that like there's something to it. I mean, what else did I hear about it? The Grand Canyon thing. Like I looked it up to see like what was that I read about it, and it is supposedly a hoax. But when they say it's a hoax, it just makes me want to fucking believe it all the more. And like, who the fuck says it's a hoax? Dog. 50 years ago, they said solar power was a hoax. 30 years ago, they said the electric car was a hoax. So all this shit that they call hoaxes, their whole opinion is based on, in my opinion, ad hominem attacks. They just literally choose a word and they dismiss it. So they'll call it, oh, this is pseudoscience. This is a hoax. This is a wives' tale. Whatever the fuck they want to do. It's like, wait. Hold on a second. In 1909, there had never been like a white dude who was exploring this area. And then he named a bunch of it after Egyptian shit. That's pretty standard. But then you start getting into like the Smithsonian. And when people are like, oh, it's a hoax. Well, then what about the giants that the Smithsonian like covered up during the 19th century? Like, what about that? That's why that fucking place was started. I'll tell you what, something is weird about the Smithsonian Institution. And I'll say this, when I was in I've been to Washington D.C. twice in my life, I think, approximate. I've been like in the city proper, maybe like in around there other times, but and what was important about being in Washington D.C.? Oh, and at the Smithsonian Institution. At the Smithsonian, it's a Smithsonian Institution, isn't it? Not institute. Anyway. Okay, maybe it's institute. I gotta look this up because it's bothering me. Yeah, it's institution. Okay, so yeah, so these motherfuckers had this thing called okay, so my big thing, and you'll appreciate this, I wanted to see Archie Bunker's chair from All in the Family. I thought this was like a part of television history. And that's where it's stored. And it hasn't been available to be seen in 15 fucking years. It's like, what in the fuck are you guys hiding there? So, okay, Smithsonian Institution. It's TV. No, it's the whole TV. It's like TV radio wing. I think why they got rid of it is because they don't want all these kids go there for like their high school graduations and stuff, and they don't want to show you what things look like on TV in the past, because people first would be like, where are all the minorities and where are the women? It's like all just what, and there's smoking and there's like all these, like, they don't want to show that to children. So instead of like basically censoring it for people, they just say that it's closed. Okay, hold on. It's the TV radio. I'm telling you, it's been closed for a long fucking time. Smithsonian Institution TV radio, what would you call it? It's like it has a name. Section. It's a whole fucking, it's a huge ass building that they put a sign out of in front of it and they're like, oh yeah, it's closed. Man, they don't even fucking advertise this shit anymore. Okay, Smithsonian Institution TV wing. Not wings. No, it's Smithsonian Institution TV broadcast section. Dog, are you fucking serious? What in the fuck? Broadcast. It's like where all the important these I'm so sick of search engine's not working correctly. Smithsonian Institution TV section. Television. Here it is. When I use a fucking different web browser, it just shows right away. Okay, but it's like a TV radio history. Like this tells me that the Smithsonian is, they're hiding shit. I hate to say it, but they are. Okay, history and facts. Like this used to be a part of the Smithsonian, and they'd be like, oh, this is the first microphone from the first CBS broadcast that went nationwide, and they don't show you any of that shit anymore. Okay. Let's see here. Smithsonian Institution. Well, I'll just look up Archie Bunker's fucking chair. Where is this fucking chair? Archie Bunker. Archie Bunker's chair from All in the Family. Okay, so it is there. But it's in the... Where is it? Object details. Upholstered wing chair used by Archie Bunker, Carol O'Connor, blah, 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 blah. Okay, the series... Yeah, I know it's... Usage conditions apply. Interesting. They don't even have a fucking section for it anymore. It used to be in something called... like the National Museum of American Broadcasting or something. Now they call it the American Museum of American History. Dog, they used to have a fucking thing. Smithsonian, I'm going to look it up in ChatGPT. That'll be able to tell me. All this because I'm trying to complete my point that these guys hide shit and they could be hiding shit with the Grand Canyon. Yo, dog, tell me about the Smithsonian Institution and its wing where they used to keep the Archie Bunker chair. It was like closed down for a whole bunch of years, for like 15 years. It had all their radio broadcasting and stuff. Tell me about it. What was that part closed down? Why?
Everything that you had in your book, was there anything there that scared you?
Oh no, okay. So this is so fucking stupid. Okay, so maybe it was in the National Museum of American History. Okay. But get this. The museum underwent a significant renovation from 2006 to 2019. It went through 13 fucking years of. It's the National History Museum. It's literally called the National Museum of American History. In my opinion, they don't want people like and the years that they did it, 2006 to 2019, they didn't want people there for some reason. I don't know. But 13 fucking years to do a museum, which is not that big. It's like literally they built the fucking Pentagon in less time than it took. And that was 75 years ago. I don't know. But I've always thought it was very weird that the National History Museum basically was closed for 13 fucking years. Another thing that I find interesting, Caspian C, this one's really interesting too. Okay, you remember back in the day when the United States did something good? I shouldn't say that at all. No, I shouldn't say that. But when it made it seem like the United States did something good and they would have like a parade for the soldiers. When do you think the last time a parade for the soldiers was allowed? Oh, that's a good point. It was. I think they did one. Oh, at least in Washington D.C. It was in Gulf War, and yeah. But like, so I thought that they would do like a big fucking American parade in Washington D.C. a lot, but they do not do that at all. I mean, like okay, this is where I got to thinking. You ever watch like North Korea or China or Russia, and they have like their missiles on fucking trailers, and they're all like marching in perfect. You know what I'm talking about, and it's pretty good propaganda. And I always wondered why the hell don't the United States military do that? And I've never been okay with the answer that I get. If you Google this, it's well, because the United States is more a naval power than it is a land power, and naval powers don't do that. But that doesn't make any fucking sense because we're everything. We're air, we're naval, yeah, that's just a shitty excuse. So then another reason I agree, but it's a good question. We've been to war multiple times since the Gulf War. Why haven't we had one of those fucking parades? So apparently, the last one that they did was a total disaster. The last military parade held in Washington, D.C. was in 1991. It was a mess. The 67-ton tanks rolling down Constitution Avenue ruined the roadway, and flying gravel covered the Hirshhorn Sculpture Garden. I have been there. In total, the parade left in its wake 1.2 million pounds of garbage, 12 million in bills, and literal scars of the city's public art and infrastructure. In my opinion, this is all propaganda themselves. They don't want these things to happen anymore, and I think it's for a few reasons. They don't want you focusing on wars, so they just want you working, consuming, and working and consuming. That's it. They don't want you focusing on wars. Because imagine if and this is exactly how one of these things would happen today. if they had one, and disagree if you think I'm wrong, but they bring out a bunch of tanks and, you know, Humvees and shit, and all of a sudden people are going to say, hey, they're rolling these things past homeless people. Why the fuck do we have tanks and all this other shit when we can't pay for our own people? So instead of that, they just don't do it anymore. Yeah, exactly. That's what I think it is. So they can say like, oh, we didn't know that the tanks were going to tear up the road. Dog, you literally invade people with these things. Don't tell me that you couldn't repave. But it would give you a target, basically. Like, hey, did you know there's going to be a military parade? Okay, well, everybody in favor of the military would go, but then also any detractor would go. And those people would get a whole bunch of support, because they'd be like, dude, I'm here at the fucking rally, and don't you think we should be spending this on our fellow person as opposed to invading other countries? And everybody be like, oh yeah. And like, so what I'm saying is, like, immediately if you had one of these, it would turn people against the military, and so they don't do it anymore. That's just my opinion, but I've always wondered, why in the fuck don't they do that anymore? I agree.
Investigators focusing on fresh slivered onions and fresh beef patties. No contact reported in California. LAPD reporting 4 arrests for ATM thefts targeting SoCal liquor stores. Crimes happened across the San Fernando Valley, and those arrested now facing kidnapping, carjacking, and burglary charges. The suspects tracked down the Silmar in Canyon Country. Property taxes are due in 9 days. This is for the first installment, due November 1st. The late penalty comes December 10th. The presidential candidates are in the home stretch for the 2024 election. Today, Harris will campaign in Philadelphia. Trump will host 2 events in Georgia. The election now 13 days off. The U.S. Capitol Christmas tree is ready for its 4,000-mile trek from Alaska to Washington, D.C. It'll arrive November 21st. And Target says they're slashing a whole bunch of prices for the holiday season. Southbound weather from KFI. Sunny skies on the way. Highs in the 80s to 90s. Right now, Las Flores has 59, 62 for Yorba Linda, 64 in Corona, and at 65 in Hollywood. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
We have action this morning. We'll start off in Fullerton on the 57 South between Yorba Linda and the 91. All lanes are currently stopped to clear up a wreck, so everything's going to be moved over to the shoulder. In Downey, Caltrans work on the 605 north between the 105 and Slauson. Here we're dealing with 2 lanes closed until about 5. In Downey, some more road work on the 5.
After his death, and has been reprinted more than 10 different editions and hundreds of reprintings since then. However, he did not merit to finish the entire book. That was left to his son, Levi. Levi, like his father, was born in Spain, and he made his way to Portugal. And then at the tender age of 14, he was among those, like his father, who were forcibly converted to Catholicism. He followed his father to Salonika, and then in the spirit of the age, because there was a huge, widespread feeling among Jews that something colossal had happened, something that, we can understand a little bit of it in the sense of like being in the post-Holocaust generations, that something had dramatically shifted in the tectonic structure of the universe. And Levi of Chabad said, in order to atone for whatever it was that led to that moment of baptism, he went to live in the land of Israel. He went to Tzfat, and then later in Jerusalem, where he was very much involved in a fascinating controversy. He was the opponent of Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, who in Tzfat was trying to restart historical smicha. Absolutely fascinating, but he managed to finish his father's work, the Ein Yaakov, and it is a classic that for the last 500 years has been studied with great enthusiasm by many, including myself. Okay, I hope you found this useful, and thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited about the upcoming cruise on the Douro River. This will be my 3rd time visiting the Douro with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and there's just so many amazing things there. And as I do my research into the people who live there and the stories that are told there, I'm just overwhelmed. Let me talk to you about one individual that I recently learned about. His name is Fray Diogo da Assumpção. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
My Spanish and my Portuguese not so great. But as you can tell from the word fray, this is a friar. This is someone who actually became a Franciscan monk, and he ended up being burnt at the stake by the Inquisition. He's a great example of how, ironically, the Inquisition can sort of backfire. Let me tell you his story, which is really quite amazing. He was born in Viana, Portugal, which is just north of Porto, just a little bit beyond the Douro River Valley, in 1579. So the Inquisition had been in place for a good 50 years, and there was like no way for people to get real Jewish education, and no rabbis, and no Hebrew books other than what was allowed by the Inquisition, specifically medical textbooks. So, there was a tremendous amount of energy devoted to extirpating Judaism, and the horrific auto da fe, the grand, public burnings of people, and the purge-like atmosphere associated with the Inquisition was well underway, and in fact would be continuing for another 200 years in Portugal, and a little longer even in Spain. So this is the environment. Apparently, this young man had some Jewish background, although it would have been very, very minimal, because in the conviction document that we're going to look at in a second, it just refers to him having some Jewish blood, which is unusual because typically these conviction documents will say exactly how much Jewish blood, whatever that means exactly, like one grandparent, two grandparents, one great-great-grandparent, that kind of thing. So it's not clear whether he had any Jewish blood at all, although the Inquisition seems to think that there must have been some Jewish blood in there for him to take this particular route. But anyway, he was brought up as a pious Christian. He became a Franciscan friar, and he became fascinated with Judaism, perhaps because the Inquisition did everything it could to try and excoriate Judaism. He therefore got more and more interested in it. He ended up studying at the University of Salamanca, which was a tremendous center for crypto-Judaism. There are a lot of former Jews who are new Christians who studied at the University of Salamanca, many of whom were true believers in Christianity, and many of whom were just, like pretending to get along so they could move ahead with their lives and so on. And they kept their Judaism either completely submerged, or they kept it active with other organizations.
The building right behind me was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. See, it's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this is gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th and 15th century. Now, it happened that Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time, and there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in this town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospitals, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics, linguistics, and now is the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here, you see Friar Leon, who's one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch. right? Like meaning a piece of wood. But for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom that hopefully we'll see inside, and he said, as we were saying, as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then when you pick it up and you can say, Amar Rava. Okay, let's have a look inside.
Many Jewish families, crypto-Jewish families, would actually encourage one of the sons of the family to go into the church so that the rest of the family would have a reliable confessor to go to who could stand up to them and say, oh yeah, no, this person comes to confession all the time, they're definitely good Christians. At any rate, at the University of Salamanca, he became completely interested in Judaism, and he ended up deciding he was going to leave Christianity and he would flee to England, where he would adopt Judaism, perhaps to Belgium, but in the end he was caught by the Inquisition and put on trial. Now, here's an especially interesting about his particular story. He was, I'll give away the ending. He was unfortunately burned at the stake in 1603. He was 24 years old. But what was especially noteworthy about his case is that his conviction was written but never disseminated. We know it existed because a few decades later, great writer Manasseh ben Israel, a scholar of Amsterdam, of Portuguese Jewish extraction, mentions that he has it, but that document was lost for several hundred years. It only turned up in the British Museum when it was discovered by Lionel David Barnett at the beginning of the 20th century, and he published an article on it with the original Portuguese in 1924 in the Jewish Quarterly Review. And I'm going to show you some sections from that. So why was this conviction of Assam Salam not circulated? Primarily because it included a blistering critique of Christianity, that when they were interrogating him, he talked about all the reasons why he wanted to become a Jew and why he wanted to abandon Christianity, and it was so heated that there's no way, although they had to record these things in order to justify the conviction, they simply couldn't publish it, because then all kinds of people would get even more ideas. So this is how the Inquisition kind of sort of created its opposite effect. The inquisitors, at the end of this lengthy discussion with him, in which not only did he indicate that things like the cross is just a couple of sticks. Whew, can you imagine how they would have felt? That the Sabbath really was on Saturday, not on Sunday. And in fact, while he was in jail, he tried to keep the Sabbath. He tried to keep kosher in jail and fasting and all kinds of things like that. And they ended up, of course, the inquisitors condemned him. And at the end of this condemnation, they utter this stock phrase, which appears at the end of almost all of these condemnations, that the church excommunicates him completely, but they beg that the secular authorities not proceed to the penalty of death or the shedding of blood. This is, by the way, how the Inquisition would work, that typically the church would make the decision, and then they would so-called relax the person to the secular authorities, who would decide what they were going to do. Then, of course, the secular authorities would decide whatever they wanted, and in many cases, they would burn the individual at the stake. The secular authorities would occasionally offer a small mercy by garroting the individual, meaning strangling them before they set them on fire. But the church would also engage through the secular authorities of the burning of, people in effigy, or having their bones unearthed and then burned. And at the end, of course, all of the property of the victim would go to the royal chamber, which was part of the profit incentive of this. A certain amount would also go to the church. A certain amount would also go to the people who denounced them. So it was definitely economically a self-sustaining kind of enterprise. At any rate, this entire document is recorded, and then there's a little note, because it's transcribed by a Jewish writer. Phrases added after the name of the justices: "May the Lord destroy them, and may God give vengeance to the penitent for his blood. Amen and amen." Oh, chilling. Now, this particular story reverberated throughout early 17th century Europe.
so much so that it motivated secret societies in the name of Saint Assumpção in places like Coimbra, where there was a large contingent of people who felt very much like this particular individual. Fascinating story. We're going to see many of these stories along the Douro River and see where they happened and get a sense for what that difficult period must have been like. I hope you'll have the opportunity to join me on this cruise, but if not, really looking forward to sharing with you our discoveries on this channel. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today, we're going to look at a fascinating individual, Captain Arturo Carlos de Barros Bastro. He lived between 1887 and 1961, and he was perhaps the single most influential figure in creating a revival of Portuguese Jewry that is still very active and very vibrant today. First of all, he was descended of crypto Jews. His grandfather first told him, although his mother and his grandmother were not Jewish, his grandfather shared with him that he was one of the many Portuguese Jews who had had their Judaism submerged by the forced conversion of 1497 and essentially driven into hiding by the Inquisition that followed. So he thought that was a very interesting kind of fact. And in fact, he had experienced some anti-Semitism because even though on a halachic, on a Jewish legal level, he would not be considered Jewish by rabbinic standards, at least not until his conversion, which happened later, he nevertheless experienced anti-Semitism. That's one of the ironies of the Jewish condition in the modern era. At any rate, he was a war hero during World War I, and while he was in service in the Portuguese army, he met a Jewish chaplain, and he learned a lot more about Judaism from this foreigner. In 1920, he elected to go through a formal conversion process, which he completed in Tangier. He was circumcised, and he took the name Avraham ben Rosh, Abraham the first, as it were, the son of the head, as it were. And shortly thereafter, he married a very prominent woman of the Portuguese Jewish community. And after his marriage, he became extremely involved in organizing the first Jewish community in Porto, 424 years after it had been formally dissolved. Fascinating. And he did so much more after this. Now, one of the things that he was so involved in is what he called a rescuer of Portuguese Jewry. He was convinced that there were tens of thousands of people like him who had some connection to Judaism and longed to return. And the fact is that in 1910, there was a coup in Portugal, and 1911, a new constitution was written that formally declared the freedom of religion. Title I, Article 4 said liberty of conscience and creed is inviolable. And in number 6, it says no one can be persecuted on religious grounds nor questioned by any authority with regard to religion professed. This was just like a tremendous turnaround after the Portuguese Inquisition. So he said, listen, with all of this, we can go out to all of these people who had been for 500 years, 25 generations, been practicing Judaism in secret, and we can say, hey, you can come back now. Now, these people, of course, were called marranos. The term marrano is generally accepted to be a derogatory term. It comes from the Castilian word for swine, and most scholars today prefer the term converso, or a crypto Jew, meaning like a hidden Jew, or even new Christian, which was the term that was applied to them by the church. In Hebrew, the term would be B'nai Anusim, the children of the force, meaning they were forcibly converted to Catholicism. For his part, the captain actually preferred that term marrano, which was in wide circulation, but he derived it from a Hebrew root. He said that marranos came from the word mar anus, which means bitter force, meaning they had been forcibly converted bitterly to Christianity. At any rate, what did he do? So he was extremely active in recreating the Jewish community, first in Porto, which had had a secret Jewish community. You can see here on one of the streets, which I had the privilege of visiting with Kosher River Cruise a few years ago, and I hope to go again this year. There was actually on the left-hand side, the middle building, there was a secret synagogue discovered. Here's a photograph of me in that house with the Aron Kodesh, which was originally built into the thickness of the wall itself and then covered with a thin veneer, which would then be removed before Shabbat so that the Jews could actually open up. That's where they hid the Sefer Torah. It was just chilling to put your hand inside this stone ark, really, but very, very inspirational. At any rate, he got to work organizing the community. He created a newspaper that lasted for decades called Halapid, the Torch, that you can see here on the masthead. He is listed as the editor, and he organized the coming together of the congregation to create a synagogue, which was ultimately in the 1930s created with the generous support of the Kaduri family, and it's called the Kaduri Synagogue today, Makor Chaim, the source of life. Here you can see a gathering in 2020, so you see it's really quite active today. It's a beautiful synagogue on the inside. I especially appreciated visiting it because the psukim, the verses of the Torah that are written around the synagogue, all speak to this idea of return after long absence. Absolutely fascinating. He created a yeshiva as well called Rosh Pinah, which means the cornerstone, which of course evokes a passage in Tehillim that says that the stone that the builders rejected has now become the cornerstone, which has tremendous reverberations for anyone who's affiliated or is understanding of the Marano experience. One of the really interesting debates that occurred while he was active in this regard is how does one treat the actual religious content of the behavior that the crypto Jews had been practicing as they were in the process of returning to Judaism. For Baruch Bastro, who himself was very much involved in traditional Jewish study, he published in his newspaper many articles on the Talmud and on Jewish history and Jewish thought and so on, and really wanted to see the community of Portugal rejoin the mainstream of Rabbinic Judaism. Every time they brought in rabbis from the outside, they were extremely intolerant of many of the practices that these crypto Jews had developed over 500 years, which were not in harmony with rabbinic law. And the captain's position was that they had to be treated with tremendous respect and slowly be brought back from their counter-halachic practices into the mainstream of Judaism as it had been practiced for 500 years since the Portuguese community was artificially cut off from the rest of Talmudic Judaism. His life was soon taken up with controversy. He was extremely active, going along the Douro River, going into communities like Belmonte and Trancoso and many other places where he found crypto Jewish communities and talked to them about Judaism and brought them back. And he was actually very active on an international level with some great scholars like Cecil Roth and the journalist and historian Lucien Wolf, who wrote to him and said, hey, listen, you are going to get into trouble doing this. He wrote to him saying, quote, whatever you do, it should not take the form of loud and aggressive propaganda. Why? Lucien Wolf continued, in the eyes of the church, the vast majority of the Marranos are still their baptized children. And any action in the form of propaganda to convert them to Judaism could be viewed with a bitter resentment. And those words were in fact prophetic, because one of the things that got Captain Baruch Bastro in trouble, and remember, we're talking now about the 1930s, and although Portugal would assume a neutral stance during the war and actually played a role in rescuing Jews, nevertheless, there's a huge amount of anti-Semitism in the 1930s throughout Europe, and Portugal was not exempt. In 1931, for reasons which were unexplained, the army placed him under effective house arrest. He was required to report to HQ every day. Remember, he's a career soldier, he's a captain. But at night, he was forced to remain at home. The reason for this became clear in 1934 when the police announced that they had received an anonymous letter denouncing Baruch Bastro specifically for his activity in circumcising converts to Judaism. The police investigated, but the denunciations were ultimately retracted, except for 2 who had left the country. Let us recall that, circumcision is, of course, central to the Jewish faith. And Baruch Spastro, of course, himself having been circumcised as an adult through his conversion process, would of course advocated for these Marranos who are seeking to rejoin the Jewish community, male Marranos, obviously. In 1937, a politically motivated military trial found that Baruch Spastro does not have the necessary moral capacity for the prestige of his official function and the decorum of his uniform. Oh my gosh. And this is all because of his activity bringing crypto-Jews to traditional rabbinic Judaism. The Porto Military Court disagreed with the military trial, however, and they absolved Baruch Spastro, with a judge writing that the evidence based on these denunciations, these were fabrications made out of malicious hatred, and they were very, very difficult to defend against. The conclusion of the judge there was, and I'll quote, "Is this the evidence that will disable an army captain with a long exemplary military record? I do not think so, and I believe that it is time to end his distress. In these terms and on these grounds, it is my opinion that the case should be closed." However, this is in the late 1930s. It is in the lead up to World War II, and the Military Superior Court of Discipline had already taken action against Baruch Spastro, and although he attempted to redeem himself and he launched a defamation lawsuit against the people who had denounced him. These were dropped when the denunciations were ultimately retracted, but he was never able to be restored to his position. World War II got started and swept away the whole case. Formal rehabilitation of Captain Baruch Spastro was only recognized in the year 2012 by the Portuguese Assembly of the Republic. And it was also noted that he would have been made colonel had he not been wrongly removed from the army in 1937. In this regard, he is often been called the Portuguese Alfred Dreyfus. Nevertheless, he was certainly the most influential individual in looking at the state of Portuguese Jewry and attempting to bring them back to traditional Judaism in the 20th century. Wow, fascinating story. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you have ever wondered how important rabbis or books are to Judaism, we can actually look to the situation in the Iberian Peninsula over the last 500 years, because recall that with the introduction of the Inquisition in the 15th century, and then the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, the forced conversion of Jews in Portugal in 1497, and then the subsequent introduction of the Inquisition there, all books and rabbis and any religious functionary, religious education was officially banned, and actually people who practiced these things or had copies of these books, with the exception of medical textbooks for doctors, these were like incredibly dangerous things to do, and people could be literally dragged into an ecclesiastical court and then released to the secular authorities for all kinds of humiliations, loss of property, and even death by burning at the stake. So for the last 500 years, that is about 20 or 25 generations, Jews of Spain and Portugal, that is, I should say, crypto-Jews, because at this point they had already been forcibly converted to Christianity, had to live without their religious functionaries and their religious texts. So it's amazing that anything survived. However, what's quite fascinating is that quite a bit did survive, although it's rather different from what you might expect. Before I get into this class in a little more detail, let me just first make a disclaimer that while some of my best friends are rabbis, I myself am not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy, but I'm a historian. I'm fascinated to try to learn, what is Judaism? How is it expressed? And how was it expressed under such extreme circumstances as we have during the last 500 years of the Inquisition? The Inquisition did not end, by the way, until the 19th century overall, late 18th century in Portugal. The reason we know it survived is largely because of the work of people like Captain Baruch Spastro, who we spoke about recently, the historian Cecil Roth, the attorney Lucian Wolff, very important people who got very involved in the discovery of the Jews of the Douro region in particular in the early 20th century. Samuel Schwartz printed an amazingly important book in the 1920s that we're going to return to a little bit later.
but he recovered through this ethnographic study a tremendous number of prayers, and a lot more research has gone into this, and more things have been discovered since then. Let's take a look, for example, at Jewish prayer. What did that look like when you had no books to guide you in the text and you had no rabbis to give instruction? One of the best studies I found on this is a massive tome written under the title Secrecy and Deceit, the Religion of the Crypto Jews. And he goes through a whole range of religious behaviors, attitudes, and so on. And there's a great chapter on prayer. So how do we know about what Jews were praying? So our most important source, and it's quite an extensive one, are Inquisition trial transcripts. This is especially true after 1570, when the Inquisition would specifically add questions about practices of prayer. We have recorded denunciations of crypto Jews, meaning like, servants in the home observing someone in the house praying, or people next door looking through the window and seeing a woman saying some kind of prayer over making bread and things like that. We have the confessions. Quite often these were forced under torture, but they are dutifully recorded, and they describe, the kind of crimes that these crypto Jews were practicing, in the sense of they were continuing to pray as Jews in whatever way they could. We also have the testimony of guards in prison who observed those individuals who were accused of Judaism, what they would do in prison in terms of their prayers and so on. We have some very, very limited archaeological discoveries, scraps of paper discovered here and there, hidden in walls, a few publications that were issued outside of Portugal and Spain. Obviously, it was forbidden to publish these things there, but some of these crypto Jews would emigrate and then publish things in Portuguese in particular. And then finally, we have the great work of the 20th century ethnographers. So let's try to understand a few elements of what happened to prayer after it was essentially banned. Let us recall that prior to 1492, most Iberian Jews would practice a form of Judaism that would most closely resemble what we call orthodoxy today, which included, for example, mandatory prayers 3 times a day for men, usually communal prayers. Obviously, communal prayer was one of the first things to go, with a set liturgy in Hebrew and so on. So what of that was retained? Let's just think about this for a minute, okay? My parents are native English French speakers, and they learned Yiddish at home, but they typically would respond to my grandparents in English. And then I grew up, and I would have entire conversations solely in English with my parents, and I would only pick up a few scraps of Yiddish phraseology from my grandparents. I certainly don't have fluency in it as a spoken language, and that's after only 3 generations of dislocation, and without any, bars to the use of Yiddish language on penalty of arrest and imprisonment. So you can imagine amplifying that loss of language over 20 or 25 generations, when it is illegal and highly dangerous to do anything associated with Hebrew prayer. It's amazing that anything survived. So let's look at what did survive. So first of all, physical actions tend to survive. That's interesting because those are things that you can easily demonstrate and you can literally embody. So for example, washing hands before prayer, very, very commonly observed. Sometimes with the correct ritual that we would see in the Shulchan Aruch today, sometimes with adaptations, stepping back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before prayer, which is of course characteristic of the Amidah, the standing prayer or silent prayer, which is central to Jewish prayer. So even though these crypto Jews would not be able to pray the actual text for which this is described, nevertheless they would always step back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before they began their prayer. Interestingly, shuckling was noted, especially by prison guards. Shuckling, of course, is the motion, the swaying motion, typically back and forth, that occurs during Jewish prayer, something which was noted in the Iberian Peninsula by none other than Yehuda Halevi in the 12th century. And this was preserved as distinctive from Catholic prayer, which of course would be said stock still. and one that I find especially moving. One of the last prayers to go, or perhaps the longest lasting, is the blessing of children, which is typically done on a Friday night. There are particular motions where you put your hand on your child's head, sometimes both hands on your child's head, and recite certain texts which were sometimes preserved. And that idea of a Friday night blessing was preserved through 500 years, 25 generations of persecution. Another thing which is preserved besides physical actions was time and frequency of prayer. The idea of 3 times of prayer per day is fairly commonly noted among the crypto Jews. That would be, the morning prayer, the afternoon, the evening prayer, and also very common, the Chatzot prayer, the midnight prayer, which was something that is not as common even among Orthodox Jews today, but it was something, it's essentially a prayer lamenting the loss of Jerusalem, something that a lot of these Jews would have felt very personally. So what are the characteristics of what they would actually say? What are the characteristics of crypto-Jewish prayer? First of all, Portuguese replaced Hebrew. These crypto-Jews had no way of studying the Hebrew language. It was extremely dangerous to do so and took a lot of time, just exposed the risk so much, so Hebrew basically disappeared. But Portuguese stepped in and prayers were recorded in the vernacular. Secondly, because it was dangerous to write these things down, to preserve them in text, so they were typically shortened and memorized. Sometimes for communal prayer, sometimes they were recorded in a poetic form that was easier to memorize. Fascinatingly, sometimes the crypto-Jews used adaptations of prayers that existed in the Christian Bibles, the Vulgate in particular, that were available to them. Texts from the Bible that include the prayers of Moses, for example, or Daniel or Esther from the Septuagint, these were readily seized upon as prayers which were, since they were in the Bible and in churches, perhaps Jews could say them with less risk. There was also some fascinating adaptations of Christian prayer, because don't forget, these crypto-Jews are typically also going to church. This is part of the overall disguise, right? Remember, Gillitz's title is Secrecy and Deceit. So they are outwardly pretending to be Christians, and they're learning all the Christian prayers. And so they would adapt those back to Jewish purposes, sometimes with very minor modifications, like the name Jesus is sometimes replaced with God or with Moses. And I will say that this is not so strange to my own experience, because when I was a young child growing up in northern Canada, where I was the only Jewish child in the community, and I went to public school, every morning we recited the Lord's Prayer. And I remember as a young child, 7, 8 years old, just reflecting to myself, okay, well, let's see, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I didn't know much about Judaism, but I figured this sounds pretty parv. I mean, it sounds, I could probably say this. And amazingly, here I am quite a few years later, and I still have it memorized from my childhood. Another aspect of crypto-Jewish prayer is the introduction of quantitative prayer. Something a little bit more like reciting the rosary, where you would do the same prayer multiple times as an act of piety. Really, really fascinating stuff. Now, I'm going to show you 2 examples just to give you a sense of it. This comes from Samuel Schwartz's book, which I was very fortunate to get a copy last time I was in Portugal. It was originally written in Portuguese. There is a French translation, which I haven't been able to get my hands on, but it's not available in English, unfortunately. Maybe someone out there will translate it. At any rate, his was one of the first major ethnographic studies of crypto-Jews in their location, in Belmont in particular, living as crypto-Jews in the early 20th century. And he records about 50 pages of prayers, which are just so beautiful. So I'm going to show you 2. One of these is recited before a fast, and it is important to note that fasting was hugely significant for the crypto-Jews. This was one way that they could quietly, without drawing attention to themselves, observe some kind of penitential act, which they regarded as something of huge value, especially on Yom Kippur. And they would typically say prayers beforehand. So here's one
that actually is one of the rare ones that preserves a little bit of a phrase of Hebrew in it. And it goes in English, great God of Israel, and then there is a phrase that would be recognized by anyone who reads the Hebrew liturgy today, Hashem Tzedakot Malei Kol Haaretz Kvodo, God of hosts, Lord of hosts, whose glory fills the entire world. The strongest of all weapons, Lord of heaven and earth, I ask you, merciful Father, by your name, and then that would include the word Ado, and then followed by Nai, which is one of the words that is typically not pronounced by Orthodox Jews today, except in prayer, to accept my fast, this reduction of my flesh, which is precisely from the liturgy, and accept it in place of a sacrifice, which we are obligated to bring. But you, Lord, well see that we cannot do it according to our obligations, because we are in this great captivity, abandoned and alone in strange lands, outside of Jerusalem, the city of your sanctuary, without having priests or Levites in their place, so they can, Lord, hear and extol your holy and divine name. Very beautiful prayer. Lots of echoes of the original that's still read today, but still some significant adaptations for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish environment. Now, that's like one of the rarer ones that actually seems to have been written by someone with more familiarity with the liturgy. Here's another one, which is kind of like a Modeh prayer, a gratitude prayer that's typically recited upon waking. And I can't see any references here to liturgy that I'm familiar with, but I still think it's quite fascinating and actually quite beautiful. It reads, comes the beautiful dawn, comes the heat of the day, comes the Most High Lord, coming with his holy joy. Beautiful piece of poetry read as a prayer. It's also interesting to note that Most High Lord in the original is Altissimo Señor, which is essentially translated into Yiddish as Eberster, the highest Lord. So, beautiful piece of prayer. Okay, I'm really looking forward to visiting the Douro once again this year. And for those of you who are available, it would be great to have you on this cruise with us as we explore this region and remarkable piece of Jewish history. And for the rest of us, I'm looking forward to sharing videos with you in the future. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just returned from Portugal on an advanced site visit with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say it was so amazing. We went there to a small village called Trancoso as part of our efforts to look at some of the most exciting new areas where research is being done in Jewish history. The discoveries began even in the guest house where we were staying.
So according to the owner, this was originally a passageway between two large apartments here that may have been actually opened up for communal use. And she believes that it may even belong to originally a Jewish family before the 14th century, which is pretty amazing. And there's one slight possibility of that. You can see over here on the inside, this appears to be a possible mezuzah scar here. You see these all over Portugal. And they're just fascinating just to think of the density and richness of Jewish civilization here before the Great Expulsion and the forced conversions of the late 15th century.
Judaism was not practiced openly in Trancoso for the last 500 years as a result of the brutal Portuguese Inquisition. And when we look at the archaeological remains of the town, there's a lot of sites that appear to have Jewish influences, but again, very hard to really say for sure.
Person of Jewish culture entering the synagogue and putting the kippah.
That's interesting.
Yes.
That's interesting. And right now in the Interpretation Center in the name of Isaac Cardoso is a fascinating figure. We'll talk about more in a minute. But one of the most interesting things about Trancoso, we're going to see these outside, is that they've recorded over 200 of these strange stonemasons marks that they appear to be endemic to this region specifically. And there's a lot of really interesting discussion about what do these things mean. Normally, stonemasons would mark their work, but
you wouldn't normally see this right by the entrance to the door. Sometimes a cross would be placed there to indicate ownership, or one of the most, I think, appealing theories is that a lot of new Christians, in order to demonstrate their fidelity to the new faith and to fend off the possibility of attacks on their religious values, they might say, don't worry, kind of like putting an American flag in front of your house to say that you really are patriotic. And some of them, they're hard to interpret. Like here, this one seems to be a fairly straightforward one. It's a stonemason's mark, and stonemasons will constantly do this to indicate their work. This one has a cross, but it has like these 12 things on the outside, which some have interpreted to refer to the 12 tribes. Some have interpreted to refer to the letter Shin from the name Shakai. It's a possibility, not quite as convincing, I think, as others.
Also, really important to note, some of these stones are placed in very inaccessible locations, which tends to argue against the possibility that they're trying to broadcast Jewish influences.
Some of them see, if you look carefully at this one here, this is really bizarre. If you look carefully, you can even see the Portuguese word Israel baked into these symbols. Kind of like that dress. Some people said it was blue and gold, and some people said it was white and blue. I don't know. But we're going to see them. Oh, here's one. David, come on over here. This is like half a menorah. Could be originally it was a full menorah, but that of course goes against the theory I discussed elsewhere that these might be marking fidelity to the new faith. This would clearly indicate the opposite, fidelity to the old faith. We also have a lot of problem dating these because you can't carbon-14 non-organic material like this. So, wow, we have so much to talk about.
The fact remains that these are disproportionately placed in the Jewish quarters of Trancoso and in several other villages in the region of the Douro River. And so one wonders, why are these placed on Jewish houses in the first place? Most common representation is a simple cross, usually on the left-hand side of the door as you're facing in, and perhaps second most common is some kind of a modified cross with a kind of a strange base. Many of these inscriptions, however, present distinctly Jewish interpretations.
I lost it. Here it is. And it has a central. It's very faint with the base. It's really interesting here. I don't know what this is. Okay, so here we go. We've got a samach here, and this is a fe, and here's the resh, and here, especially faint, is a daled for the word Sepharad or Spain. It's amazing. It's really amazing.
I was especially fascinated to see one inscription that appears to be a nonsensical Hebrew word. Note that while filming it, we didn't notice that a bit of lichen looks like the vowel patach under one of the letters, but it clearly isn't an inscription. We were only able to see that after we looked at the video.
This one is perhaps the most fascinating but mysterious of them all. You can see clearly, it looks very simple, like a resh, a vav, with the nakuda here. Another resh, deeply dug in here, by the way. I don't know, David, can you come around and see how deeply this is? Some of them are very faint, but this one you can see is almost a full fingernail length in. Another vav here. And, in Hebrew, this is clearly the word rolo, which, as David likes to say, is the sound that Scooby-Doo used to make, but it is not a word in Hebrew at all. So some have thought that maybe it's some kind of strange Kabbalistic atbash, which means like you take the letters of the Hebrew alphabet and you take them backwards, and you read it as or, which makes sense orally. It's the word light twice, but that's not how you spell the word or in Hebrew. So I don't know what to make of this. My thought is that perhaps this was carved by someone who was trying to write the Tetragrammaton, the four-letter name of God, and not really know what they're doing, which ironically I think adds a little bit more authenticity to it, because if there was a yud here, there is a small indentation, but nowhere near as deep as these, then this could be like part of a hey, which is missing, but incorrectly written. The vav is put there instead, and then there's no second vav, or maybe this is what's supposed to be the yud. Another hey here, again incorrectly written, It clearly is all on its own. There's nothing on either side. It's on the corner of a building, but it is right in the middle of the Jewish quarter. So it's mysterious. I will mention, however, that I looked this word up on Google, and it happens to be the name of a famous soccer player. So I don't know.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, for me, one of the most exciting cities in modern Europe in terms of Jewish history and in terms of the Jewish present and future is Porto, which empties the Douro River into the Atlantic Ocean. And it has a very, very long history of Jews settling there well over 1,000 years. Many of you may be familiar with the Kaduri Synagogue, a beautiful, large structure that was erected in the 1930s, primarily as a response to the growing discovery of crypto-Jewish communities in the Douro region. But there's also, active synagogues in Porto now, primarily designed to serve the many students who come to study in the universities there. I happen to find especially interesting the old Jewish community along the Riviera. It's no longer filled with Jews and with an active synagogue, but this is one of the oldest places right on the river where, of course, commerce would have taken place.
This is the Riviera, which you can see in the background. That's a gorgeous bridge designed by a student of Gustav Eiffel. You can see the influence there. And now it is a very trendy shopping area and dining area right on the beautiful Douro River. Douro doesn't look so beautiful today, mainly because it's such a rainy Porto day in the fall, but in the summer, when we get here with Kosher Riverboat cruises in May and June, it's going to be gorgeous.
But archaeological studies have unearthed evidence of Jewish communities in several places throughout Porto. One of the most interesting is an establishment in the 14th century of a community outside of the walls of Old Porto on the other side of the Douro River, as you can see in this video here, where the actual synagogue would have been located, and it was really quite, distant from the other Jewish communities that were on the other side of the Douro River. And what was discovered there in particular is a fascinating foundation stone, which I'd like to show to you. But first, I've got to give a shout out to Dr. Michael Rothwell and Professor Hugo Vaz, who's a museologist in charge of their gorgeous new Jewish museum there. They shared some key documents with me and invited me to look at a life-size replica of this stone. The original is housed in the Historical Museum in Lisbon, but it really opened my mind to what this foundation stone says. First of all, let's have a look at the foundation stone the way I first saw it. It looked like this, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh. And I saw it, by the way, in more than one publication, and I said, I can't make heads or tails out of this Hebrew. I mean, I thought I was relatively Hebrew literate, but this is like bizarre. It looks like some kind of cuneiform, until finally it was pointed out to me by Dr. Rothwell that actually it was misprinted, and the photograph was like kind of reversed on, like if you looked at it in a mirror and upside down, it would make sense. This is the way the actual stone looks, and I think this is much more legible Hebrew written in a very beautiful block script. And this is actually the transliteration of that text, which has some very fascinating things to say. I'll just summarize it here. It is written in a very literate Hebrew with tremendous number of biblical allusions, very poetic, characteristic of the time. The text in highly poetic language with tremendous numbers of biblical reference basically says the following: why would you build a synagogue outside the city walls? Isn't that incredibly dangerous? And it answers its own question by saying the reason is because we have a friend in a very high place. And this, of course, is alluding to God, invoking the protection of God. But also at the same time, there is a double entendre referring to Rabbi Dan Yehuda ibn Maner, who was a particularly well-placed individual close to the king and so on. And that's essentially the whole point of the stone. Is it is recognizing the unusual status of a Jewish community outside the walls, and at the same time gratitude to the major supporter, not only Don Yehuda ibn Maner, but also Don Yosef ibn Aryeh, who was obviously some kind of major donor. I mean, this is essentially a 14th century version of a shul plaque, right, of a synagogue plaque honoring a great donor, but it gives us a sense of how strong the Jewish community was in Porto in the 14th century, that they would feel confident building an edifice like this and building a community like this outside of the city walls. Now, what ended up happening, unfortunately, that confidence was not completely well placed. In 1391, there would be horrible persecutions just across the border in Spain, and this would lead to a massive flight of refugees into Portugal. And fearing for their safety, ultimately the king suggested they should in fact move within the city walls. So that 14th century community migrated across the Douro and was placed within the city walls. That Jewish community is also fascinating, and there's archaeological evidence from the 15th and 16th century there. There will be yet another round of refugees coming to Portugal after the 1492 expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and that would ultimately end in the tragedy of the Great Forced Conversion, what the Portuguese call the Standing Baptism of 1497. But nevertheless, this stone is a great marker of the tremendous strength of the Porto Jewish community in the 14th century, and it looks like it is coming back now in the 21st century. I can't wait to see this again when I go to Porto in May. I would love for you to join us on Kosher River Cruises. We have an amazing time with the tremendous culinary creations of Chef Malcolm and his protege, Chef Tobias. And of course, we have the culinary adventures of Naomi Nachman. We have the daily minyanim and the Torah study organized by Rabbi Weiss. I mean, it's a little floating shtetl, a beautiful experience. We made so many friends on these trips in the past, and we'd love to include you. And if you're not able to join us this time, well, I'm looking forward to sharing more videos and more research with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Our condolences to you on the loss of 3 children. That's horrible.
Well, from the human viewpoint, it is, George. It's absolutely.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. I just got back from another amazing cruise with Kosher River Cruises on the Douro River in northern Portugal. At the time, the Douro River itself is UNESCO's protected area. It's really a beautiful region with lots of winding oxbows of rivers back and forth through these terraced vineyards that have been there like that for centuries upon centuries. But the history there is absolutely fascinating. And by the way, all of these photographs that I'm showing behind me right now, they're actually taken by cruisers and posted to our communal WhatsApp chat. So I'm just thanking all of you right now, if you're viewing this video later, for these great photos that are just amazing. And then we began to cruise our way back to Porto, where we saw the Kaduri synagogue and the amazing resurgence of Jewish life in a place where Judaism was so brutally extirpated by the Inquisition. We even saw the most amazing secret synagogue that was discovered in the beginning of the 21st century when they were doing the renovations to a particular location, which I'm not going to reveal in this video because it's actually a private venture, it's a private business, but we were able to gain access and find this secret Aron Kodesh, this secret ark that had been hidden behind a wall, and it corresponds to the testimony of the Rabbi Emmanuel Abuav, who was living in Venice at the time. Absolutely amazing. But the topic that I want to address today is specifically the story of Isaac Cardoso, who is someone that, of course, I've heard about before, but with this particular trip, I really invested in his life story a lot more, and I think there's something especially relevant for our times today. So Isaac Cardoso was born in 1604 in Trancoso, which is fairly remote. It's a tiny little community of about 2,500 people. What about Isaac Cardoso, who was born in this region? And you can see that he's sufficiently famous that the municipality put up this beautiful
interpretation center, which is kind of like a sort of a museum, very modern, interesting architecture, and named the street where he was born, Rua Fernando Isaac Cardoso. Fernando was his given name at birth. Of course, many Jews had a secular name that was associated with their Christian identity, but as we shall see, Isaac Cardoso turned away from that later in life. Okay, let's go to his biography, which was really popularized by a brilliant dissertation by the great historian Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi, a student of the incredible Salo Wittmeyer Baron of Columbia University. So Cardoso was born in 1604. Recall that this is over a century after all Portuguese Jews have been forcibly converted to Christianity in the year 1497, and he was living under the shadow of the Inquisition virtually his entire life. He was a child prodigy. He eventually went to Salamanca, where he studied like many other people of crypto-Jewish origins, and he became a brilliant doctor. He was ultimately appointed the royal physician in Madrid. He'd written quite a few books, not only on science, but also in, kind of literary affairs and poetry and things like that. In many ways, he lived a life that would have been regarded as successful by any measure.